The villainous noble doesn't want to die, so he swore to not die as one of the 4 heavenly kings. Volume 5, Yukitsugu Kurakawa, translated by Renkun, audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Chapter 1. Slaughterwings, a bad end, that's when a story crashes into an unhappy conclusion. Lillica Skyfield had already faced a tragic ending once before. Granted a second chance by the 6 gods, she was determined to rewrite the grim fate of her family's death, a future she'd been powerless to change in her first go-around. With the wind god's guidance, Lillica managed to forge an alliance with Roofus, her former enemy, and even found a lead to cure Iz's illness. Hope glimmered on the horizon until despair struck like a thunderbolt. The 4 beasts Despia launched a surprise attack, bringing down their airship in a fiery crash and threatening the complete annihilation of Scarlet Wind, her family. By some stroke of luck, no one had died yet, but the situation was dire. Lillica and the others were gravely wounded, with Elma's injuries being the worst. A jagged piece of metal had pierced her abdomen, a clearly fatal wound. She was bleeding out fast, and without immediate care, she wouldn't last long. They had no tools for first aid. The airship lay in ruins, a distant sea of flames, and there was no way to escape. High above, the massive griffin Despia spread its wings, dominating the sky with a victorious roar. It glared down at the scattered members of Scarlet Wind, clearly intent on finishing them off. With a mighty flap, it raised its enormous wings skyward. Lillica, on her second loop, knew what was coming. That motion was the prelude to Despia's wide-range attack, downburst canopy, an unavoidable, devastating strike meant to end them all. Damn it, tempest of twisting air. Lillica unleashed an advanced spell through chantless casting, a whirlwind of annihilation. In her second loop, she'd mastered magic she shouldn't have access to at this point, something she'd kept hidden from her family, Scarlet Wind. There was no time for secrecy now, not with total destruction looming. 1,000 blades of wind surged toward Despia. If she could disrupt its preparatory stance, she might at least stop downburst canopy. She'd glimpsed hope, and she wasn't about to let it end here. Clinging to that desperate resolve, she poured everything into the spell. But despite the onslaught of countless wind blades, Despia stood unscathed. Not a single scratch marred its form. What? Lillica's voice faltered, stunned. Every one of her wind blades had been deflected before reaching Despia, repelled by an impossibly thick magical barrier surrounding the beast. No way, this barrier. It's like Roofus guns. It was a magical shield on par with the one Roofus used, sturdier than any standard protective spell, a wall of raw magical power. But Despia hadn't had anything like this in the first loop. With a mocking cry, Despia unleashed a surge of emerald mana, as if declaring, "This is the end." Lillica's chantless tempest of twisting air was the most powerful spell she could cast on short notice. Stronger spells existed, but they required time she didn't have. In other words, she was out of options. The clouded sky churned, swirling with emerald mana. It was over. Truly, utterly over. Lillica's gaze fell on her family, Scarlet Wind, unable to move. A single tear traced down her cheek. "I'm sorry, everyone, this is all my fault." Teetering on the edge of despair, Lillica bowed her head. She'd acted to change the future where Iz died of illness. But for that to lead to the death of her entire family, what kind of cruel story was this? Was this punishment for defying a predetermined fate? No, that wasn't it. If you made the wrong choice, death was just how the world worked. This was her fault, plain and simple. She'd screwed up. And now she'd dragged her whole family into this mess. Lillica's shoulders slumped. Then Sigil, the group's leader, opened his mouth wide and pointed at Despia. "Wah, no way, it's done for." What was he even saying at a time like this? Had despair driven him to madness? Still, Lillica couldn't help but give a dry smile. That's so like Sigil Nye, staying loud and lively till the very end. She lifted her head. Huh. Despia, wings raised high, had been sliced clean in half, magical barrier and all. The sky, once filled with emerald mana, darkened as it was overtaken by a dense, black aura. Section. Saintess Fran's oracle had foretold Lillica's death. To Roofus, Lillica was someone who might one day kill him, a potential threat. Letting her die here would weaken a force that could oppose him, pushing his own fated death further away. It was a logical choice. Yet Roofus didn't take it. Without a moment's hesitation, he'd acted to save her. Why, even he didn't know. Had he grown attached to Lillica during their time together? Was it his promise to help cure Iz's illness? Or perhaps guilt, knowing he could have prevented this by keeping a closer watch, maybe planting a familiar in her shadow? No answer came. But one thing was certain: if he abandoned Lillica now, he'd regret it. That gut feeling drove him forward. It was at that moment that Raymond offered his help. The Holy Dragon Nation lay west of the kingdom, directly opposite the Lightless territory in the kingdom's far east, where Roofus held his domain. Even by airship, it would take days to reach. Even with the wings of Nyxara, the creature Raymond brought, they couldn't outpace an airship. The key was Raymond's summoned beast, Manifiz, a high-tier time-space spirit skilled in teleportation magic. However, Manifiz could only teleport to places it had been before, so a direct jump to the Holy Dragon Nation's spirit peak was impossible. Raymond's homeland, Gallian territory, lay on the kingdom's western side. Manifiz's teleportation range extended to the westernmost border of Gallian, the edge of the kingdom. From there, Raymond and Roofus rode their respective summons, the White Great Bird and Nyxara, the dark high-tier spirit, towards Spirit Peak. They were now soaring over the vast forest sea between the kingdom and the Holy Dragon Nation's urban zones, already within the latter's borders. Raymond, perched on the White Bird, called out to Roofus, who rode Nyxara. "Lillica's that sky pirate girl you've been traveling with since the Styria incident, right? The Saintess sure dropped a bombshell, saying she's gonna die. And you, believing it without a shred of doubt, that's something else." His tone suggested he'd overheard Roofus's conversation with the Saintess. Roofus frowned. "I don't know how you eavesdropped, but it's not exactly a charming hobby." "Eavesdropping, that's harsh," Raymond said with a grin. "What else do you call it?" Raymond laughed heartily, and Roofus shot back a retort. It wasn't news that Raymond knew of Roofus's ties to Valm, but his casual mention of the Styria incident confirmed he was well informed. Roofus had suspected Raymond gathered intel through magical beasts, but his recent exchange with the Saintess had taken place inside a barrier, isolating them from the outside world. No beasts were present, yet Raymond knew the conversation's contents. That meant his source wasn't a beast. The mystery nagged at Roofus, who tilted his head in thought. "Forget that," Raymond said. "We're heading to save Lady Lillica, right? Got any guesses about what kind of danger she's in?" "No, Roofus started to answer, only for Nyxara to suddenly slow down. Caught off guard, he lost his balance and clung tightly to the creature, pressing himself against its form. Nyxara let out a delighted chirp, turning its head to nuzzle Roofus's cheek. Roofus's forehead vein twitched as Raymond chuckled. "She says, 'Let me in on the talk.' She doesn't even speak our language, does she?" Nyxara kept rubbing against him, as if marking him with its scent. Roofus pushed back, snapping, "Eyes forward, you reckless bird." "What a terrible ride," he muttered. "You should just accept her already," Raymond said. "You're both dark-aligned. Seems like a perfect match to me. There's a species barrier no alignment can bridge. Love doesn't care about age or species. It does care. Nobles have a duty to produce heirs, arg. How long is this lovesick bird gonna keep this up?" Nyxara ignored his protests, playfully nuzzling closer. Roofus finally snapped, while Raymond sighed, half amused, half exasperated. Nyxara's a spirit with bird-like instincts, not human ones. She doesn't bother with pretense or hidden motives. She's just showing her pure, honest affection, like a wild bird wooing a mate. Spirits don't care about obligations, only love. That's a cultural gap. This bird and I are never gonna click. "You sure? I think you've got more in common than you realize." "How so?" Raymond pointed quietly toward their destination. "You want to save Lillica Jew, don't you? When you bolted out of the manor, you were desperate. Didn't even stop to get the full story from the Saintess. You acted on pure impulse to save her. If that's not love, what is?" "That's a stretch," Roofus muttered, looking away awkwardly. He couldn't deny it, though. Raymond was right. He'd rushed out without confirming the details of Lillica's predicted death. Why had he gotten so emotional over her? It wasn't like him to lose his cool. He reflected, turning his thoughts inward. He didn't know what kind of trouble Lillica and Scarlet Wind had stumbled into, but if her death was a possibility, it had to be serious. Lillica carried memories from her first loop, having defeated the Darkness God as one of its heroes. Physically, she might seem young, but her magical prowess was top tier. Her spell-casting speed outstripped even Roofus's, unmatched in most situations. In the fourth layer of the first tomb, where Dragon King-level monsters roamed, she'd lagged behind. But outside such absurd circumstances, she wasn't someone who'd go down easily. What could threaten her life and be worse than the demon whale Fran had mentioned? A possibility struck Roofus. Scarlet Wind had been chasing something specific. No way. Did they find it, the Sky City? The Sky City, Raymond echoed. You mean the legendary floating island from ancient murals? Yeah, probably the same thing. The Flying Ruins, Sky City Seal Park. It's what the Sky Pirates, Scarlet Wind, were after. Raymond said, eyes narrowing with interest. Sky City Seal Park, huh? Nice ring to it. Gotta hand it to those treasure hunters, chasing something so romantic. So, you think they found it and got themselves in hot water? It's likely. Roofus's mind conjured an image of Slaughterwing's Despia, one of the four beasts rumored to lair in the Sky City. But a beast like Despia shouldn't be a match for Lillica with her first loop memories. Even if ambushed, she could handle it alone, protecting Scarlet Wind and escaping. Despia defeating her felt inconsistent with the story's lore. Yet the current timeline had already diverged from the original, with the demon whale being one such deviation. Relying solely on the story's information was dangerous. Roofus had already lost his left eye and arm to such miscalculations. Who knew what could happen this time? It's getting cloudy, Raymond noted. The once clear sky was filled with clouds. Their destination loomed under a stormy sky. The Sky City was said to be shrouded in thunderclouds, so the growing overcast wasn't surprising. It might even confirm they were nearing their goal. They were now less than 50 kilometers from Spirit Peak. At that moment, Roofus's gaze sharpened. What's with the scary face, Roofus? I see. No wonder Lillica couldn't handle it. The more mana one possessed, the farther they could sense other magical signatures. 50 kilometers was the limit of Roofus's detection range. You picking up something? We're still a ways from Spirit Peak. Raymond, how much do you know about the time I fought that whale monster? The sudden question caught Raymond off guard, his brow furrowing. Don't know a thing. Is there a whale monster up ahead? The sea's pretty far off. So, you only started keeping tabs on me after we met at that party. You don't know about the demon whale, huh? What? Raymond tilted his head, puzzled. Roofus's lips curled into a belligerent grin. In his hand materialized a jet-black scythe, the farmer's scythe that reaps life. The aura of death spilling from the weapon made Raymond's eyes widen. Nyxara, sensing the thick, dark presence, let out a frenzied cry of delight. Roofus, that's the blade that took down Bahamut's head. That Fran, Roofus said. She was right. If I hadn't moved right then, I might have been too late. Raymond, use Farsight on Spirit Peak. You're in for a show. Roofus gripped the scythe tightly and swung it in a single, fluid motion. The razor-sharp strike sliced through distance itself, tearing across 50 kilometers in an instant. Section. A single slash tore through the bad end, bearing down on Lillica Skyfield. A mysterious strike, its origin unknown, shredded Despia's thick magical barrier, capable of shrugging off even advanced spells, as if it were paper, cleaving the beast itself in two. She couldn't see its source. But this was the same kind of attack that had once sliced through the mysterious Alran in the first tomb. The air was thick with dark mana, an overwhelming presence of death. It was like the Grim Reaper's touch brushing her cheek, chilling yet strangely comforting. Never in her wildest dreams had Lillica thought she'd find dark mana reliable. Despia, its body cleaved in two, should have been dead, a fatal wound by any measure. Yet the threat hadn't passed. From the severed wound, emerald mana surged, knitting the torn halves together as if rewinding time itself. In an instant, the gash closed. How is this? Lillica's fleeting relief turned to shock, her eyes wide as Despia regenerated with absurd speed. A power it hadn't possessed in the first loop. Furious at the sudden interruption just as it was about to finish its prey, Despia roared, glaring in the direction of the unseen slash. It spread its wings, ready to meet the attacker head-on. A moment later, another invisible strike sliced through one of its outstretched wings. Emerald mana spilled from the wound, but before it could heal, its neck was severed. A final blow tore its body apart again. Despia was shredded to pieces before it could regenerate, yet its power refused to falter. Emerald mana poured from its mangled form, rapidly stitching it back together. It sensed something hurtling toward it at high speed. Despia, the king of the skies, had ruled the heavens since its birth. Larger, stronger, faster than any other, none could rival it. The celestial voice that granted its power had declared as much. This was the first time it had been so grievously wounded. Such a dangerous entity had no place in this world. It was the absolute ruler. Any who dared threaten its life must be eradicated. There could be only one king of the skies. With clear malice and purpose, Despia fixed its gaze on the distant enemy, Roofus, and began gathering mana to strike him down. A preparatory stance would only invite another interruption, as before. It needed something instantaneous yet devastating. Yes, something like what that small prey had unleashed earlier. Despia swiftly wove a spell and unleashed 1,000 wind blades toward Roofus. Tempest of twisting air, the same spell Lillica had used, cast without a chant. Beasts lacking the ability to speak typically cast magic chantlessly, but this demanded immense mana and precise control, a high-level skill that often reduced a spell's potency. Despia, however, mirrored Roofus's method, amplifying its power with overwhelming mana. Its tempest of twisting air dwarfed Lillica's, each wind blade massive, blanketing the sky with no room to escape. Countless enormous blades surged toward Roofus. Despia was certain of victory. Its foe was just a puny ape. It had poured considerable mana into the attack, far more than a mere creature could withstand. The same fate awaited this ape as the red iron bird it had already brought down. But a crack formed in Despia's confidence. With its acute sensitivity to air currents, it realized something was wrong. The magic, the 1,000 wind blades, hadn't reached the ape. Not blocked by protective magic, but by a simple magical barrier, just as Despia had done to its earlier prey. The barrier was thick, equal to or surpassing its own, an impossibility Despia refused to accept. A lowly creature couldn't match the king. Then it noticed another truth. Hidden by the dense dark mana until now, it hadn't realized there was more than one foe approaching. As the distance closed, a brilliant light mana pierced through the dark clouds like sunlight breaking through a storm. A blinding flash followed, a radiant spear of light launched by a white-robed mage. It couldn't pierce Despia's barrier, but detonated on impact, unleashing a dazzling explosion that blinded the beast. The barrier held, leaving Despia unscathed. The attack lacked the power of the earlier invisible slash. A mere flash, effective for a moment, Despia's sensitivity to air currents made blindness a minor setback, but something was off. The air flows it had always sensed were gone, as if something clung to it, obstructing its perception. Its superior regeneration restored its vision quickly. The blinding light was temporary, a petty trick. Snarling at the clever imitation, Despia opened its eyes to glare at its prey. An endless darkness stretched before it. The advanced spell Lightless world enveloped Despia in a thick, dark fog, swallowing the area in shadow. The unnatural air currents created by the mist disrupted Despia's keen senses, scattering even its mana detection. Trapped in this dark prison, Despia was assaulted from all directions. The cracks in its still-repairing barrier were exploited, strikes hitting its body directly. Despia's agonized scream echoed through the fog. The dark mist's effects reached the ground below. In the blinding darkness, Lillica and Scarlet Wind felt no fear. This overwhelming dark magic could only be Roofus's doing. Despia's screams rang out, and the group, save Lillica, breathed a collective sigh of relief. Roofus had come to their rescue again, averting their annihilation. Roofus gun, can you hear me? Lillica's voice was frantic. Roofus was likely battling Despia in the darkness, but it was no use. This Despia was different from the last loop. Its barrier deflected advanced magic, its wounds healed instantly with unnatural power, and above all, it wielded a sinister, immense mana akin to the darkness god they defeated after a grueling battle. Lillica knew Roofus was strong, but this opponent was too much. The catastrophic damage to Scarlet Wind was her and her family's fault. Sure, Roofus had offered to help cure Iz's illness, but she didn't want him risking his life for them. This was a moment to flee, not fight, but her cries dissolved into the darkness, unanswered by Roofus. With mana detection useless in the fog, she couldn't gauge the situation. Desperate to reach him, Lillica ran toward the sound of Despia's screams. Roofus gun, Roofus. She collided with someone's chest, stumbling into them. A faint, expensive cologne mixed with a hint of coffee stirred a nostalgic feeling. Looking up, even in the near-impenetrable darkness, she could make out his face clearly at this distance. "Quit yelling my name like that. I can hear you." His voice was cool yet warm, his familiar exasperated expression softening the moment. Lillica felt a warmth behind her eyes. "Rukun, did you get taller? Maybe you shrank." "No way, wait, you're joking, right?" Caught up in the moment, they traded light banter, but Lillica shook her head, snapping back to reality. "This isn't the time for this." "Right, give me the situation, make it quick." "Okay, in one word, everyone's badly hurt." "That's vague." "Dannak and Elmany are the worst. Elmany especially, she needs treatment fast or it's really bad. I know it's a lot to ask after you saved us, but do you have any potions, Rukun? You're pretty banged up yourself." Seeing the blood trickling from Lillica's head wound, Roofus sighed, pulling a potion from his coat. He uncorked it and pressed it to her lips. "MMPH. Don't squirm, drink it." "Wait, I can drink it myself." Lillica wriggled free, protesting as he tried to force-feed her the potion. "Geez. So rough. Penalty for not checking in on time." I know I messed up, okay." Roofus turned from Lillica's indignant pout, flicking his fingers to dispel the dark fog. The air cleared, revealing the battered forms of Scarlet Wind. "Roofus-san." Sigil's face lit up, though he was in rough shape himself, cradling an unconscious Iz and unable to move. Nearby, Kay and Hawk supported a gravely injured Dan who couldn't stand. "Roofus-san. Dan's in bad shape, and Elma." "I heard." Roofus tossed a bundle of potions to Sigil, his gaze shifting to Elma. A metal shard, likely from the airship, pierced her from back to side, blood pooling beneath her. Even an untrained eye could see she was in critical condition. It was a clear, fatal wound. She should have been dead already. Her face was pale, and though conscious, she lacked the strength to speak. "Rukun, please, Elmany first. Your potions can fix her, right?" "Right." Roofus shook his head quietly. "A potion won't cut it, you know that." His blunt truth silenced Scarlet Wind. He'd given them enough potions for everyone, but no potion, no matter how high grade, could handle wounds this severe. Potions could close wounds, but couldn't regenerate lost blood or tissue. It was common knowledge, something Lillica and her family understood. They'd clung to faint hope that a noble's top-tier potion might work, but reality crushed such fantasies. Using Shadow Eater to turn her into a familiar might buy time, but after Flugel's precedent, it wasn't a method Roofus wanted to use. "Rukun, isn't there something?" Lillica's pleading voice went unanswered. Roofus approached Elma, who sat motionless and looked down at her silently. Noticing her faint whispers, he knelt, leaning in to hear her barely audible words. "Forget about me, please, save the others." Roofus stood, his expression unreadable. He wasn't the type to get sentimental over something like this. Elma was just another member of Scarlet Wind, someone he barely knew. In this world, a commoner thief's life was worth little. Whether Elma lived or died didn't matter to him. That was his honest truth, which made what he was about to do utterly irrational. "Gods, I must be out of my mind," he muttered, self-mocking. From his coat, he pulled a single magical talisman and activated it over Elma. It was a healing talisman from Eureka, imbued with her most powerful holy magic. A radiant light enveloped Elma, mending her wounds. The metal shard fell away as her flesh knit together, the wound closing in moments. Holy magic, the miracle that defied death. Even the minor scratches from the crash vanished, and Elma was fully healed. No way. Freed from the agony of her fatal wound, Elma's eyes widened. Though not fully recovered due to blood loss, she'd escaped death. "Hell yeah, Roofus-san, that's insane," Sigil whooped, nearly dropping Iz. "Idiot Sigil, Iz is out cold." Hawk snapped, though tears glistened behind his round sunglasses. The others visibly relaxed, tension draining from their shoulders. Lillica tugged gently at Roofus's hem. "Roofus-gun, thank you so much." Overwhelmed, Lillica wiped at her streaming tears, repeating her gratitude. "This debt's gonna cost you, Lillica Skyfield." "I know, I'll pay it back, I swear." Despite his curt reply, Lillica smiled through her tears. Eureka's talisman was a rare treasure, painstakingly crafted and impossible to mass-produce. It was Roofus's insurance for a fatal wound, a literal lifeline. Using it here was madness. And if Eureka found out he'd used it on a girl, she'd never let him hear the end of it. In that moment, Lillica paused, tilting her head. Wait, if you're here, Rokun, what happened to Despia? My companion's keeping it busy. Companion, keeping it busy. Against that Despia, who? Who else but Roofus could face a Despia stronger than the last loop? A sudden gust of wind answered her question, blowing away the dark fog and revealing roiling storm clouds. Howling winds, roaring thunder, and flashes of light illuminated a figure relentlessly hammering Despia with light magic. Lillica's eyes widened, cold sweat beating on her skin. No way, Raymond, why's he here? The second Demon King, a legendary rebel who, with just 5 allies, nearly brought the kingdom to its knees. Once a peerless figure rivaling Roofus, leading the 4 heavenly kings, he was deemed humanity's calamity despite being human. Lillica believed she'd reached an understanding with Roofus. But Raymond? She didn't know him. In the first loop, Roofus had joined the rebellion under Raymond's banner. To walk with Raymond was to court destruction. So why were they together? Confusion and a flicker of wariness crossed Lillica's face, and Roofus shrugged. Don't give me that look. As much as it pains me, I wouldn't have made it in time without that bastard's help. Right, but sorry, never mind. Lillica swallowed the words, I can't trust him, that had risen to her throat. I get why you're wary, Roofus said. But keep an open mind like you did with me. You're good at playing the part, aren't you? Are you still holding a grudge about me lying? I said I'm sorry, but it's Raymond. Is he really okay? Like, does he have memories from the last loop? No sign of that. He doesn't know anything. He's not like you with your past memories or me with my dreams of the future. I'm not doubting you, but what if he's acting like I did? No chance. He's got no reason to play me. Well, fair point. Roofus had rejected Raymond's offer in this loop, unlike the last. Raymond hadn't mentioned it, merely aiming to build a better relationship. If he knew of a doomed future, he'd be taking steps to avoid it, as Roofus had done. As they spoke, a wind slash streaked toward Roofus. Silently, he summoned his dark scythe and countered with a dark slash, neutralizing it. He glared at Raymond, battling Despia in the sky. Hey, watch your stray spells, fight a bit more cleanly. My bad, Raymond called back, standing atop his white bird while unleashing a barrage of light magic. But I'd appreciate you joining in already. Nobody warned me I'd be fighting a monster like this. Despite his words, Raymond showed no signs of struggling against Despia. If anything, he seemed to have the upper hand. But that didn't mean the beast was an easy foe to fell. The white great bird, his summoned beast, and the black great bird, Nyxara, danced through the sky at breakneck speed, harrying Despia while Raymond rained down light magic like a relentless storm. Until moments ago, Despia had been on the receiving end, unable to keep up with their coordinated assault. Now, however, Despia had deployed an omnidirectional magical barrier, so thick that no spell could penetrate it. The only reason it had taken damage earlier was because Roofus's slashes had torn through the barrier before it could fully repair. This impregnable barrier, capable of shrugging off even advanced magic, blocked every one of Raymond's spells, leaving Despia unscathed. Its body, once scorched and ravaged by light magic, had already healed thanks to its absurd regenerative power. Worse still, Despia's wind magic was brutally powerful. Each spell was crude, fueled by sheer mana rather than finesse, but their potency was undeniable. A single direct hit would be catastrophic. Raymond had faced countless magical beasts, but even he had never encountered a monster this ludicrously unfair. It made high-tier spirits or dragon kings look tame by comparison. Summoning lesser beasts against it would be futile, they'd be torn apart in seconds. Roofus, I hate to interrupt your little reunion with the lady, but could you please get up here? This griffin's more than even I can handle. What happened to being the kingdom's strongest? Roofus shot back. You've got more in you than that, don't hold back. I'm here to help you, you know. By the way, this isn't my first time fighting a beast like that griffin. I took one down solo, mind you. If you're calling yourself the kingdom's strongest, you should be able to handle it with ease, but if you really need help, I suppose I could lend a hand. Oh. Raymond's forehead twitched, a vein pulsing. Fine, Roofus, I'll take that obvious bait, but you owe me one. I'll pay you back with interest. Here's a tip while we're at it, I finished mine with forbidden magic. Just a suggestion, mind you, I'm not telling you how to fight. If you can take it down without it, all the better. Hey, interesting. Raymond flashed a belligerent grin, cranking up the intensity of his light magic. In the stormy sky, wind and light clashed, the battle growing fiercer. Roofus smirked, pleased to see Raymond fired up, but Lillica gaped at him, aghast. Rukun, you're not gonna help him? That Despia's on a whole other level compared to last time. I almost feel bad for Raymond. As Lillica began gathering mana, ready to provide support if Roofus wouldn't, he stopped her. Raymond's fine, you need to get everyone out of here now. But we've got potions, and I can at least back him up with magic. I said get out, Roofus snapped. You trying to get everyone killed? Rukun. Roofus's gaze flicked upward, wary, toward the sky where Raymond battled Despia and beyond. Above the roiling storm clouds at the heart of the vortex, something lurked. Hidden by the dark clouds, it was unmistakable. The Sky City Seal Park. Lillica's recent encounters with Devourer and those skilled in mana suppression had sharpened her senses. Mana suppression was ideal for evading detection, but it wasn't perfect. With focus, one could sense faint fluctuations in mana. In the Sky City Seal Park, an unnatural ripple of mana betrayed the presence of someone, or something, concealed by mana suppression. Who or what, Lillica couldn't tell, but it was there. Saintess Fran had warned of a threat greater than the demon whale. Despia was undoubtedly stronger than in the last loop, but Roofus's assessment placed the demon whale above it in raw power. Even accounting for Roofus's elemental disadvantage, Despia's total mana was a half-step below. It was a formidable foe, but not a threat surpassing the demon whale. If Fran's oracle, which had never been wrong, was to be believed, another entity, one greater than the demon whale, lurked here. I'll say it again, Lillica Skyfield. Get out now. If I'm right, this isn't an opponent I can fight while protecting you all. In that instant, a massive hole tore through the swirling storm clouds, revealing clear blue sky. A gust roared and a spear of wind, like a divine lance, hurtled downward. Its target, Lillica. Gate of purification that rejects the living. Roofus unleashed an ancient spell through chantless casting, the ultimate defensive magic, the strongest shield. The wind spear collided with the gate, unleashing a shockwave that reverberated through the air. After a tense stalemate, cracks spiderwebbed across the gate. Roofus's face twisted at the unexpected power. Ridiculous, to damage Lightless's strongest shield without even an elemental advantage. Roofus clicked his tongue, pouring more mana into the gate to bolster its durability. For good measure, he began a follow-up chant. The divide between life and death, the boundary of this world and the next, an immovable gate that never opens, a shadow of death that bars the living. The wind spear clashed with the infernal gate, a true clash of the strongest spear and shield, a fairy tale brought to life. The stalemate felt eternal, but Roofus's tenacity prevailed. The wind spear's power waned and dissipated. The gate shattered into fragments. Roofus had won the magical tug-of-war, but only by a hair. Cold sweat trickled down his cheek. Lillica, knocked to the ground by the shockwave, stared at the hole in the clouds. At the center of the clear sky stood a figure. Pale as a corpse, adorned with a dazzling crown. Long, pointed ears marked them as an elf, a race long extinct. Lillica had no memory of this from the last loop, but the emerald mana radiating from their form was unmistakable. She could never forget it. No way, Demon King Lars. Her voice was thick with bitterness. In Roofus's dream, the first chapter of the story, the Demon King Lars, commander of the four beasts, sought to eradicate humanity. Though their appearance differed, there was no mistaking it. The elven king, Demon King Lars, glared down at Roofus and Lillica. Every move you make is a thorn in my side. The voice, dripping with venom, was far from human. Even now, why save that girl? She's one of those who killed you, isn't she, Shadow Wolf Roofus? Roofus's brow furrowed at Lars's irritated words. Don't call me by that tacky nickname, that's a loser's title. And if you know it, you must have memories from the last loop. An entity moving differently from the future he'd seen in his dreams. This enhanced Despia, with its demon whale-like regeneration and emerald mana, pointed to one truth. Lars was the master of the demon whale, the one who'd cursed Roofus. In other words, Lars was his enemy. You thought you could curse me and get away with it. You'll pay for that with your life, Demon King. A curse? What are you? Roofus didn't wait for Lars to finish. He unleashed his dark scythe at full power, a torrent of darkness that turned the blue sky to night, swallowing Lars whole. Section. As the wind spear from the heavens clashed with the massive dark gate, a new battle erupted, triggered by the arrival of a mysterious figure. An elf with the bearing of a king, pitted against Roofus. Amid this spectacle, Raymond loosed a massive spear of light at the giant griffin, Despia, as Roofus called it, only for it to be blocked by the beast's thick barrier. Dodging a retaliatory wind slash, Raymond's focus shifted to the battle between Roofus and the elven king. No mana signature, mana suppression, Roofus noticed it. That's why he held back on helping me. He'd thought it odd that Roofus was so insistent on leaving Despia to him. It seemed Roofus had been wary of the enemy lurking above. Detecting mana suppression, which evades mana detection, that was absurdly outlandish. Raymond's interest in Roofus deepened. He'd known Roofus was exceptional, with near-limitless mana and high-level skills across the board, but this was beyond expectation. Among those Raymond knew, Anagelt, one of his chosen allies, had the most advanced magical technique, bordering on inhuman. But Roofus's skill seemed to rival hers. He was indispensable for uniting the world. Conversely, as an enemy, he'd be an unparalleled obstacle. For now, they were business partners at best. Raymond called him a friend, but Roofus hadn't fully opened up. Still, this time, Raymond had earned a debt. He'd secured Roofus's word. If he could defeat Despia cleanly and aid Roofus, he'd gain even more favor. The problem is that impregnable magical barrier. No attack could harm Despia without breaching it. He'd hoped sustained assaults might wear it down, but there was no sign of weakening. Maintaining a barrier of this caliber should consume immense mana, yet Despia showed no signs of depletion. A vast mana pool meant vast natural mana regeneration. If Despia's mana wasn't decreasing, its regeneration outpaced the barrier's upkeep. By Raymond's estimate, Despia's mana rivaled Roofus's, an absurd amount, making mana depletion unlikely. It was a formidable threat, but its intelligence seemed limited, akin to a beast, or rather, exactly what you'd expect from a griffin. There were ways to deal with it. How about a chat griffin? Circumstances put us at odds, but I don't want to kill you. If you back off, there's no need to fight. Raymond called out to Despia. A trait of the Gallian bloodline allowed him to commune with magical beasts, a unique ability. Words were merely a medium. Beasts didn't need to understand language. Raymond's words resonated directly with their hearts. Thus, even Despia, incapable of speech, could understand him. And through its roars and cries, Raymond could discern its intent. This heart-to-heart dialogue, beyond language, was Raymond's power, the reason he'd gained the cooperation of countless beasts. But Despia didn't respond. It merely growled, "I am the king of the skies." It won't talk, that's a first. Raymond had met and conversed with many beasts, but never one that repeated the same phrase like a mantra, as if deranged. I am the king of the skies, not mere pride, but an obsession. If it wouldn't talk, there was no choice but to defeat it. But how to breach that impregnable barrier? As Raymond pondered, Despia spread its wings. It raised them skyward in a distinctive stance, the prelude to the massive technique Roofus had interrupted earlier. In the story, it was called Downburst Canopy, a spell that compressed air and slammed it into the ground. Though Raymond was seeing it for the first time, he deduced from the mana flow that it was a wide-range wind magic. He glanced at the ground. Lillica was leading Scarlet Wind away, but at their pace, they wouldn't escape in time. Sky pirates riding a rare airship, treasure hunters in name only, wanted criminals on bounty lists. And yet, Roofus had saved them. Raymond couldn't abandon them. What a hassle. That's another debt, Roofus. From atop the white great bird, Raymond dissolved into particles of light, vanishing. In the next instant, he reappeared before Despia in a flash of radiance. Despia's eyes widened in shock at Raymond's sudden appearance, a fleeting moment of tension delaying the downward sweep of its wings by a mere heartbeat. Raymond flashed a fearless grin. In the kingdom, defensive magic ain't exactly cutting edge. Teleportation magic Luciform move, that's your answer, pal. With a snap of his fingers, countless magic circles unfurled inside the barrier. An instant later, a barrage of radiant spears pierced Despia from every direction. A scream, raw with shock and agony, tore from Despia's throat. No matter how sturdy its defenses, they meant nothing when attacked from within. In the kingdom, high-level mages often wield teleportation magic in battle. It's a logical tactic for dismantling even the toughest defenses, hardly a rare strategy. Yet the fact that Despia fell for it so easily spoke volumes about its lack of combat experience. Well, if you'd gone down from that, you'd just be another monster, Raymond muttered. Despia's body, skewered by the radiant spears from all sides, regenerated in the blink of an eye. With a venomous glare at Raymond, it unleashed a storm of slashing winds within the barrier. Raymond vanished in a shimmer of light particles, teleporting outside the barrier to dodge the attack. Still, he remained unfazed, exuding confidence. Despia's magic and near-immortal regeneration were threats, sure, but that was it. Yet something about this creature nagged at Raymond, a sense of wrongness. Power that doesn't match its low cunning, barely any combat experience to speak of. It didn't grow into this strength naturally, it's patchwork, too extraordinary for a mere mutation. Either it gained this power through some external factor, or it was given. If it was given, then by whom? Come to think of it, Roofus hadn't seemed surprised by this freakishly powerful entity. In fact, he'd carried an air of knowing more than he let on. Like he was showing off something interesting when he slashed Despia with the Reaper's scythe. Looking back, it felt like a demonstration, as if to flaunt Despia's absurd regeneration. Roofus had mentioned fighting similar creatures, and the one who defeated them, forbidden magic, sounded like nonsense, but maybe it's more practical than killing it over and over until its magic runs dry. Forbidden magic, spells outlawed across the kingdom. Their use is banned because their power could annihilate nations, perhaps even humanity itself. 3 such spells exist, though one was lost long ago, leaving only 2 in existence. One is held by the Lightless family, the other by the royal family. As a duke and a descendant of royalty, Raymond can wield one of the remaining forbidden magic spells, but casting it requires time, including a lengthy incantation. Against an immortal like Despia, buying that time is no small feat. Even with the aid of his summoned beasts, the white and black great birds, nix-a-la, it'd be tough. To cast forbidden magic, he'd need something capable of holding Despia at bay. Ordinary summoned beasts wouldn't cut it against this creature. So, what to do? Simple. Call forth the greatest of his contracted summons, the strongest among his many beasts. A summon gate. A golden magic circle flared into existence against the overcast sky. A variant of teleportation magic, it formed a gate connecting this world to another, a conduit for summoning beasts. Roofus's Shadow Eater is a unique spell passed down in the Lightless family. This summoning magic, however, is the signature of the Gallian family. It's one of the elements that makes Raymond unmatched. He can commune with magical beasts, forge alliances, and gain their aid. In theory, he could amass an army of otherworldly creatures. No beast emerged from the magic circle. Instead, the cloudy sky darkened further, transforming into ominous storm clouds crackling with thunder. A grave voice rumbled from within. "Rare of you to call on me, Raymond. Yeah, I need your strength. I'm prepping a spell to take that thing down, so I need you to buy me some time. HMPH, you task me with such grunt work." Though invisible, the voice dripped with clear irritation. Raymond merely shrugged, unfazed. "Sorry, pal, it's a bit of a tricky foe. For you to say that, it must be quite the adversary." Both spoke with an air of calm, utterly devoid of urgency. To Despia, this nonchalance was infuriating. How could they be so composed before it, the king of the skies? Did they think a bit of teleportation magic made them superior? Don't mock me. With a surge of fury, Despia unleashed a massive blade of wind aimed at Raymond. But the attack was swallowed by a torrent of golden lightning descending from the storm clouds. Golden lightning, the same kind Valm wielded, but far more potent than ordinary thunder. Despia's all-out strike wasn't dodged, it was overpowered. Stunned, it gaped in disbelief. The interruption drew the attention of the unseen summoned beast within the clouds toward Despia. "Who gave you permission to disrupt my conversation with Raymond, fledgling?" The voice, laced with irritation, thundered from the clouds. Immediately, countless bolts of golden lightning rained down on Despia. The thick magical barrier blocked the onslaught, but each successive strike strained it until a hole finally tore open. The golden lightning pierced Despia's body. HMPH, pathetic. You spoke of buying time, Raymond, but this is over. To think you'd call me for such a trivial foe. The beast grumbled from within the clouds, but Raymond only chuckled. Just keep watching. Bathed in countless bolts of golden lightning, Despia's blackened, charred form still clung to consciousness. Pain coursed through it, but the excessive regeneration forced upon its body wouldn't allow it to faint. It faced a superior foe, no question, yet its unyielding, death-defying body fueled its resolve. With a roar, Despia's fighting spirit surged. Its lightning-scorched body regenerated in an instant, its jade-green eyes glaring into the storm clouds. To the summoned beast lurking within, Despia was unmistakably inferior. Its defiant roar was no more threatening than a fledgling's chirp. Yet there was something familiar about its magic. This sinister magic, could it be a relic of Illa? The beast's voice carried a hint of dread. Raymond tilted his head. Illa, you know something. No, a tale ended 1,000 years ago. No need to dredge it up. Likely some ancient sealed entity reawakened. 1,000 years, I'm not following. Are you saying this griffin was sealed? Care to elaborate? I don't care for old tales. Especially pointless ones. Ignoring Raymond's probing, the beast unleashed a barrage of lightning on Despia. The bolts struck at over 200 kilometers per second, too fast to evade or even react to. The barrier shattered with no time to repair it. No defense could hold, no escape was possible. Despia endured the lightning, screaming in agony, but it didn't die. The jade-green magic overflowing from within refused to let it. Raymond, I'll buy your time as requested. I don't enjoy toying with prey. If you're going to kill it, do it quickly. Got it, thanks. Urged by the beast, Raymond began preparing forbidden magic. High above the storm clouds, near the edge of the atmosphere, a massive pure white magic circle materialized. Despia was a griffin born larger than its kin, undefeated in battle. It had annihilated countless griffin flocks and even felled dragonkind. Through such feats, it reached a floating island in the sky, cloaked in potent magic and drifting amidst thunderclouds. It was like a masterless castle, a fitting nest for a king like itself. There, Despia heard the voice of the heavens. It offered power in exchange for guarding the castle. From that day, Despia became the king of the skies, a title bestowed upon the lord of that skyborn fortress. It reveled in the glory and mercilessly struck down any who approached, until it crossed paths with a dragon's tail. Section. Blessed by a renowned god, trained to become a divine beast, it had drifted through the skies with storm clouds for 1,000 years. No challengers came as they once did. It wandered the winds, occasionally hurling lightning to the ground below, sometimes as calamity, sometimes revered as a deity. The days were long and tedious. Then, audaciously, a human named Raymond proposed friendship as an equal. After a fierce battle ending in a draw, the human alleviated its boredom, and as thanks, it accepted his request. For the fleeting span of a human's life, serving as a companion wasn't a bad way to pass the time. Now, for the first time, Raymond called upon it. Expecting a formidable foe, it found only a fledgling with oversized power and no real combat experience, a relic of the past, a pitiful stain clinging to the world. Toying with it wasn't its style, but if it served Raymond's purpose, it would show mercy by striking with lightning. Despite enduring countless bolts, Despia refused to lose its will to fight, even amidst unending pain. It had never faced an equal or superior foe, hence its inexperience. But now, facing an undeniable superior, battered relentlessly, enduring lightning and regeneration in an endless cycle, it was beginning to adapt to the pain. This was the acquisition of resilience. Its body, once paralyzed by electrocution, was growing accustomed, regaining mobility through regeneration. Enduring thousands of lightning strikes, Despia spread one wing, its magic surging. No matter how much it was beaten, it was immortal. The strongest would triumph in the end. To prove it, Despia roared, "I am the king of the skies, the immortal, mightiest of all. With the power granted by the voice of the heavens, I'll kill you." Its roar was a beastly cry, not quite language, yet akin to the tongue of spirits. The surrounding winds swirled in resonance. This was the open sky, Despia's domain. The air itself was its ally. The wind's density sharpened, transforming the atmosphere into a vacuum blade capable of slicing through all creation. Honed thinner and sharper still, at its peak, Despia swung its wing. A vacuum blade shot skyward. It effortlessly cleaved through the barrage of lightning, splitting the thick storm clouds in two. Through the gap, the summoned beast's form was revealed. A serpentine body, clad in golden scales. Wingless, it drifted in the sky, a golden dragon, its scales guarded by dense lightning magic. Yet those scales were cut, a gash etched into its body. This was Despia's technique, Gust Front. Once merely a powerful wind slash, now enhanced by jade-green magic, it could slice through a divine beast that had lived 1,000 years. An overwhelming superior, yet this battle had pushed Despia to new heights. The one-sided fight was over. Its attacks could now land, and in the end, it would win. Sensing its own ascension, Despia let out a triumphant roar, proclaiming itself the king of the skies. But then, it froze. The gash it had carved into the golden dragon's body sealed shut, as if time itself had rewound. Excessive regeneration, the same power granted by the voice of the heavens that made Despia the mightiest. Why? How could its unique power be here? Stunned, Despia's mind reeled. The golden dragon gazed down with cold indifference. What's with that face? Shocked, are you? Did you think that was your special magic, fledgling? The dragon snorted in disdain. You keep calling yourself the king of the skies. Do you even know who that title belongs to or what it means? It was the name of my long-dead rival. A name far too great for the likes of you. But if you dare claim it, I'll show no mercy. Bear the weight of that name and die, divine Thunder Vajra. A torrent of golden lightning erupted from the golden dragon's maw, its density far surpassing anything before. The colossal bolt, as if weaving together 1,000 strikes, evoked Valm's grand spell, Mjolnir's unified thunder. With a cataclysmic shock and a deafening roar, the golden lightning rained from the heavens, engulfing Despia, gouging the earth, and carving a bottomless chasm into a corner of the mountain range. The golden radiance lasted but a moment. Hurled to the pit's depths, Despia crouched, yet still clung to life. No, its excessive regeneration forced it to live. This wasn't over. No matter how stark the power gap, as an immortal, Despia could keep growing. With growth, it would one day reach this golden dragon, and surpass it, casting it to the ground as it had been, forcing it to taste bitter defeat. With that resolve, Despia raised its head, glaring at the sky. That enough. Like I said, I don't enjoy toying with prey. Plenty, thanks to you, the prep and incantation are done. Despia couldn't grasp what their exchange meant, but it sensed an ominous shift in the air. A creeping dread took hold, as if the atmosphere itself, the very wind, were fleeing. Then, Despia noticed the sunlight bathing it from above. Strange. The sun shouldn't be in that position. Something was wrong. The sun was approaching. Impossible. The sun couldn't fall. Forbidden magic, white judgment. Raymond's murmur carried the weight of a death sentence. Despia's keen senses screamed a dire warning. Every feather stood on end, its legs froze, and its body trembled. It realized this wasn't the sun. This white flame could surely annihilate even gods. Despia's consciousness ended there. Section, dark slashes tore through the overcast sky. Dodging and parrying them, the crowned elf king, demon king Lars, swung a battle axe as tall as himself. The axe clashed with a dark scythe, locking Lars and Roofus in a midair struggle. Shadow Wolf, no, Roofus, just hear me out first. I'm not your enemy. You blast magic at me, and then ask me to listen. That was aimed at Lillica Skyfield, not you. I had no intent to cross you. Don't care. Whatever your intent, you're still cursing me, aren't you? I keep telling you, I know nothing about any curse. Just listen for a second. No need to hear you out. Why won't you even try to understand? Roofus kicked off a dark arm he'd conjured as a foothold, leaping to swing his dark scythe at Lars. Lars met it with his axe. Close quarters combat, especially aerial, wasn't Roofus's forte. His opponent was Lars, somehow different from the figure in the stories. An ancient elf long extinct, wielding wind magic. For a wind mage, the skies were home turf. For Roofus, it was like diving headfirst into the enemy's lair. Yet despite the disadvantage, Roofus chose this approach. The reason was simple: the storm spear Lars had unleashed earlier. Its power was staggering, a true pinnacle of offense. Roofus's proudest defense, gate of purification that repels the living, had blocked it, but a single strike nearly shattered the gate. That gate was supposed to be unbreakable. It had fallen once to the demon whale's incandescent beam, but that was due to elemental disadvantage. Without such a weakness, it could withstand 1,000 high-level spells without a scratch. That was the perfection of Gate of Purification, or so Roofus believed. Yet a single wind spell, with no elemental edge, had pushed it to its limit. Lars's storm spear was so potent, no existing defense could stop it. He couldn't let Lars fire another. A spell that devastating would destroy its caster with its own shockwave if used at close range. Hence the close quarters fight. Roofus stayed near Lars, maintaining just enough distance to keep attacking, denying him the space to cast. The clash of scythe and axe grew ferocious, but gradually Lars was losing ground. His elven face twisted in frustration. This body is that of a past hero, how can you fight it so fiercely? Where did you learn such close combat skill? Roofus was already a master swordsman, on par with active knights. He couldn't match Valm, the spear prodigy, but he could hold his own for a few exchanges single-handedly. Now, with his magical prosthetic arm, he could fight two-handed. And with the scythe, his talent had earned the approval of Carlos, the former sword saint. People think I'm weak in close combat, huh? Funny, considering we've never met before. Roofus paused, frowning. Right, Roofus and Lars had no prior acquaintance. Roofus knew of Lars from the story, dreams he'd seen, but Lars knowing him was odd. Lars had called him Shadow Wolf. If Lars, like Lillica, retained memories from the previous cycle, knowing the title Shadow Wolf didn't align with the timeline. Demon King Lars was defeated by Abel's forces in the story's first chapter. Roofus was called Shadow Wolf only in the second chapter, after Raymond's rebellion as the second Demon King. Why? Could Lars, like Roofus, have seen the story's future in dreams, not memories? Lillica, an apostle of the six gods, lived a second cycle with retained memories. Roofus's knowledge came differently, through visions. What separated him from Lillica? What did he share with Lars? The answer came quickly. Their commonality, they were villains in the story. A premonition flickered in Roofus's mind, slowing his scythe's swing. Seizing the opening, Lars deflected the dark scythe with his axe, pushing Roofus back. Cursing his lapse, Roofus summoned another dark arm to leap forward and close the gap, then froze. Lars wasn't pursuing or preparing a spell. He'd lowered his axe, as if signaling a lack of hostility. I told you, I'm not your enemy. We're the same, Roofus. The same. Seeing Roofus lower his blade, even momentarily, Lars shrugged, as if relieved he was finally listening. You've seen it too, haven't you? The story's dreams. So have I. I saw my future slaughtered. A sharp mind like yours should understand, Roofus. I'm not the one you should fight. You saw those dreams too. Over and over, millions of deaths. Millions. Lars frowned briefly but nodded, as if piecing it together. I see. That explains it. That reaction, you haven't seen them. Not those, no, but I understand now. You're truly one of us. Hi. The reason you saved Lillica Skyfield, your sworn enemy, an ally of Abel's, wasn't it because she told you, Roofus is an apostle of the six gods, we're allies? She had indeed said that. Lars smiled, shaking his head. She's mistaken. Roofus, you're my kin, call it an apostle of the darkness god. Roofus's eyes widened. I'm not an apostle of the six gods, but of the darkness god. Exactly, like me. Chosen by the darkness god. We're kin allies and our enemies. Lars pointed to the ground, where Lillica was retreating with scarlet wind. Roofus followed his gaze. The apostles of the six gods. Precisely. I'll say it again, we've no reason to fight. Our enemy is over there, Lillica Skyfield. Got it. It made sense, more than Lillica's claim that he was an apostle of the six gods. In the story, the six gods sided with Abel's heroes, defeating Raymond, the second demon king, and Roofus, one of his 4 heavenly kings. Simply put, Roofus and the six gods were enemies. The gods' motives were unclear, but choosing Roofus as an apostle made no sense. Lillica claimed the dark god, one of the 6, had chosen Roofus, but that was just her assumption. Note: the dark god and the darkness god are 2 different gods. Only the dark god is part of the 6 elemental gods. She'd said that after the first cycle ended, the wind god appeared, and time rewound. Roofus had no such experience. If this difference stemmed from their allegiances, 6 gods versus darkness god, it added up. Lars, an apostle of the darkness god, claimed to have seen the story's dreams, like Roofus. Both, as villains, were chosen as apostles by the darkness god, the story's final chapter's mastermind. Lillica called me an apostle of the 6 gods. I can't just swallow your words. True, she did save your life. Softened by sentiment? That's unlike you. But there's only one truth. You're sharp, among humans, exceptional. You've already pieced it together. The dreams of the story, the nightmares of countless deaths, they came from the darkness god. No mistake. Lars's lips curled. None, you're no apostle of the 6 gods, you're an apostle of the darkness god. Come, let's fight together against the 6 gods and their pawns. Lars extended a hand, his voice sweet and stirring. Roofus might have taken it before the dreams. Then, a blinding light erupted from behind. White flames poured from the sky to the ground, their magical aura chilling even Roofus. It was unmistakably Raymond's forbidden magic, the ancient royal spell, White Judgment. It seemed Raymond had followed Roofus's advice, finishing Despia with forbidden magic. Roofus smirked. HMPH went all out, didn't he? Despia, do you know how much effort went into crafting that? Why'd you even bring Raymond? Lars's refined elven face twisted bitterly, and he let out a heavy sigh. Well, uniting with you, my kin, makes it a necessary sacrifice. Explain it to Raymond, will you? He'll listen to you. Explain what exactly? You're mistaken, Lars. Mistaken. Not that I mind Raymond's forbidden magic, but since I left Despia to him, I can't waste time chattering here. Huh. Roofus, wait, let's talk. We've talked enough. Time to get flashy, Demon King Lars, the abyss darker than darkness. From the ground to the heavens, a massive maw of darkness opened, rising swiftly. The spell's formation was deep underground, beyond Lars's awareness. Lars was swallowed before he could escape. Section. A storm spear pierced the heavens, and the colossal darkness, abyss, ruptured from within. Roofus's surprise attack succeeded, yet Lars stood there, unscathed, his face twisted with irritation. What's the meaning of this? Didn't I say we're allies? You called me your kin, an ally of the darkness god's camp. That gives me chills. Without incantation, Roofus conjured the Reaper's scythe in his hand, aiming its blade at Lars. Don't get it twisted. I decide who's friend or foe. Not you. You'd side with the 6 gods. The darkness god, the 6 gods, I couldn't care less about your squabbles. But I understand this. You showed me nightmares, trying to use me as a pawn. Abel and his lot killed you. Don't misdirect your hatred. That's the fate of the loser who rebelled, Shadow Wolf's karma. What my future self did means nothing to me now. But those who showed an innocent man nightmares, trying to make him a tool, they're the real culprits, the ones I despise most. You think you can make an enemy of me and walk away. Those nightmares gave you a chance to change your doomed future, didn't they? I've nearly died countless times, driven by hatred and a desire to change fate. I overcame that with my strength. For you to claim credit for it, that's beyond arrogant. Heavens! Deeming further talk pointless, Lars raised his axe, his wind magic surging explosively. Then a lethal slash severed both his arms. The storm spear, the spell Roofus most feared, wouldn't be ignored, not even its faintest sign. No matter how powerful, a spell uncast is nothing. Lars, now one-armed, faltered. Roofus seized the moment, kicking off a dark arm to close the distance in a single bound, swinging his scythe. But Lars instantly regenerated his arms, summoning a new axe and readying his stance. Regeneration, as expected. But the high-speed regeneration wielded by the demon whale and Despia. The battle axe, a magical weapon forged of mana. Yet no defensive stance, no matter how swift, could stop the deathly scythe's excessive sharpness. The scythe met the axe. No clash resounded as the axe's haft was sliced through, cleaving Lars's body in two. Lars's excessive regeneration healed the wound before his body could fully split. But Roofus, wielding the scythe of death, stood before him. Roofus had faced countless foes with near-immortal regeneration. Through those battles, he devised ways to kill the unkillable. The demon whale fell. Despia perished before forbidden magic. The key to breaking such regeneration was overwhelming firepower surpassing its speed or killing faster than it could heal. Igni, seize him. At Roofus's command, a massive skeletal arm emerged from within his coat. The familiar Duke of Will-O-Wisps, Igni's corona, clutching Lars in its grip. What a familiar! Lars's shock was palpable. Roofus's lips curled as he issued his next order. Burn. Go, Gladiator. Merciless black flames engulfed Lars. Fueled by Roofus's abundant mana, the dark fire burned hotter, fiercer. Lars, pinned by the vice-like grip, couldn't move or escape. His excessive regeneration prevented his body from burning to ash, but the flames charred him as fast as he healed. Death wouldn't come quickly, but his mana was steadily draining. If it ran dry, regeneration would fail and death would follow. It was the ultimate brute force counter to immortality. For Lars, this was the first time his regeneration had been so thoroughly overwhelmed. Yet Lars was the Demon King. Sealed a millennium ago, he'd returned as humanity's calamity. If he could be felled so easily, he'd never have been sealed in the first place. A mere teenager's whim wouldn't kill a being bearing the title of Demon King. The black flames enveloping Lars vanished without warning. Ha! Roofus hadn't ordered the flames to stop. The skeletal arm of Igni's corona, still gripping Lars, pulsed with mana to keep the fire burning. But the mana vanished before it could manifest as flame. Why, Lars, his charred skin fully regenerated, answered with a fearless grin. Burning me alive? That's harsh, but it was a good move. To think, in an age where magic has waned, someone could strategize against Revolve. Impressive, Roofus. Revolve, likely referring to his excessive regeneration. Roofus thought, frowning. What did you do? Did's know I'm doing it ongoing right now. Lars gently touched the skeletal arm restraining him. Instantly, it began siphoning mana at a terrifying rate. The mana of Igni's corona, Roofus's familiar, his own mana. Release him, Igni. At Roofus's urgent command, the skeletal arm let go, freeing Lars. Replenished my mana nicely. This body's quite convenient. Lars smirked. Mana absorption, Roofus knew that skill. It was a unique ability of ghost-type creatures. Mana drain, how do you have a ghost skill? I told you, this body is a heroic spirit, a ghost, a legend from 1,000 years ago. A ghost. But it's physical, no, a physical ghost, crystal ghost from the Sky City. Bingo. Crystal ghost, the very reason Scarlet Wind sought the Sky City. To cure Izu's illness, they needed a physical ghost as a familiar. But this crystal ghost was clearly different from the one in the story. No individual this powerful had appeared there. No such thing existed in the story. The story unfolded from Abel's perspective. He didn't see everything in this world. As he spoke, Lars summoned a new battle axe. I'd love a do-over, but honestly, there's no point in us fighting when you're not even my enemy. But he continued, I had high hopes for you. As an ally, you'd have been invaluable. Your defeat in the story, that was just you not reaching your true potential. Fact is, you took down my greatest creation, feels like a brutal betrayal. You made me an ally in your head, and now I'm a traitor. I know I'm selfish. So this, purely out of spite. Lars spread his arms, as if shedding strength, and jade-green mana poured from him. Roofus raised his dark scythe, on guard, but no spell formed. It was as if the jade mana was draining from the Elf King's body. Roofus, brow furrowed in suspicion, kept his guard up. Lars laughed. I told you, this body's a heroic spirit, just a borrowed vessel for me. Now I'm returning it to its original owner. They'll handle it better, it's their body after all. As if reminiscing, Lars spoke with pride. 1,000 years ago, you kingdom folk call it the age of myth in six gods doctrine. Unlike now, gods roamed freely. This body belonged to a hero who ruled the skies, outshining those gods. In six gods doctrine, the kingdom's state religion, history tells of the kingdom's founding. 1,000 years ago, the six gods defeated the darkness god that sought to destroy the world, and survivors of all races united to form the kingdom. To kingdom folk, 1,000 years ago was the mythic era before the kingdom's birth. And this elf king's body, Lars claimed, belonged to a hero of that age. A tall tale, yet the body exuded an overwhelming presence that silenced doubt. King of the elf nation, the Sky City Seal Park, Godslayer hero King of the Skies, Baldur Lasil. A ghost for a millennium, degraded by time, but a minor issue. I've boosted its base abilities to their prime with my mana. Honestly, Roofus, losing a kin like you here is a shame. But if you're truly chosen by our master like me, a bit of spite won't kill you, right? As he spoke, the jade mana continued to drain. From Lars's tone, it seemed that once it fully dissipated, this mythic hero would awaken. Roofus didn't wait for Lars to finish. Brandishing his dark scythe, he lunged. It wasn't awe for the elf king, but Roofus wasn't fool enough to wait politely. If long-range magic was absorbed by mana drain, he'd strike directly with his scythe. The blade was stopped by a thick magical barrier just before reaching Lars. A barrier as robust as those used by the demon whale, Despia, or Roofus himself, sturdier than any ordinary defense. Nice barrier, huh? One of my designs. I'd say it's the pinnacle of magical barriers, though I must tip my hat to you for replicating it so well. Truly, it's a waste to leave you human. With a hint of regret, Lars smiled at Roofus. One piece of advice. Baldur doesn't take kindly to humans. He won't let you escape. If you want to survive, fight, and win, good luck. With those final words, the jade mana fully drained from the elf king's body. The jade-green eyes turned crimson, and the deathly pale skin regained a flush of life. The elf king, Baldur, fixed a piercing gaze on Roofus. Who, human, black hair. His murky eyes locked onto Roofus, his head tilting like a broken doll. A black one. Baldur spoke in an ancient tongue. Roofus, familiar with it, could catch simple words. Black one, was Baldur referring to his dark attire, his black hair, or something deeper? Most ghostly creatures were mentally unstable, often reduced to growls, rarely speaking meaningfully. Words implied retained rationality. Perhaps, in the ancient tongue, they could communicate. Then a dense, deathly killing intent hit Roofus. My daughter, return my beloved daughter. A scream-like roar erupted from Baldur, a sharp wave of mana tearing through the air. Roofus's instincts screamed. This was the threat Fran's oracle had foretold, greater than the demon whale. The mythic hero, king of the skies, Baldur Lasil, and likely his greatest foe yet. Chapter 2, The Heroic Spirit of the Divine Age. Sky King Baldur. According to Lars, this is the ghost of a legendary hero from 1,000 years ago, a god-slaying champion. Though it was spouting ancient tongues, its frenzied, emotionally charged outbursts suggested the chaotic state typical of a ghost. No coherence, just raw passion. That devastating spell Lars unleashed earlier, the Storm Spear, originated from this Baldur. If it can still wield such power even after Lars' possession, or whatever that was has ended, it's a terrifying threat. Either way, with mana drain in its arsenal, the only option is to close the distance and prevent it from firing off long-range magic. Fortunately, Baldur's too busy screaming its head off to notice its openings. Plenty of time to switch weapons from the dark scythe to the Reaper's Scythe of the Death. This death-dealing scythe laughs at magical barriers. They're no more than paper walls. Even if it doesn't finish the job, Roofus could keep slashing faster than Baldur's regeneration, just like he did with that Allron back in the first tomb. A threat surpassing the demon whale. But when Roofus fought that beast, he was barely seasoned, a greenhorn in combat. He took some nasty wounds back then. Not anymore. The demon whale, the mysterious Allron, the red cap, Valm, the voracious leopard, each battle forged Roofus into a warrior without a single chink in his armor. Boundless mana reserves. Masterful spellcraft to wield them. Adaptability against the mightiest foes and the sharp instincts to never underestimate an opponent. Roofus' current strength might just rival the 4 heavenly kings of legend, maybe even surpass the Shadow Wolf. Hell, he could probably claim the title of the kingdom's strongest mage at this point. Roofus plants his feet on the dark hand platform, launching toward Baldur in a single, fluid leap. He swings the death-dealing scythe, aiming for the heart, a precise, undefendable strike to a vital point. His mana flows smoothly, his movements razor-sharp and graceful. It's perfect, a lethal blow against a wide-open Baldur. Got him, Roofus is certain. But in the next instant, his scythe is spinning through the air. He doesn't know what happened. The fact is, in a split second, his weapon was knocked from his grip. And there's Baldur, staring down at a staggered Roofus with cold, calculating eyes. Gone is the crazed, clouded gaze from before, replaced by something unnervingly rational. You are not the one. The next moment, Roofus is sent flying. Battle axe, wind magic? He can't tell. His magical barrier, hardened to its maximum, takes the hit, sparing him any wounds. But he can't deflect the impact. The force sends him and his barrier hurtling backward. The scenery blurs past at breakneck speed, unrelenting. It only stops when he's caught in a cradle of jet-black feathers. His head spins, consciousness fading, but he realizes he's atop the back of a massive black bird. Nix Ara. Chichichi, the high-ranking dark spirit, Nyxera, chirps with worry. Roofus shakes his head and pulls himself upright. Balder is far off now, barely visible. To think one blow sent him this far. Roofus lets out a dry, bitter laugh. He's counted among the strongest, no question. But that's only in this era. The strongest exist in every age. And back in the Divine Age, a hero like Balder was on a whole different level. That exchange made it crystal clear. Balder stands far above him, untouchable no matter how much he struggles. Godslayer, a term that sounds like exaggeration, but Balder has the raw power to back it up. The elven king who ruled the skies over gods in an era long past. This is the age of humans now. Gods are gone, and countless demi-human races, like the elves, have long since vanished. Humans rule the world. But the strongest of this era? Just a big frog in a small pond. A slightly tougher weakling lording over the feeble. Balder's cold, condescending stare seems to say as much, and it cuts deep into Roofus' pride. Interesting. Sky King, or whatever you are, I'll drag you down to the dirt and grind you into the mud. Roofus isn't built for aerial combat. And up here in the heavens, the wind-wielding Sky King Balder has the home field advantage. But luck's on his side, he's got a high-mobility spirit right here. Facing an opponent like this, clinging to some prideful notion of fighting solo, is a losing game. Roofus points the blade of the Reaper's scythe of the death at Balder and calls out to Nyxera. "We're gonna knock that thing out of the sky. Lend me a hand, Nyx." Nyxera lets out a joyous cry, thrilled to be relied upon, especially to be called by its affectionate nickname. With a flap of its obsidian wings, it carves a dark trail through the sky. Nyxera's top speed breaks the sound barrier, triggering a sonic boom as it rockets toward Balder. Speed is power. Balder dodges the death-dealing scythe, swung at supersonic velocity, with minimal movement. Roofus clicks his tongue, dodging sound speed like it's nothing, and deploys a barrage of dark magic arrays, unleashing a storm of black projectiles from all directions. Balder weaves through the onslaught with precise, minimal movements, occasionally parrying with its battle axe, effortlessly handling the entire barrage. Its refined movements are like a dance in the heavens. Technique so masterful it transcends humanity. Hard to believe this is the work of a mindless ghost. Balder tilts its head, almost bored. Pathetic. HMPH, that's so. Then try dodging this, you dusty relic. The magical barrage was just a feint, a distraction. The real attack comes now. Roofus activates his spell. No, not activates, reboots. Dark particles floating in the air converge, growing darker, forming a shape. It's Abyss, the spell Lars shattered earlier. At its core, it's not just darkness, but a massive, intricately woven cluster of magical formulas. Even if scattered, the formulas don't vanish. These unused formulas, spun by Roofus mana, are his to command. With a single thought, Tartaros can be revived over and over. A massive, rounded silhouette reminiscent of a giant catfish forms from the darkness. Balder's eyes widen at the sight, and for the first time, it assumes a defensive stance. It instinctively senses the danger. Tartaros opens its massive maw and unleashes a jet-black breath with no delay. Countless woven formulas, visible to the naked eye, can be repurposed into any dark magic. As long as these inexhaustible formulas remain, Tartaros can fire dark magic endlessly. No limits, no cooldowns. The darkness deeper than the abyss, Tartaros Roofus created isn't just for swallowing and slaying foes. It's a preemptive cast for time-intensive spells, a repository of magical formulas. Its breath is like overturning a bucket brimming with water. No gaps like a mere magical barrage. Countless spells overlap seamlessly, a true breath attack. Wide-ranging, inescapable. The ultimate individual overwhelmed by sheer numbers, swallowed by the crushing violence of mass. Facing it, Balder raises its battle axe, channeling mana. The axe's blades vanish, transforming into a throwing spear. But in that instant, its spear-wielding arm is severed. 2, 3 invisible slashes follow, cleaving Baldur's body in half. I know the power of that spear. Did you think I'd let you fire it? Roofus grins, swinging the death-dealing scythe. Before Baldur can regenerate, it's engulfed by the dark torrent. Section. Did I get it? Riding Nyxara, Roofus peers from a distance. The breath has ended. Tartaros, having exhausted its formulas, dissipates into mist. Taking that many spells head-on, it wouldn't be surprising if not a single scrap of flesh remained. But Roofus stays on guard. Just in case it survives, he grips anew the Reaper's Scythe of the Death and prepares to summon another darkness deeper than the abyss, Tartaros. The dark torrent gradually clears. Where Tartaros' breath struck, Baldur is gone. Not a trace remains, or perhaps. Roofus scans the area with mana detection, his expression wary. No significant mana signatures, but he catches a faint noise, something he'd miss if he weren't focused. He knows it well, the distortion unique to mana suppression, directly above him, point-blank range. HMPH, Sharp Instincts Kid. Baldur stands in the air, transformed. High-density wind mana forms armor encasing its body, a hawk-shaped helmet revealing glowing red eyes through the slits. If one word could describe it, Hawk King. Valm and Rudens used mana as armor, but Baldur's presence dwarfs theirs. Did it block Tartaro's breath with this armor, or escape it entirely? Either way, the wounds from the scythe have already regenerated. Baldur is pristine. Behind it, 5 spears of wind mana, impossibly dense, take form. All aimed at Roofus. Nyx dodge now. Too slow. The 5 wind spears launch. Forged with such density, they become vacuum lances, capable of piercing anything. Nyxara takes flight at maximum speed to evade, but the spears are faster. Roofus swings his scythe in a flash, canceling out 1 vacuum lance. 4 remain, no time to swing again. He deploys his magical barrier at full strength, but the vacuum lances pierce it effortlessly. No defense left. The 4 lances descend on Nyxara and Roofus. Roofus twists, taking only minor wounds, a graze on his cheek and side. But Nyxara takes a direct hit. 1 lance pierces its wing. Roofus and Nyxara plummet. Damn. Crashing to the ground like this would be brutal. The teleportation spell Shadow Move could let him escape, but in midair, it only works for Roofus, who casts the shadow. Dark Hand can support Roofus as a foothold, but it lacks the strength to hold Nyxara's massive frame. He could survive by abandoning Nyxara, a thought that flickers through his mind for a split second. As if urging him on, Nyxara lets out a faint chichichi. Roofus doesn't speak spirit tongue, but it sounds like it's telling him to flee. In that fleeting moment of freefall, with the ground looming, Roofus grits his teeth. He's ashamed of his own thoughts, biting down hard. Scrambling for an escape while protecting nothing, that's not the mindset of a noble. A true noble, a true warrior, doesn't think like that. My goal is to cheat death. But above that, it's a life of glory through victory, not some pathetic survival after defeat. Dark mist. Just before impact, Roofus casts the spell. A dark mist forms on the ground, cushioning their fall. But it's a low-tier spell meant for concealment or distraction, not for negating a high-altitude crash. It softens the impact, but Roofus is still thrown clear. Spitting out blood rising from his stomach, he forces himself upright. The fall, cushioned by dark mist and Nyxara's protection, spared him fatal injury. But he's not unscathed. The vacuum lance carved out part of his side, and the impact likely damaged an organ. Nyx. Ignoring his pain, Roofus staggers to Nyxara, collapsed on the ground. It couldn't dodge the vacuum lances, its body is riddled with holes. Seeing Roofus, Nyxara lets out a weak but relieved chichichi. It's clearly a fatal wound. Spirits made of mana don't bleed. Instead, their mana leaks from wounds, dissipating into mist. Roofus pulls a potion from his prosthetic left hand. He gave all his others to the Scarlet Wind Crew. This is his last. Without hesitation, he pours it into Nyxara's beak. But the wounds don't heal. Potions are tuned for humans, useless for spirits with their fundamentally different biology. Roofus knows this. He knew it, yet clung to a shred of hope. But reality is merciless. Powerless, he watches Nyxara take its final breath before his eyes, a life snuffed out, all because of his inadequacy. Overwhelmed by helplessness, Roofus has no time to wallow. A terrifying wave of mana rains down from the sky. Wind mana swirls above, converging into a single spear in the Hawk King Baldur's hand. Baldur is about to unleash the Storm Spear, a finishing blow, an excessive follow-up against a battered, broken opponent. Is it wary of Roofus' darkness deeper than the abyss, Tartaros, or is it a tribute to an opponent who fought this far? No mercy, huh? Figures, I'd do the same. Roofus spits bitterly, half resigned, but grips his scythe tightly, raising it to meet the attack. Given the Storm Spear's power, mutual destruction is the best he can hope for. But Baldur's obscene regeneration outstrips his own. A draw is as good as defeat. Even knowing he'll lose, a kingdom noble can't flee in disgrace. Maybe the Shadow Wolf felt this way, facing off against Abel's forces in the story Roofus muses distantly. But Baldur doesn't fire. It gazes down at Roofus, serene, as if waiting for something. Roofus furrows his brow, trying to read Baldur's intent, but a glance at its eyes tells him everything. Maybe it's because he's a mage who's clawed his way to survival that he understands. What? You want me to hit you with my strongest spell? A mage who's mastered their craft has unshakable confidence in their magic. There's only one reason someone would prepare their ultimate spell and wait. Baldur wants a clash of their strongest magic, a pure test of power in a duel. It's giving him the chance to flee with teleportation magic. But that's not an option for Roofus. Running like a coward after losing his ally? Unacceptable. Even if defeat is certain, Roofus will stake everything on living as Roofus Ray Lightless. O dark and murky being, cold and ruthless divine messenger in the eye's depth lies the deep abyss. Through his incantation, he pours even more mana into the Reaper's scythe of the death. Baldur's lips twitch upward slightly, and with a deliberate motion, it slices off its own left arm with the spear's tip. Roofus' eyes widen at the sudden, bizarre act. The severed arm dissolves into particles of light, absorbed into the spear. Its mana swells, and Baldur begins its chant. Contract, my left arm as tribute, grant power to my spear. Sacrificing your own arm to boost your magic. What the hell is that? It's an utterly unthinkable feat by modern magical standards. But the wind mana and pressure surge to levels far beyond what they were before. The storm spear about to be unleashed will dwarf anything prior. It was already overwhelming, and now there's more? Roofus feels the blood drain from his face. But he can't throw in the towel. He's been at a disadvantage from the start. Besides, the Reaper's Scythe of the Death also grows stronger with a sacrifice. Roofus slashes his right wrist with the scythe's blade, letting blood pour into the shadows below. A power boost fueled by his lifeblood. Baldur sacrificed an entire arm. If the scale of the sacrifice affects the power boost, Roofus offers every drop of his freely flowing blood to the Reaper's Scythe of the Death. But it's not enough. At the last second, he rewrites the spell's formula on the fly. Thin, thinner, ever thinner, honed to a relentless edge. A blade to sever all, reaping even offerings to the gods. The sky splits, the heavens yield. Dragons fall, gods perish. My spear pierces all, heralding death's vanguard wind. Their mana peaks, and simultaneously their incantations conclude. The Reaper's Scythe of the Death. Deathwind of the heavens. The storm spear fires at maximum output, its energy twisting the air and warping space. Roofus swings his scythe once, packing 4 slashes into a single strike. Infused with immense mana and amplified by his blood sacrifice, it unleashes a massive, high-density crescent slash visible to the naked eye. A cataclysmic hurricane collides with a crescent slash reminiscent of a gibbous moon. The shockwave from the magical clash rips through mountain ranges, obliterating the landscape and reducing it to a barren wasteland. The dark clouds blanketing the sky are blasted away, revealing a stark blue expanse. The Sky City's thundercloud veil peels back, exposing the majestic floating metropolis in all its glory. On the flattened ground, Roofus stands, battered but shielded by a thick magical barrier. He's on the verge of collapse, but he channels mana into his legs, rooting himself to the earth. The impact of the magical clash was barely blocked by his max-hardened barrier, thanks to dodging the storm spear's direct hit. With no strength left to cast another spell, Roofus looks up. There, half its body obliterated, stands the Sky King Baldur, His slash broke through the storm's spear and reached Balder itself. Magnificent. In the windless silence, Balder murmurs. Though separated by the vast distance between sky and earth, its voice of praise carries clearly to Roofus' ears. Balder's body pulses with mana, and in an instant, its lost half regenerates. Then, once again, it slices off its newly restored left arm with its spear. What? Roofus is speechless. In Balder's hand, another storm spear forms, equal in scale to the last, without even a chant. Now, how will you counter this, young mage? A spell of that magnitude back to back? That's insane. Roofus' parched whisper is answered by Balder hurling the storm's spear. A hurricane of apocalyptic scale engulfs the barren ground. Section: a massive crater bottomless scars the flattened landscape. The storm's spear, powered by the sacrifice of Balder's left arm, pierced the earth with such force that eerie wails, like the moans of the damned, echo from the depths. Gazing down from the heavens is Raymond, astride a great white bird. You're not exactly in one piece, but I'm glad I made it in time, Roofus. On the bird's back beside Raymond sits a shell-shocked Roofus. Just before the storm spear consumed him, Raymond had whisked Roofus away with teleportation magic. Where's Nyxara? It was supposed to head to you. Dead. Roofus' curt reply prompts a quiet, I see from Raymond, who looks skyward with a hint of loneliness. Did it say anything at the end? Don't ask me that. Unlike you, I don't speak spirit tongue, but Roofus mutters, reluctant without raising his head. It looked relieved, seeing me alive. I couldn't protect it, all because I wasn't strong enough. That's not true, Raymond counters. You didn't fail to protect it. It protected you. Nyxara gave its life to keep you safe. Spare me the comfort, Roofus snaps. Besides, it was your summoned beast. Why aren't you pissed at me? You want me to chew you out? Raymond replies. My summons are equals friends. My friend died protecting someone it cared about. Blaming you would be denying how Nyxara chose to live. He continues, when we took down Despia, I told Nyxara to return. I didn't have the confidence to protect it in the battles ahead, but it didn't listen. It ignored my orders and went to you. If anything, I'm the one who didn't make it in time. The magical fallout was too intense to get close. Roofus raises his head, his eyes pleading as he looks at Raymond. At the party, you summoned that dragon king and cut off its head, right? That was a mana construct, not the real thing. So Nyxara. When Raymond invited Roofus' group, he summoned Bahamut, which dissolved into light particles. No corpse meant it was a mana construct with the real body elsewhere, meaning Bahamut lived. If Nyxara was summoned the same way, its true body might still exist, but Raymond shakes his head. It's not the same. That Bahamut was an avatar I crafted from my mana. If I'd called the real one, its power would have turned the garden to ash, but Nyxara was the real thing. That's why it could act against my will. Raymond uses two types of summoning magic. One creates a mana construct of the beast, which can't unleash its full power but can revive no matter the damage, at the cost of heavy mana consumption. The other calls the beast itself, using its own mana, making it cost-efficient for Raymond. But it acts on its own will, sometimes defying him, and if it dies, no revival. At the party, Raymond summoned Bahamut's construct to flex his power. A half-baked summon or one that could disobey wouldn't do. But this time, Nyxara came in its true form to meet Roofus. Its death is final. You know it, Roofus. Nyxara is gone. It's not coming back. Yeah. Enough wallowing. Snap out of it. Raymond's gaze sharpens, chiding the downcast Roofus. His eyes lock onto the Sky King, Balder clad in hawk-like armor. Balder stands motionless, staring at Raymond. Its face is hidden by the hawk helmet, but its piercing eyes gleam through the slits. They burn with displeasure, as if its sacred duel was defiled. Roofus, care to explain what that thing is? A god-slaying hero from 1,000 years ago. Its ghost, supposedly. Supposedly. Zorse. The Demon King. It was controlling that elven ghost until just before. Raymond's eyes narrow. The Demon King, the calamity sealed in ancient times, I'd laugh it off under normal circumstances. During their battle with Despia, a summon mentioned it. Likely something sealed 1,000 years ago, in the mythic age when the calamity known as the Demon King was locked away. The connection's too neat to dismiss. This elven ghost is a hero of the divine age, A godslayer, whether true or not, it has the power to overwhelm Roofus. Specs, as detailed and concise as you can. It can spam terrain-altering megaspells and is a master in close combat. So skilled I couldn't even tell what hit me. I got it. No openings, Raymond thinks, shrugging. Roofus adds, it's got absolute confidence in its power. Challenged me to a magic showdown. Seems to prefer fair, dueling-style fights. Rational for a ghost, maybe a holdover from its living days. Good intel. We might take it down with forbidden magic, Roofus. Sorry, but I'm stuck with mid-tier spells for a while. What? Roofus with his bottomless mana out of juice. Raymond stares, incredulous. Roofus' mana is depleted but far from dry. He's got enough left in the tank. It's not like he's on the verge of collapse. Sure, he probably doesn't have the juice for forbidden magic, but high-tier or ancient spells. Those should still be in reach. So why the restriction? No way, mana fatigue. Just how much did you overdo it? Mana fatigue? Think of it as overusing magic until it's like crippling muscle soreness. Pushing past your limits grinds your spirit down to a nub. Like a tank full of water with a busted faucet, Roofus can't channel high-powered spells right now. It's something you'd see in kids just learning magic, not a top-tier mage like Roofus. As mages grow, their capacity expands, and mana fatigue becomes a thing of the past. For someone of Roofus' caliber to hit this wall, it's practically unheard of. We're in trouble, Raymond mutters. I'm down to less than 10% mana after that forbidden magic. No way I can fire off another. 10%, Roofus gapes. One shot of forbidden magic drained you that much. Were you that low on mana to begin with? Can you not rub it in so naturally? Raymond snaps. Don't lump me in with a mana freak like you. If forbidden magic is off the table, what about that summon you had earlier? It was packing some serious power. You mean him? He left as soon as Despia went down. Got pissed and told me not to call him for something this trivial. Won't answer my summons for a while. Can't even keep your pet in line, huh? Not a pet. My summons are equals friends. Who cares about that right now? If that one's a bust, what about the others? You've got a whole zoo of summons, don't you? For an opponent this strong, I can't just call them up casually. I'm not about to ask them to die for me. They're not like your immortal familiar. Then, what about a mana construct summon? Not impossible, but those burn through mana like crazy. A weak one's pointless, and I don't have enough for a strong one. Summoning magic? I thought it was all about low-cost control of a monster army. Sounds like a pain in the ass to use. As they bicker, a vacuum lance grazes the wing of the white great bird carrying them. Its balance falters, and it lets out a pained cry. Guess it's done waiting, Raymond says. Sorry, head back. At his command, the white bird dissolves into light, returning to its realm. Raymond and Roofus, flung into the air, stabilize themselves, Raymond on a platform of light mana, Roofus on dark hand. Balder had held back, letting them strategize, but its patience has run out. It finally launches an attack. They'd been dragging out the talk, hoping to recover mana in secret, but that's over now. Roofus glances at Raymond. How much mana's back? Under 20%, you. About 40. Mana fatigue's still there. No choice than light sword. Raymond conjures a blade of pure mana and readies himself. Roofus, you can handle a sword, right? Barely. Kingdom swordsmanship, second grade at best. That's not gonna cut it against. Good enough, we're going with linked dance. Got it. Think that'll work on it. Who knows, that's up to us, isn't it? Roofus sighs at Raymond's words. Fine. No magic, so close combat's our only shot. Not a fan of swords, but whatever, dark sword. He summons a blade of darkness, dismissing dark hand. Mimicking Raymond's light mana platform, he stands on one of dark mana. Side by side, Raymond and Roofus adopt identical stances. Balder, unfazed, slings its battle axe over its shoulder, eyeing them with the calm arrogance of the truly powerful. Raymond smirks, sensing that confidence, and raises his voice. Very well, god-slaying hero. Let us borrow your skill for a lesson. Linked dance, sky form 1. At his signal, Raymond and Roofus strike from both sides, their movements perfectly synchronized. Same motion, same speed. Linked dance is a kingdom swordsmanship technique, a paired maneuver. The sky form specializes in countering polearms, blades of light and darkness close in from both flanks. Balder blocks effortlessly with a single swing of its axe. But Raymond and Roofus' assault doesn't end there. The moment their strikes are parried, they follow up with identical attacks from both sides, each swing faster than the last. To Balder, it feels monotonous. No threat at all. Their sword speed increases, but it's still faster. Boring, just as it thinks that, Raymond's light sword, a beat off rhythm, grazes Balder's side. The blade is stopped by its wind mana armor, leaving no wound. But for the first time, Balder fails to read a strike it had dismissed as harmless. Tough bastard, Raymond mutters. Gonna need denser mana for this. Their onslaught continues. Balder focuses on their swords, assuming the mistimed strike was a fluke from poor coordination. But the moment it frowns, Roofus' dark sword grazes its helmeted cheek. It clicks, not a fluke, not chance. Their perfectly synchronized movements lull it into a rhythm, then one shifts the timing slightly, throwing off its defense. The more it adapts to their speed, the harder it is to block. But now that it knows the trick, it won't fall for it again. Balder adjusts its stance subtly. Raymond, timing it perfectly, shouts, "Sky Form 3." At his cue, their movements shift dramatically. Roofus' dark sword strikes Balder's axe and bends, wrapping around the haft. Balder's superhuman strength, clad in mana armor, is barely stalled for a moment. A moment is all Raymond needs. His honed light sword slips into the gap at Balder's wrist, where the armor flexes. Dark mana spurts like blood. Balder flinches, and Roofus unloads a barrage of dark balls at point-blank range, followed by a mana-charged kick to its gut. The axe flies from its grip, and Balder is blown back. Kingdom swordsmanship, refined over 1,000 years, is a practical, codified art. Widely known in the kingdom, a master can counter it just by reading the initial motion, so it's not considered a major threat. But Balder, a hero from 1,000 years ago, doesn't know these forms. Without prior knowledge, countering blind is near impossible. Kingdom swordsmanship is the ultimate blindside. "Get ready," Raymond says. He charges Balder, now weaponless, head-on. Balder catches the descending blade with its right hand, stopping Raymond's full-force strike single-handedly. Cold sweat beads on Raymond's brow. "Stopping my sword with one hand's grip. That's inhuman strength." But he grins unfazed. His form blurs like smoke, and Roofus appears, slashing a dark blade into Balder's torso. NGH. Raymond's light blade remains in Balder's hand as he vanishes, replaced by Roofus. It was an illusion crafted from light magic. Balder is caught off guard, but unshaken. Roofus' sword fails to pierce its armor. The exchange seems futile until Raymond stabs a light blade into Balder's back. Balder's eyes widen beneath its helmet. Raymond smiles and Roofus mutters, "Gold Form 1, linked dance secret Diamond Breaker." Their blades, thrust from front and back, are struck simultaneously by mana-charged palms. The shockwaves travel through the blades, into the armor, and collide inside Balder's body. With nowhere to escape, the impact rages within, exploding. Balder's body is torn apart from the inside, its wind armor shattering. The gold form of kingdom swordsmanship targets heavily armored foes or monsters with tough shells. Diamond Breaker lives up to its name, detonating shockwaves to shatter even the strongest defenses. It worked better than expected, and Raymond can't help but grin. "Nice moves, Roofus. Retake the swordsmanship exam, you'd ace first grade." "Who the hell's got time for that? It's just a fancy badge." "Waste of effort." They trade banter but keep their eyes locked on Balder. Its armor gone, Balder's muscular upper body is exposed, cracks spiderwebbing across it as dark mana leaks like particles. It's battered, but its bared face grins, as if reveling in the fight. "Stripped of my armor, it's been ages. Thrilling, warriors." It spreads its arms, embracing the battle. Its left wrist, severed, is useless. Its right, barely functional, is mangled from the armor's destruction. Raymond, still in stance, tilts his head. "What's the next form? Though we could probably press the attack as is." "Don't let your guard down," Roofus warns. "It's got regeneration like Despia. All the more reason to give it no time to recover." Raymond charges, sword raised, Roofus following. Balder, grinning, conjures a weapon, not its usual battle axe but a spear. Instantly, their survival instincts scream. Their steps falter by half a stride, and in the next moment, both their swords, along with their arms, are sent flying. Blood sprays. Raymond and Roofus pull back instantly. "Raymond, lost my right arm, damn you too." Raymond presses his bleeding right shoulder, cauterizing the wound with light mana's heat. Roofus mirrors him, staunching his blood with dark mana pressure. Losing an arm is a grievous wound, but they got lucky. Half a step deeper and they'd be bisected. A fine day, young mages. Balder doesn't pursue, calmly readying its spear. The pressure it exudes is overwhelming, far beyond when it wielded the axe. Despite the oppressive aura, Raymond and Roofus grip their swords with their remaining arms. Balder's spear stance reminds Roofus of Valm. Brings back memories of Valm. No, probably stronger. This presence, Raymond mutters. To think its spear is its true strength. How many tricks does this bastard have? Roofus growls. Was everything up to now just a warm-up? Raymond lets out a dry laugh. Maybe, sounds like a bad joke, but not impossible. Legends say elves were long-lived. Centuries of honing could take them to martial heights humans can't touch. Next form. There isn't one. It's seen through the sky form for polearms. We're out of moves. And with one arm each, we can't execute any form properly. That's it then, Raymond says, shrugging and meeting Roofus' gaze. You've done enough. What's that supposed to mean? I'm saying we retreat. I've got enough mana to teleport us both. Roofus' eyes narrow, and he summons a dark scythe with his left prosthetic, taking a stance. If you're running, go alone. Are you serious? Lillica got away. There's no point risking your life now. Drop the stubborn pride. Pride, yeah, that's right. This is Lightless pride. Raymond sighs, incredulous at Roofus' refusal to budge. Is dying like a dog your idea of Lightless pride? The Lightless have won countless victories through history, but we're not undefeated. We've lost before. Roofus continues. Defeat is a stain on the Lightless name, but running like a coward with my back to the enemy. That's worse than a stain, it's shameful. Get a grip. If you die, what happens to House Lightless? You're the heir. You gonna let your house fall over a moment's emotion. House Lightless won't end with me. And for the record, a Lightless stain is cleansed by a Lightless. If I die here, my father will handle it. If he can't, my grandfather will. If he fails, my idiot brother Remus is next. And there's the branch families. No matter how many years, decades, or centuries it takes, that elf will fall to a Lightless. You're insane. Too bloodthirsty and savage to call noble. Raymond scoffs but conjures a light spear in his remaining left hand, his best weapon. Sorry for dragging you into this, but you don't need to risk your life. Leave me and run. You're gonna be the world's king, right? Actually, I lost a friend in the Empire once, Raymond says. It reminded me of a vow I made then. I'll never abandon a friend again. Who's your friend? Roofus snaps. My dream is to unite the world, rule as king, and create a peaceful era without conflict. There's no place for that dream if I abandon a friend to save myself. You planning to die. If I die here, I'm just a man who wasn't good enough. A man like that doesn't deserve to be king of the world. Raymond's eyes burn with a sincerity that's anything but bravado. His regal charisma, the makings of a true king, stirs an odd sense of nostalgia in Roofus, softening the corners of his mouth into a faint smile. Maybe, in the story, the shadow wolf followed Raymond because of that same kingly aura. If a guy like this is destined to be king, helping him out doesn't sound half bad. Roofus is starting to think that way, though he'd rather not get crushed in the process. The two stand side by side, dark scythe and light spear aimed at the fate of death before them. One-armed, with not a snowball's chance in hell of winning. Yet they choose to face it head-on. The elven king, Sky King Balder, grins with satisfaction and raises its spear to the heavens, roaring. Come forth, my elite. At Balder's command, countless soldiers pour from the floating sky city, lining up in the air. Facing an army of thousands that appeared out of nowhere, Roofus and Raymond can't help but grimace. Section. In life, Balder ruled the skies of the divine age as the elven king. In death, it lingered as a ghost in its fallen kingdom, enduring what felt like an eternity. The Sky City's dense mana environment crystallized its power, granting its spectral form a physical body. But time dulled its consciousness and sense of self. Its honed body rusted, moving less with each passing day. The decay of its once mighty form brought a gnawing sense of loss, yet that hellish existence ended abruptly. Suddenly, its body regained its former glory, and an opponent stood before it, as if daring it to test its might. At first, it mistook them for a hated foe, but no, the resemblance was superficial, limited to appearance and mana. The fighting style, especially the strength, was entirely different. Still, they were no weaklings. The battle with this young mage set Baldur's long-stilled heart pounding with exhilaration. Childishly, it unleashed its strongest magic, fully chanted Deathwind of the Heavens, and was bested. The storm spear, forged with power beyond the world's limits, had a ceiling under normal spellcraft. To exceed that limit, a price must be paid. Baldur's price was its dominant left arm and the use of its true weapon, the spear. 150 years of training had honed its spearwork to peerless heights. By sealing that skill and weaving the restriction into the spell, Baldur amplified Deathwind of the Heavens. In life, not even gods had broken it. Yet this young mage, a human, barely 15 by the look of it, shattered it head-on. Magnificent, no other word for it. To hold back would be an insult. If they survive, they deserve greater praise. Even in death, their valor would be etched into Baldur's existence. But then, interference. A chestnut-haired upstart swooped in and saved the young mage. The ultimate affront to a sacred duel. Yet this upstart stood to fight, so Baldur let the rudeness slide. Together, they wielded unfamiliar swordplay and flawless coordination, stripping even the armor that could withstand gods. Baldur realized it might never face such warriors again. Its body, restored to its prime, was temporary. Once its mana ran dry, it would revert to a decayed corpse. Its strongest magic was broken, its trump card armor stripped. The battle axe lacked the finesse to compete. All that remained was the spear, the weapon it had spent most of its life mastering. But using the spear meant breaking its self-imposed seal. One swing would have Deathwind of the Heavens' power, never to reach its peak again. So be it. This power, honed to protect its homeland and people from gods, was no longer needed as a ghost. Baldur broke the seal without hesitation. To revel in this moment, to give its all, that was its respect for these young mages who'd shown such strength. And Baldur was not just a warrior but a king, a general leading an army. A single spear wasn't enough to unleash its full might. Only by leading Sealpark's entire army, its fallen comrades, could it truly go all out. Against two human fledglings, barely 15 years old, this was overkill. No, absolutely not. The black-haired and chestnut-haired mages were warriors Baldur truly recognized. It had felled countless gods, but never felt such a surge of adrenaline. With its fallen soldiers and homeland at its back, Baldur roared. "I am the Sky King, Baldur Lucille. Come, young mages, what will you show me next? Until one of us falls, let us." Tempest of twisted air, cataclysmic vortex. The spell's name echoes through the heavens. Instantly, countless wind blades swallow the army of crystal ghosts from the Sky City. Baldur, caught off guard, reacts too late. The army's annihilation is over in a heartbeat. Section. Facing the crystal ghost army, Roofus and Raymond's faces twitch. "No way, it's calling up an entire army now?" Roofus mutters. I know I was acting tough, but can I just run?" Raymond ventures. "What, you're backtracking now?" Roofus snaps. "Thought I misjudged you. Didn't you say there's no ideal future if you abandon a friend?" "Oh, so you're calling me a friend now?" "Still, this is a 1,000,000-to-1 shot. You don't do anything unless you survive. Drop the Lightless pride and let's get out of here. You've got some nerve." A monstrous spear arm was bad enough, but now an army of thousands. Even Roofus and Raymond can't hide their rattled nerves, bickering as their faces contort. "Don't hold out on me, Raymond. I know you've got a trump card. You've still got that second form or whatever. Transform already and wipe out that army." Roofus, recalling the story, presses Raymond, who looks flustered. "Second form? You mean high-end transformation? How do you even know about?" "Never mind, it's too mana-intensive." "I'm too low to use it. Can't you do something? Barrages are your thing." "You think mana fatigue clears up that fast? You know, a magical barrage needs complex spell arrays." Even now, they're shoving the army onto each other, looking pathetic. "I am the Sky King, Baldur Lucille. Come, young mages." Baldur, oblivious to their squabble, hypes itself up with another declaration. That's when the tide turns. Countless wind blades erupt, shredding the crystal ghost army into fragments without resistance. Not a scrap remains, mana particles glitter like powdery snow. This tempest of twisted air dwarfs the one Despia boosted with immense mana. The blades number over twice as many, tens of thousands, maybe billions. The wide-range annihilations spell tempest of twisted air, restructured with unique interpretation to amplify its scale and lethality. The caster is a hero from the original story, one who felled the darkness god, Lillica Skyfield. This is Lillica's maximum output. The spell requires intricate formula construction and a long chant, but Roofus' clash with Balder and Raymond's intervention gave her ample time. Lillica has experience and magical knowledge, but her current body's immaturity limits her to less than her prime. Still, the tempest of twisted air, cataclysmic vortex, cast with her full might, echoes the hero she once was. Its refined spell array is almost beautiful, captivating even Raymond and Roofus. Impossible, my elite. Balder stands stunned. Behind it, a petite girl appears with a gust, Lillica Skyfield, using short-range wind teleportation. She swings a wind-infused shortsword at Balder's neck, a perfect surprise attack. But even from behind, it's within the spear master's range. Without turning, Balder parries with the spear's butt, knocking her blade away. Nothing but interference, how vexing, little girl. The spear swings mercilessly, aimed at Lillica's throat. Its speed outpaces sound, too fast for her to dodge. Lillica, Roofus charges with his scythe, Raymond following. But the distance is too great, they won't make it. Facing imminent death, Lillica can only close her eyes. A cool breeze brushes her cheek, yet death doesn't come. She opens her eyes hesitantly. The spear halts inches from her face. Not because Roofus intervened. Balder, eyes wide with shock, stares at her. Lily. Huh? Lillica blinks, confused by the sudden endearment. In that moment, a dark scythe and light spear pierce Balder from back to chest. Crimson-black mana gushes like blood. Despite the blows, Balder remains still, fixated on Lillica. No sign of counterattack, no trace of the killing intent from before. The scythe and spear pierce its heart, but with its regeneration, they can't let their guard down. Roofus snaps at the frozen Lillica. What are you doing, Lillica? Get back. All right, okay. She kicks off the air, retreating. Balder, ignoring its wounds, gazes at her blankly. The haze in its eyes clears, replaced by rational light, as if waking from a nightmare. It turns quietly to Roofus, piercing it from behind with the scythe. Mage of Ray. Roofus tenses but listens. The ancient tongue carries no hostility, only reason. What year is it now? Year 1013 of the Centurio calendar. Roofus replies in halting ancient tongue, brow furrowed. Balder lets out a heavy breath. An unfamiliar calendar. 1,000 years, this encounter, this manipulation, it's Illa's doing, isn't it? That cursed Gamze Yaver. The ancient tongue, laced with an elven accent, makes it hard for Roofus to catch every word. But the haze in Balder's eyes is gone, and no hostility remains. The ancient language is a pain, but they're communicating. The ghost's usual chaotic state is absent. It's regained its sanity, somehow triggered by seeing Lillica. Raymond, picking up on Balder's words, speaks up. Great hero, tell me, who's Illa? Rishon Nachesh, the vile confidant of the darkness god. A loathsome creature who delights in pitting kin against kin. The original demon king. Balder cuts off, coughing up crimson-black mana like blood. Cracks spiderweb across its body, as if a crystal were shattering. The heart, pierced by Roofus and Raymond, houses the mana stone, its core as a ghost. Struck dead on, Balder is at its limit. It could regenerate, but it doesn't. It's accepting this second death, long overdue. Roofus shouts, regenerate, you can, can't you? Hold it, Roofus, Raymond interjects. It's not hostile now, but that doesn't mean it'll stay that way. It's too dangerous. But, ignoring their exchange, Balder turns to Lillica again. Little girl, your name. Huh? Lillica blinks, startled by the sudden question. She doesn't speak the ancient tongue, so the meaning escapes her. It's asking your name, Roofus clarifies. Mine, why? Lillica frowns. Hell if I know, but it seemed to snap out of it when it saw you. It even stopped attacking. Now that you mention it, it called me Lily, Lillica exclaims. What's that about? How should I know? Answer or don't, but we're running out of time. Lillica hesitates, eyeing Balder's battered form, wounds so severe a human would be dead. Nervous about curses, she steels herself and speaks. Lillica Skyfield. Lillica. Balder murmurs her name as if savoring it, a satisfied smile spreading across its face. In the divine age, the elven kingdom of Sealpark reigned supreme in the skies, a pinnacle of glory. Its end came with the Demon King's assault. Balder and Sealpark's full army fought with everything they had to protect their people and families. Yet they fell to the Demon King. Balder's final sight was the Demon King's sinister form delivering the killing blow and Sealpark sinking into a sea of flames. Sealpark lost, but not everything was gone. Its family escaped to the surface, their bloodline enduring. Even if their appearance became human over generations, the blood and mana flowing through them don't lie. 1,000 years later, that blood runs through this girl, Lillica, a living echo of Balder's beloved daughter. You've been a handful, children of the future. Take pride, you were more formidable than any god I faced. A heartfelt tribute to the two young mages. Roofus, struck by a sudden thought, speaks up. I don't know who this Illa is, but the one controlling you was the Demon King Lars. What? It called itself an apostle of the darkness god. What's their goal? Tell me what you know. Balder frowns, gazing at the emerald mana seeping from its body. This vile mana is indeed Illa's. It's going by Lars now. Why no, I see. It died again, didn't it? Serves it right. Balder lets out a sharp laugh, chuckling deep in its throat. The Demon King was defeated by the 6 gods 1,000 years ago and sealed, Roofus says. I don't care what it calls itself. I'm asking about their goal. 6 gods, never heard of them. In my time, no gods went by that name. There weren't even 6 gods bold enough to challenge the darkness god. Glared at by Roofus, Balder snorts and continues. The Demon King serves the darkness god, acting for its master's purpose. As for the darkness god's goal, I don't know. I'm saying I don't know. I never met the darkness god directly, but it's an invader from beyond this world. Cliché as it sounds, it probably wants to conquer this world. What kind of half-assed answer is that? Roofus snaps, brow twitching. Balder shakes its head quietly. All you need to know is that reviving the darkness god spells doom. Its purpose doesn't matter. What you should fear is the Demon King, Illa, or Lars now. It manipulates not with strength, but with words and hearts. Countless gods fell to that snake's wiles. Balder's eyes lower, as if recalling a hellish memory. Manipulate, like mind control? Roofus asks. Its offers did have a strange pull, though the stench of deceit was stronger. Probably sent Balder after him out of spite for refusing, Roofus thinks, sighing. Balder's eyes widen. Impressive, you resisted its authority. It's not quite mind control, but close enough. It's less effective on those already hostile, but still, well done. Balder looks genuinely impressed. Then, cracks deepen across its body, mana pouring from the wounds. Its presence fades, breath growing faint. This is the end. Even if it regenerated, its consciousness wouldn't last. A ghost 1,000 years dead, it shouldn't be sane at all. This fleeting clarity comes only from meeting its descendant. Regenerating to delay, its ghostly death would only lead to madness, causing more trouble for its kin. Yet fading without leaving anything for its descendant feels wrong. Then Balder recalls Roofus' lineage. The mana of the Shadow Ray clan pulses in Roofus, famed even in the Divine Age, its reputation reaching Balder's throne. On the verge of losing consciousness, Balder forces out words. Mage of Ray. Your clan has a technique to control corpses, yes. You know of Shadow Eater. If this body remains, use it as you see fit. To be wielded by one who broke my magic is my wish. If it aids in crushing the darkness god's forces, all the better. With that, its mana drains completely, the light fading from its eyes. The god-slaying hero Sky King Balder Lucille, a ghost for a millennium after death, used by the Demon King Lars and wreaking havoc, regained its sanity in the end. Refusing regeneration, it embraced its second death. As Balder's body begins to fall, Roofus hurriedly extends dark hand from the shadow of his coat, catching and storing it in the darkness. The crisis over, Lillica breathes a sigh of relief, then notices Roofus and Raymond, eyes widening in shock. Wait, you're both covered in blood, your right arms. Only now does she register their severed arms. Pale, she rushes to Roofus. You're a mess again, why do you always push yourself like this? Mind your own business, Roofus grumbles, turning away. Don't act like I'm always half dead. You were half dead last time, Lillica retorts. Why do you keep doing reckless crap? And you'd be dead if I hadn't shown up. Same just now. If it hadn't stopped, you'd be gone. This thing was too much even for me and Raymond. Why'd you butt in? What kind of attitude is that? Without my support, you'd both be dead, Lillica snaps. Your magic was impressive, I'll give you that, Roofus concedes. But charging in yourself was stupid. Didn't you see its freakish spear skills? I saw them, that's why I went for a sneak attack. Which failed. You think a sneak attack works on a monster like that? Excuse me, can't even say thank you. I saved your ass. And why didn't you just run? No way you could have won. I'm a Lightless. I don't turn my back on an enemy and flee. You fought that hard for some dumb pride. Unbelievable. Dumb, Roofus bristles. You picking a fight. You're the one picking a fight. Do you know how worried I was seeing you like this? Their argument heats up, a noisy spectacle. Raymond, watching from the sidelines, suddenly tenses, his face darkening. His gaze shifts beyond the spirit peak toward the Holy Dragon Nation's capital. Unaware of Raymond's shift, Roofus and Lillica keep bickering. I don't need your pity, but out. You were half dead, and you've got the nerve to say that. Here, take a potion. Elmony didn't need hers, so I brought it. Who needs your charity? Give it to Raymond. It's your potion to begin with. Stop being stubborn and drink it. You're way worse off than Raymond, spitting blood, looking like death. I said I don't need it. What are you, a kid? Want me to force-feed it to you again? Lillica's outrageous suggestion makes Roofus scoff. Try it if you dare. As if you've got the guts. Oh, what's that, a challenge? Fine, I'll do it. If it gets you to drink, I'm not backing down. You said it, so don't chicken out. Words escalate, and Lillica, eyes blazing, takes a swig of the potion and lunges at Roofus. What? Are you insane? Roofus, flustered, resists. With only his left prosthetic arm, he can't fend her off as she closes in, cheeks puffed with potion. Raymond, awkward, cuts in. Sorry to interrupt your playful bonding. They freeze. Raymond, dead serious, points toward the towering spirit peak. A group from the Holy Dragon Nation is heading this way. Given the mess we've made, it's no surprise. The Holy Dragon Nation's forces, sensing the disturbance, are approaching. This is their territory, and the Spirit Peak is a sacred site. The surrounding area is now a barren wasteland, obliterated by ancient magic and the forbidden magic. A massive crater marks the chaos. This is an international incident, no question. Surrendering means taking full blame. Fighting back would make things worse. I say we run, Raymond says. Thoughts? After all this, even if we escape, our mana traces could point to us, Roofus replies, peeling Lillica off and clearing his throat. But even if they pin it on us, we need time to come up with a story and get our alibis straight. Plus, the Scarlet Wind crew is wanted, bounty posters and all. As kingdom nobles, we'd likely be protected, but they'd face execution if caught. Lillica flinches, accidentally spitting potion onto Roofus' face. He glares, Raymond shrugs. Then we escape. Quickest way is teleportation. It might feel weird, but don't resist. Let it take you. Magnifiz. Raymond snaps his fingers, and a dull-colored orb appears overhead. A high-ranking space-time spirit, Magnifiz, adept at teleportation. A light envelops the trio, along with the Scarlet Wind crew waiting safely elsewhere. In the glow, Roofus glances at the Sky City, Seal Park, drifting aimlessly without its thundercloud veil. Its mournful aura, carried by the wind's wail, feels like the cry of a city that lost its king. The kingdom's fairy tale of the floating island lives on, whispered through time, drifting with the wind and glimpsed by those below. Chapter 3. Truth or Deception? Thanks to Magnifi's long-range teleportation, Roofus and his party safely returned to Lightless territory. The future foretold by Saintess Fran's divine oracle, which predicted Lillica's death, was averted. In its place, however, Roofus and Raymond bore no small number of wounds as the price. Thankfully, Eureka's healing ensured they emerged unscathed. Treating the loss of all 4 limbs is a feat of considerable difficulty, yet Eureka's healing magic left not even the faintest trace of lingering effects. Raymond, deeply moved by her impeccable skill, tried to recruit Eureka to his church. This sparked a heated reaction from Roofus, who stepped in to shut it down. Amid their usual banter, both men's injuries were fully mended. By the way, you didn't use the healing talisman I gave you, did you? At Eureka's question, Roofus averted his gaze, muttering, "Tough enemy." Then, stronger than a whale, as if that explained it away. But a high-ranking healer like Eureka could tell at a glance whether someone had used healing magic or potions. In other words, it was painfully obvious to her that Roofus, despite suffering multiple ruptured organs, several broken bones, full-body bruises, a missing right hand, and a litany of other grievous wounds. Hadn't touched the talisman or even a single potion. Ulrica didn't press further, but Roofus braced himself. This is definitely gonna come up later when we're alone. She's gonna grill me. Section. The scene shifts to the balcony on the second floor of Roofus' estate. Feeling the breeze against his skin, Roofus gazed at a cloudless blue sky. Behind him, Raymond approached. Raymond, how's the arm? Not a hint of trouble. I cauterized it with holy light to stop the bleeding, so I was expecting some lingering discomfort, maybe even after effects. But that girl, she's got some serious talent. It's a waste to keep her as your maid. Told you she's not up for grabs, she's my maid. Roofus shot him a glare, and Raymond raised his hands in mock surrender. Then his eyes caught something, a black feather in Roofus' hand. Well now, what's that? Yeah, Nyx's feather. It was a feather from Nyxera, somehow tucked into Roofus' pocket. Got pretty roughed up on the way to Spirit Peak. Must have gotten caught in my clothes then. Nyx, calling her by a pet name. Sounds like you two got close when I wasn't looking. Just easier to say. Even as he spoke, Roofus held the feather carefully, almost tenderly. Raymond's gaze softened, tinged with something bittersweet. Nyxera's probably smiling down from heaven. Her beloved is holding onto her keepsake like it's precious. Don't put words in the mouths of the dead. Just can't bring myself to toss it. Never recovered her body, you know. There was no sadness in Roofus' voice. Their bond hadn't been deep enough for that. To him, Nyxera's affection was one-sided. She'd clung to him, nothing more. Still, he wasn't so cold as to feel nothing for the one who'd protected him. Think burying this feather, maybe making a grave, would do her justice. Who knows, never heard of spirits building graves. If anything, I'd wager Nyxera'd be happier if you kept it close. That's so well fine. Was just thinking I needed a new quill. Saves me the trouble of ordering one. Roofus spoke gruffly, but his hands were gentle as he tucked the feather back into his pocket. That small gesture revealed a glimpse of his humanity, and Raymond gave a soft smile. Never doubted my eye for people. The world's brimming with injustice. Clashing values breed endless conflict, that's the state of things. Even humans turn blades on each other over differences in nation or status. But you can feel pain for someone whose language and values are worlds apart. A spirit, no less. That's the kind of heart you've got. So you want my help conquering the world or something? Roofus snorted, as if the very idea was absurd. Even a bloodthirsty killer might mourn their pet's death. That contradiction's part of being human. Everyone's got it in them. There's no good or evil in it, just how it is. Don't dress up the obvious like it's profound. Cool as ever. Guess I've got a ways to go before I win you over. Keep dreaming, you'll never talk me into it. Roofus growled like a wary wolf, while Raymond let out a bold chuckle. Their conversation lapsed into a brief silence. Then Raymond's expression turned serious as he fixed his gaze on Roofus. One thing I want to ask, Roofus, what exactly are you fighting? Raymond's piercing question was met with silence. To him, this entire ordeal had been a string of mysteries, a troubling divine oracle from the saintess, a destination crawling with otherworldly monstrosities. By modern standards, even Despia was a freakish outlier. Yet Roofus claimed to have fought something on that level before. No ordinary life would lead to an encounter with such an aberration. Then there was the Demon King and a 1,000-year-old god-slaying spirit. Raymond had offered his help on a whim, hoping to earn Roofus' favor, but he'd come dangerously close to death. Sorry for dragging you into it. Not blaming you. If we hadn't stopped that thing, the kingdom might have faced catastrophic losses. But if there are more monsters like that out there, that's a problem. Why assume there's more? Freaks like that aren't exactly common. You said it yourself. That wasn't your first time fighting something like it. Asking again, what are you fighting? What do you know? Nothing. Just ran into a similar kind of monster once by chance. Roofus. Raymond turned to face him, his expression deadly serious. Am I still not worthy of your trust? Trust her. Roofus didn't know if he trusted Raymond. Every move Raymond made was calculated, laced with ulterior motives to win him over. The path they walked together led to ruin. Roofus had avoided it for that very reason. Still, this time he owed Raymond. Without his help, Fran's divine oracle would have come true, and Lillica would be dead. Talking won't change anything. You wouldn't believe me anyway. Try me, Fine, since you're so insistent. I'm fighting a future of ruin. Believe that, Raymond Roy Norden's galleon. A future of ruin. Raymond faltered, caught off guard by the unexpected answer. Sorry, that's too vague. What do you mean, a future of ruin? 3 years from now, you'll rebel against the kingdom. And it'll fail. You, me, everyone who follows you, we all die miserably. Wait, hold on. Is that another of the Saintess divine oracle? Raymond couldn't hide his shock at the catastrophic prophecy. Roofus shook his head. Nope, nothing to do with her. I saw it in a dream. Gonna laugh. A dream, just a dream. Yeah, just a dream. A year ago before that galleon family party. Saw it in my sleep. You, me, Orgus, Anagelt, Valm, all of us dead like dogs. Just a dream. Roofus' intensity made Raymond swallow hard, momentarily cowed. Roofus snorted and looked away. Yeah, just a dream. Bet you can't buy it. Go ahead, laugh. No, I'm not laughing. It's hard to swallow, sure, but looking at how you've acted, how you've carried yourself, it starts to add up. What? Raymond, unexpectedly calm, rubbed his chin in thought. Roofus, expecting mockery for such a wild story, blinked in surprise. So that's why you've been dodging me since that party. Keeping your distance at every turn. You were oddly sharp about my summoning magic, knew too much about my hand. It makes sense now. If you saw a dream like that, and then I came recruiting the same people from it, of course you'd be on guard. I'd be wary in your shoes. Raymond, your head's too damn open. Guess your attitude's just been that strange. I knew my recruitment pitch was bold, but I thought you hated me a bit too much. So, what future me's a rebel, huh? Raymond looked skyward, not despairing but intrigued, murmuring to himself. Out of curiosity, why do I rebel? Don't know. Don't know, how's that work? You were part of the rebellion in the dream, right? How don't you know the reason? It wasn't from my perspective. The kingdom was weakened by some incident, and you just up and rebelled. Huh, that makes me sound like some reckless lunatic, starting a rebellion for no clear reason, or maybe out of pure ambition. Exactly. That's how I see you. Is that really me? To Raymond, it was a lot to take in. Even if he believed Roofus, there was no guarantee the dream was a true vision of the future. Succubus, dream-eating demon, sleeping Mary. Nah, no monster could mess with someone of your magical power. Nightmare-inducing monsters do exist. They weave bad dreams, weakening their prey's spirit to siphon off their magical energy. Such illusions, born of magical interference, have no hold over Roofus. Possessing vast magical power means having equally vast resistance to it. Roofus' innate magic cloaks him in a natural protect, an armor of mana that repels nearly all magical effects. Poison, paralysis, sleep, illusions, anything conjured by magic is nullified unless it can pierce this barrier. With Roofus' sheer magical might, only something on the level of an ancient dragon or a god could hope to break through. In other words, the dream Roofus saw wasn't some cheap trick spun by a lesser monster. Was it a true premonition? A vision granted by a higher power, like a divine oracle? Or was it merely a coincidence, an overactive imagination? More importantly, does it truly foretell the future? If so, why would Raymond rebel? Raymond mulled over these questions, his thoughts spiraling, while Roofus fixed him with a steady gaze. Honestly, talking to you like this muddies the waters. In the dream, you were definitely the mastermind behind a rebellion against the kingdom. But the Raymond you've met in the flesh doesn't seem like the villainous type, eh? Raymond flashed a smug grin, and Roofus shrugged. Nah, you're exactly the kind of guy who'd stage a rebellion if it suited you. Your ideals lean toward the noble, sure, but you're not picky about methods. It wouldn't shock me if you decided to seize the kingdom as step one of your world conquest. That stings. Rebels me, never. My issues with the how and when. If you wanted to take the kingdom, there are smarter ways to go about it. A brute force rebellion, that's the lowest of the low. And the timing, right after the Demon King's revival and defeat, when the kingdom's exhausted and the people are in chaos. You'd pull every ounce of hate from the masses and nobles alike. Even if you managed to seize control, you'd never win their hearts. It'd cripple any chance of running the place properly. You're not that stupid. I don't know the full scope of your dream, but it sounds like this rebellion happened in a desperate, cornered moment. The Demon King revives, gets defeated, and then I rebel? Fascinating. I'd love to hear more, but Raymond paused, a sudden realization dawning. Roofus, by telling me this, haven't you already ensured that doomed future won't come to pass? How's that? If I know it'll fail, I won't rebel. You and the others won't join me either, so you won't die. By sharing this secret, you've sidestepped that ruinous future. Makes sense, you're not wrong. Roofus nodded, but there wasn't a hint of relief in his eyes. They narrowed sharply, as if probing Raymond's true intentions. Assuming there's no lie in your words or attitude. Ouch, that's a tough one. When you doubt me that much, there's no way to prove myself. It's like proving the devil doesn't exist. No need to prove anything. You've done nothing wrong. My inability to trust you is my problem. Roofus pressed a fist lightly against Raymond's chest. I see two versions of you. The rebel from my dream and the man standing here. I don't know which one's the real you. He continued, his voice steady. But I'm grateful for your help this time, and for listening to my ridiculous dream without laughing. When a friend's in trouble, it's only natural to lend a hand and listen with an open heart. Either way, I've got a long road ahead to earn your trust. Can't be king of the world if I can't even win you over. Guess I'll keep trying. Told you it's pointless, but I'll pay my debt. If you ever choose the path of rebellion, I'll knock some sense into you myself. Oh, you'll stop me if I stray? That's reassuring. But doesn't that mean you're already saying we'll walk this road together? Keep talking, pretty boy. Roofus spat the words gruffly, but the air between them was easy, almost warm, like two friends trading barbs, guard slightly lowered. For Roofus, Raymond was the first person he could speak to as an equal. Same age, same sharp intellect, similar ways of thinking. If not for the dream and its doomed future, Roofus might have let his walls down entirely. Raymond was that kind of person. A sudden breeze stirred behind them. The light tap of footsteps landed on the balcony. Oh. The awkward voice made Roofus and Raymond turn. There stood Lillica Skyfield, the sky thief girl. How she'd slipped onto the balcony, teleportation magic perhaps. You guys talking? Sorry, I'll come back later. Lillica, picking up on their lively exchange, turned to leave, looking ready to bolt. Roofus stopped her. No need to go, we're done. Raymond, sorry, but I've got plans with her. Oh ho, a date? Didn't know you had it in you. It's not that. Stop spouting nonsense and get lost. Haha, all right. This nuisance will take his leave. Raymond chuckled, shrugging, but cast a glance at Lillica. Miss Lillica, could she be tied to that dream of yours? Lillica's eyes widened in shock, darting to Roofus as if to say, what's that supposed to mean? Roofus covered his face with a hand, letting out a deep sigh. Raymond, she's got nothing to do with it, and you're not allowed to breathe a word of this to anyone. Right, my bad for saying something weird. Forget I mentioned it, Miss Lillica. Raymond offered a gentle smile, turned on his heel and snapped his fingers. A dull silver orb magnifiz materialized above him. See you soon, Roofus. With a bold grin, Raymond vanished in a flash of teleportation light. Now alone on the balcony, Lillica approached Roofus, her expression a mix of confusion and concern. Rukun, what's going on? Did you seriously tell Raymond about that? Before she could finish, Roofus pressed a hand over her mouth, raising a finger to his lips. He placed his other hand on her shoulder, channeling magic directly into her. NNH. Startled, Lillica trembled. Roofus, undeterred, kept the flow of magic steady, connecting directly to her mana. Through it, he spoke. Can you hear me? Why, yeah, I hear. Don't speak aloud, use magic. Okay. Lillica's face twisted, as if to say, what's with the sudden stunt? It's like telepathy, just without the spell. You connect mana directly. Takes practice, but someone as skilled at mana control as you should manage. Okay like this. Roofus nodded, good enough. Why the sudden cloak and dagger talk? Don't know who's an enemy, or where ears might be. Of all the methods I've considered, this one's least likely to be overheard. From now on, important talks happen like this. Direct mana communication, no voice, just intent. Simple in principle, requiring no spell, it was a crude but effective counter to eavesdropping. Why not just use telepathy? Any spell, including telepathy, can be intercepted or tapped. It's not safe. Isn't that a bit paranoid? Interfering with someone else's spell is insanely advanced. Wait, is this about Raymond? Not just him, but you can think of it that way. What's that mean? That dream you mentioned. You told him about the last incident, didn't you? Why? to test his true intentions. True intentions. Enough about that. Roofus gave her a strange look, then pinched her cheek. NNH? Oh wow. What was that half-baked reaction to Raymond's probing? You might as well have confirmed you're tied to the dream. Where's the slick acting you pulled on me before? No, but that came out of nowhere. Voice. Roofus glared coldly, and Lillica, clutching her reddened cheek with teary eyes, clamped her mouth shut. He sighed again. He's got some mysterious power to eavesdrop through barriers. Stay sharp. Eavesdrop, but Raymond helped us this time, didn't he? Being helped doesn't mean I drop my guard. That's some serious paranoia. Feels a bit much, especially after you two seemed so chummy. The second demon king from my dream doesn't quite match the Raymond we know. He could be acting. I've been fooled by a performance before, after all. Oh yeah, that. Lillica, the one who deceived him, averted her gaze awkwardly under his stare. I'd like to cross-check info on Raymond, but that can wait. For now, we stick to our promise. Roofus placed a hand on Lillica's shoulder, pulling her close as if embracing her. W8, what's this all of a sudden? Here. Quiet down. It's just teleportation. Lillica's face flushed at the abrupt closeness. As Roofus held her tightly, covering her mouth, they sank into the shadows and vanished from the balcony. Shadow Move, their destination. The inn where Scarlet Wind was staying. Their promise was to treat Iz's illness. Roofus harbored an unspoken concern. In the story, Raymond, the second Demon King, was a dangerous figure who exploited the kingdom's exhaustion after the Demon King's invasion to stage a rebellion. But that was from the protagonist Abel's perspective. Why didn't Shadow Wolf Roofus, the version of himself in the story, stop the rebellion? Sure, the Roofus of now, aware of a doomed future, might have different values. Still, it should have been obvious that the rebellion would never win the people's support and would stray from Raymond's ideals. Yet Shadow Wolf joined the rebellion. Why? There could have been a reason, one the story didn't reveal. A cause compelling enough to justify rebellion, or something that twisted Raymond's ideals and character. Roofus didn't know what it was, but he was certain Shadow Wolf had a reason convincing enough to follow. The specter of a doomed future loomed, its footsteps echoing, and Roofus couldn't shake his unease. Section. Thanks to Manif's teleportation, Scarlet Wind had returned from the Holy Dragon Kingdom to Lightless territory, taking up residence in an inn in the capital. Their airship, Ifrit, had been shot down by Despia, its wreckage unrecoverable. With Iz bedridden, they needed a quiet place to rest. But Scarlet Wind were notorious wanted criminals, their bounties circulated across the kingdom. Sheltering them at Roofus' estate, even a secondary one, posed problems. If his father, Rudens, learned Roofus was harboring fugitives, it'd be a massive headache. After the Styria incident, Rudens was aware of Scarlet Wind's existence. Normally, it'd be a minor issue, easily hushed up. But not now. The problem was the airship wreckage left near Spirit Peak in the Holy Dragon Kingdom. Spirit Peak was sacred ground, steeped in historical significance. The surrounding area had been ravaged by their recent battle, reduced to a barren wasteland. Raymond had sensed a group from the Holy Dragon Kingdom approaching just before they teleported away. They'd surely be in an uproar over the devastation. The airship wreckage left behind was damning evidence, tying the disaster to Scarlet Wind. It was only a matter of time before the information spread to other nations. If Rudens found out Roofus was connected to them, things would get ugly. Thus, the inn was an emergency measure. The place had been bought out with gold, its staff carefully selected by Mild for their discretion. In one of the inn's rooms, Iz lay on a bed, surrounded by the members of Scarlet Wind, who watched over her quietly. Roofus stood at her side, summoning a familiar to treat her illness. "Come forth, Balder." From Roofus' shadow emerged Balder, the dark-tainted elf king. Balder gazed down at Iz with emotionless eyes, raising a hand at Roofus' command. Using the crystal ghost's unique ability, Mana Drain, he siphoned off the corrupted mana accumulated in Iz's body. The leopard-like spots marking her illness faded in an instant, vanishing completely. Iz's eyes widened as the chronic pain that had plagued her, deemed incurable by doctors, disappeared so effortlessly. "Roofus-san, my illness, is it really?" "Don't talk, I'm checking." Roofus held a hand over Iz's forehead, probing with mana detection up close. He repeated the process meticulously, ensuring no trace of corrupted mana remained. The members of Scarlet Wind watched tensely until Roofus let out a relieved breath. The source of the illness is completely gone. You're cured, but there's still a chance it could. Before he could finish, Iz lunged forward, pulling Roofus into a tight embrace. I can't believe it, it's really gone. How can I ever thank you? Tears welled in her eyes as her frail arms held Roofus close. He struggled, finally breaking free. That's insolence. Woo. Sigil charged at Roofus with a booming shout. Bracing for impact, Roofus was caught off guard as Sigil threw his arms wide and hugged him. Roofus Saiyan. What, get off me, Hawk, peel this idiot off. Hawk called out, calmly adjusted his round sunglasses with a flick. He strode over, positioned himself behind Sigil, and joined the hug, wrapping his arms around both Sigil and Roofus. You're the best, Roofus Saiyan. You too, Hawk. Roofus roared, mobbed by two grown men. Kay and Dan exchanged grins, then charged in together. Come on, let us in on this. Gratitude. Stay back, you clingy bastards. Roofus yelped, swarmed by four men. Amid the chaos, Lillica sat on the bed's edge, hugging Iz tightly. I'm so glad we made it in time. Iz smiled, stroking Lillica's head as she clung on. Thanks to you, Lillica. Me? What are you talking about? It was all Rukun. I didn't do anything. Didn't you? Felt like you were pulling strings behind the scenes. But if you say so, maybe not. Iz gently wiped the tears from Lillica's eyes. Elma joined them, wrapping her arms around both. Finally, the girl trio's back. God, dealing with these idiot guys was exhausting. Elma, you went through a lot for me too. You're telling me, Iz, get back on your feet quick, rehab whatever it takes. We've got dungeons to dive again. Tearing up but smiling, the women held each other close. After a moment, Elma stepped toward the men. All right, guys, how long you planning to pile on? You're freaking Roofus-san out. Elma peeled the men off one by one, freeing a buried Roofus. He turned away, scowling. What a nightmare. Sorry about our guys, Elma said with a wry smile. Roofus glanced at her abdomen. Your wound's looking good. Thanks to you, about that. Elma slipped close, pressing herself against Roofus' arm in a tight embrace. The men gawked, stunned. Roofus neither pushed her away nor reciprocated, fixing her with a cold stare. What's this about? You saved my life, and I owe you for a lot more. This is about all I can offer. If you're ever in the mood, Roofus-san, just call me to your bedroom. Her voice was sweet, punctuated with a wink and an imaginary heart. Lillica stomped over, grabbing Elma's shoulder. Elmanie, what the hell are you doing? Just, making a move. I can see that. Me and Rukun are a thing. What's your deal? Hey, maybe he could handle us both. No way. Lillica, dead serious, yanked Elma off Roofus. And didn't you say you'd never go for a noble's wife because of all the baggage? Oh yeah, I did say that. But Roofus-san's hot, loaded, and seems like he'd treat me right. A noble wife's a bit daunting, but a mistress, I'm totally down. Mistress? That's cheating, no way, Rukun's not that shallow. He's honest, serious, right, Rukun? Roofus-san, I'm totally cool with the mistress spot. Moments ago, the two women were embracing in joy, but now they were practically wrestling over one man. Both turned their gazes on Roofus, who let out a weary sigh, utterly exasperated. Elma, the deal was Lillica would cover the debt for saving you. You don't need to offer your body, and I've got the right to choose my women. I'm not some lightweight who'd jump into bed with just anyone. Aw, shot down, huh? Elma backed off easily, as if she hadn't been all that serious. Roofus turned to Lillica, who looked slightly thrown by the exchange. You too, Lillica, calling me honest and serious. I'll throw your own words back at you. What do you even know about me? I don't care what kind of person you think I am, but don't project it onto me. It's confusing. Guess sorry. Roofus snorted, glancing at Sigil and the others, still buzzing from Iz's recovery. Your lifelong wish to cure is done. Go ahead and bask in it. You can use this in for a while. But start thinking about what you'll do next. What we'll do? Sigil tilted his head, puzzled. Hawk smacked him on the back of the head. Idiot, we don't have the airship anymore. We can't just roam free like before. Oh, right. Sigil scratched his cheek, realization dawning. Their airship, Ifrit, had let Scarlet Wind crisscross the continent, hitting dungeons and ruins while evading capture despite their bounties. As wanted criminals with posters across the kingdom, losing the airship meant they could no longer escape as safely as before. The group's faces clouded over, but Sigil, their leader, flashed a grin. Losing Ifrit hurts, no doubt. But we'll be fine, is cured. Together as family, we can overcome anything, always have. He clenched his fist, rallying the group. Roofus shrugged. Spoken like a true sky pirate leader. Bold as hell. Haha, come on, Roofus-san, bold's a bit much. Don't let it go to your head, just lip service. Hi. There's food and liquor in the kitchen downstairs. Use it however you want. Celebrate Iz's recovery or ration it out. With that, Roofus turned toward the door. Wait, Roofus-san, you're leaving already? It's getting late. Why not stay for dinner? We owe you, and Hawk's canned cooking is top-notch. No thanks, I'm not that free. Roofus cut Sigil off and walked out. Wait up, Rukun. Lillica hurried after him. The remaining Scarlet Wind members exchanged glances. Was Roofus-san kinda pissed? Sigil muttered. Was he? Seemed like his usual self to me, Hawk replied, tilting his head. Kay's eyes landed on Elma. Yo, Elma, what was with that sneaky move on Roofus-san? You serious? No way. He's like 10 years younger than me. I just wanted to light a fire under Lillica. Those two haven't made any progress, you know, but maybe I overdid it. Kinda soured the mood. Come on, you'd totally go to his bedroom if he called, Hawk teased. Duh, I would, Elma laughed breezily. Hawk sighed, adjusting his sunglasses. Half serious, huh? He's our benefactor and Lillica's guy. Don't go making things messy, idiot. Lillica didn't like it, Dan added, nodding in agreement. From a guy's perspective, getting hit on ain't bad, but that move was a disaster with the ladies, Kay chimed in. Elma, even if it was to thank him, that was crude. Not cool. Apologize to Lillica later, Sigil said, echoed by Iz. Elma averted her gaze, sheepish. He even you is? Fine, I screwed up. Won't do it again. I'll apologize to Lillica. Happy now. She forcibly shut down the topic, clapping her hands to shift gears. All right, I'm stepping out for a bit. Where to? Iz asked, skeptical. Elma tilted her head, pointing at the door Roofus and Lillica had exited. Lillica went after Roofus-san right. Gotta see how my little sis's love story plays out. She grinned as if it were obvious. The others shot her looks that screamed, she's not sorry at all. Section, walking down the inn's corridor, Roofus brooded. Buying out this inn to hide Scarlet Wind wasn't cheap. As the heir to the Lightless family, he might be noble, but he was still a minor with limited personal funds. This purchase wasn't under the Lightless estate's name, it was on Roofus personally. The inn, a prime property in the capital, wasn't pocket change. He'd leveraged his status for credit, but he'd need a hefty sum by the payment deadline. Maybe hit an advanced dungeon and sell monster materials, he mused. Advanced dungeons were dangerous enough to wipe out a small nation overnight if mishandled. Kingdom law strictly regulated them, forbidding entry for personal gain. But the advanced dungeon in Lightless territory was managed by the Dark Knights, effectively under Lightless control. Records could be fudged. It was against the law, sure, but if he wasn't caught, it wasn't a crime. The money problem was solvable. Now, it was just about scheduling. Roofus was a busy man. The question was which commitments to cut to carve out time. He considered teleporting straight to the dungeon when Lillica tugged his coat from behind. I said wait, Rukun. What? I told you I'm not free. Sorry, but are you mad or something? I'm not mad. Iz is cured, so go be with them instead of fussing over me. But you look off, still drained from mana fatigue. Or is it the money? I've recovered enough. A bit sluggish maybe, but nothing worth worrying about. The money'll sort itself out. None of your concern. No, it is my concern. This inn's pretty fancy, you know. We could have stayed in some cheap dive in the slums, and buying it out, that's overkill. Iz was there, a filthy, poorly maintained and could have worsened her condition. And do you not get that you're wanted criminals? Someone could leak your location for the bounty. Buying the inn was the bare minimum. Roofus sighed, exasperated by their lack of basic caution. Scarlet Wind had relied on the airship as a safe haven, so maybe it wasn't surprising, but their guard was way too lax. Sorry for leaning on you so much. We'll pay you back, I swear. Don't bother, you lot can't afford it without the airship. Sorry. Stop apologizing. That guilty look's making me feel worse. Sore. Lillica caught herself mid-apology, sensing something behind her. She glanced back, catching a glimpse of a figure ducking around a corner. It was only a split second, but it was definitely Elma and maybe others behind her. Eavesdropping? Lillica's face twitched, and she tugged Roofus' sleeve. Can we move somewhere else? Family with a eavesdropping hobby, huh? Less refined than Raymond, but at least it's kinda endearing. They're just nosy about their little sister's love life. Lillica pulled Roofus into her room down the hall. She shut the door, flicked her mana-charged finger, and cast a spell. Wind magic filled the space. Roofus raised an eyebrow, impressed. A barrier, chantless too. Just a simple one to keep sound from leaking. It won't block shouting, but normal talking's fine. Cost-effective eavesdropping counter, you know. Versatile, not bad for one of the heroes who saved the world. Coming from you, that sounds like sarcasm. You can do way more. Anyway, standing's awkward, so sit wherever. It's small, though. Roofus glanced around the sparse room, barely furnished. No chairs. The floor. There's a bed, duh. Beds are for sleeping, no chairs or sofa. This some low-grade adventurer's room. We rented the whole place, use a better one. It's just for sleeping. Big rooms make me antsy. Lillica pushed Roofus onto the bed, sitting him down firmly, then plopped beside him. So, dragging me into your room, what's the plan? Way to phrase it, I mean you're not wrong. Lillica took a breath, then spoke. Oh, I forgot to ask earlier, but when did you fix your left hand? Left hand, oh this. Roofus raised his prosthetic, flexing it to show it off. It's not healed, it's a prosthetic. A prosthetic, it moves so naturally, though. An ancient artifact, I think. Runs on my mana. Even has touch sensation, top-notch stuff. Wow, bet it's pricey. No idea about the cost. A gift from some greedy merchant. Greedy merchant? Wait, you don't mean Jillian, do you? Nah, different guy. Oh, by the way, Jillian's dead. What? Jillian's dead. The mana from the shadow, eater I planted in him, vanished a while back. Probably got taken out once he outlived his usefulness. Jillian was a total sleaze, so I don't exactly feel bad for him, but nobles are terrifying. A powerless commoner like him, running wild against nobles. That's just asking for it. Even without my involvement, it was only a matter of time. Yeah, he definitely had a lot of enemies. Not like we're ones to talk, though, considering all the trouble we've caused nobles. As she spoke, Lillica fiddled with the fingers of Roofus' prosthetic. Can you tell where I'm touching? Ring finger. Whoa, it really does have sensation. Feels almost like a real hand. A bit dull to intense stimuli, though. No pain if it breaks. Huh, that's handy. A gift, sure, but Lillica wondered how much a mana-powered prosthetic would cost if bought outright. Rare as they were, the market price was a mystery, probably enough to buy a house, maybe even something like this inn. I'm serious about paying you back for this place. You're still on about that. Look, you've done so much for us. Kept your promise to cure Isni, got us this inn. I've gotta give something back. You even saved Elmani's life. Ahem. Right now, Roofus didn't need anything from Lillica or Scarlet Wind. His goal was to avoid a doomed future, and as long as they didn't become enemies down the line, that was enough. The airship had been a valuable asset for mobility. Without it, Scarlet Wind had little practical use to him. Sure, he felt some attachment after all their time together, but that was beside the point. I get what you're saying, but without the airship, you lot can't earn that kind of money. Noble sentiment, but good intentions don't make gold rain from the sky. Or what, you planning to pay with your body like Elma suggested? W8 my body. They were alone in a cramped room, sitting close on a bed, hands touching. A soundproof barrier up, no less, and it was Lillica who dragged him into this situation. The more she thought about it, the more it looked like that kind of setup. Her face turned beet red. And no, that's not what I meant. But then, steeling herself, Lillica looked up. So, what do you want, Rukun? What do I want? Roofus blinked, caught off guard, meeting her gaze. Lillica swallowed hard, her nerves taut. A fleeting yet endless silence. Her heart pounded so loud it felt like it might burst. Oblivious to her turmoil, Roofus spoke with a serious expression. Not my type. Huh. His murmur froze her in place. I prefer women with a bit more substance, let's say. Darker hair, too. You're kinda scrawny, Lillica, and your hair's too bright. Pretty much the opposite of my type. Never saw you that way. Oh, right. Lillica's face twitched, her shoulders slumping. The heartbeat that had been deafening moments ago went deathly quiet, like it had iced over. Roofus, realizing his blunder, backpedaled. No, wait, you're not bad looking or anything. I'm not saying you're unattractive, just not my preference, that's all. No need to soften it, makes me feel worse. You weren't planning on anything happening between us, right? Yeah, but sorry, I guess. Playing your girlfriend, clinging to you when I'm not even your type, must have been annoying. Didn't say it was annoying. Why are you getting so down on yourself? It's fine, you don't have to coddle me. You don't see me as a woman, right? Lillica turned away, scooting to put some distance between them. She mumbled, recalling a past exchange with a sailor girl. Said I'd support you, didn't I? Support? What are we talking about now? Nothing. Roofus sighed as Lillica refused to meet his eyes. Gods, why are you being so difficult? Pain in the ass. Wow, rude, now you call me a woman. Never said I don't see you as one. If you were a guy clinging to me like that, I'd have decked you already. Or what, should I have said you're my type and pounced on you right here? Pounced, that's not what I said. Then why are you sulking? You're the one sulking. They shot to their feet, glaring at each other, the tension crackling. After a brief standoff, Roofus sat back down with a defeated sigh. This was about the money, right? He reset the conversation. The money's not a problem, really. I get you don't want to owe me too much. But without the airship, you lot can't earn big. That's just reality. It might take time, but it's not about time. This is the capital of Lightless territory, tightest security around, and you're wanted criminals. No matter how you scramble, you can't move freely like before. I could keep hiding you, but that's not what you want, is it? Lillica looked down, at a loss for words. I was thinking about hitting an advanced dungeon to make quick cash. Advanced dungeon. Lillica's eyes widened, and she leaned in eagerly. Let me help. Don't jump the gun. Roofus grabbed her forehead as she got too close, pushing her back. Ignoring her teary glare, he continued calmly. Diving an advanced dungeon would cover the money, but the root issue stays. Without the airship, you Scarlet Wind are dead weight, and I'm stuck babysitting you. Utterly unproductive. Dead weight baggage, that's harsh. It's the truth. Take away the airship, and you've got nothing left. Besides, the advanced dungeon's guarded by the Dark Knight's elite. You think you can just waltz in. If an outsider enters, it gets reported to my father. That's a headache I don't need. Then what am I supposed to do? Lillica's head drooped. Roofus crossed his legs, propped his cheek on his hand, and stared vaguely at the ceiling. His mind drifted to his earlier talk with Raymond. In the dream, Raymond rebels, fails, and dooms them all. But now that Raymond knows, he claims he won't rebel. Even if he did, Roofus wouldn't join him. That eliminates most of the factors leading to Roofus' downfall. His own actions have already shifted the course significantly from the dream. That nightmare future might never come. But it doesn't end there. Lillica said she defeated the darkness god in her past life, only for the world to end afterward. Roofus' true aim is to inherit the Lightless family. Even if he avoids his own doom, it's meaningless if the world collapses afterward. To prevent that, the action he needs to take. The airship was damn useful for getting around. Losing it here hurts. Lillica tilted her head, uneasy at his murmur. But it was totaled, a one-of-a-kind ancient artifact. That wrecked, there's no fixing it. Fix an artifact? No, fixing it is possible. What? Roofus stood, a spark of inspiration in his eyes. I've got a plan. A plan? I'll wipe out the inn's debt, and you lot can keep living as sky pirates like before. No way, that's too convenient. Besides, the airship's back in the Holy Dragon Kingdom. Exactly. So we're going. Going where? Roofus grabbed Lillica's hand, a sly grin tugging at his lips. The Holy Dragon Kingdom. Wyatt. Lillica's face twisted in dismay. Chapter 4, The Holy Dragon Kingdom. The next day, Roofus and Lillica found themselves in the Holy Dragon Kingdom, on a mission to retrieve their airship. Their means of travel was, naturally, Raymond's summoned beast, a high-ranking space-time spirit named Manifiz, who whisked them there with teleportation magic. Their destination was a desolate, barren mountain range near the sacred peak. The area still bore the scars of an intense magical battle, likely exacerbated by the use of forbidden magic. Even now, the site was saturated with dense magical essence. Above, the sky was alive with countless wyverns soaring through the air. Clad in armor barding, to be precise, they were clearly not wild creatures. Were they patrolling? Investigating? Whatever their purpose, getting spotted would spell trouble. So, Roofus and Lillica, cloaked by Lillica's invisibility magic, made their way to the crash site of their airship. "It's gone," Roofus muttered, his expression unreadable. "Yep, gone," Lillica echoed with a nod. The crash site was marked by scorch marks and a crater, but the airship itself was nowhere to be seen. Not a single piece of debris, not a trace of wreckage. Lillica glanced up at the wyverns circling overhead. "Think it got taken?" "Most likely," Roofus replied, his tone matter-of-fact. The Holy Dragon Kingdom wouldn't just sit idly by after forbidden magic was unleashed on their soil. They probably hauled the airship off for investigation. The question was where they'd taken it. Roofus frowned, mulling it over, when a voice rang out from above, a dull, metallic orb floating overhead. Manifes. Perhaps using forbidden magic was a tad ill-advised. It wouldn't be surprising if they took it as a declaration of war. The voice, laced with a sigh, belonged to Raymond, Manifes's summoner. Roofus shrugged, as if to say what's done is done. "Yeah, might have been a bit reckless," he admitted. "Unleashing forbidden magic, which is outright banned in another country, not exactly the sanest move. I seem to recall you were the one who suggested using it." Raymond shot back through Manifes. "I gave advice. I didn't order you to use it," Roofus countered smoothly. "Sounds like splitting hairs to me. Besides, the whole area's a wasteland now. Care to remind me whose magic leveled the mountain?" "Some deranged elf spirit, that's who." "I used magic too, sure, but that was self-defense." The bickering between Roofus and Raymond, channeled through Manifes, was starting to heat up. Lillica hurriedly stepped in. "Hey, come on, no fighting in a place like this. It's all Demon King Lars's fault, right?" Her attempt at mediation worked, and the two men fell silent. For the record, Raymond wasn't physically present in the Holy Dragon Kingdom because he was currently indisposed. After returning to the Gallian territory yesterday, he'd been apprehended by his father, Duke Gallian, on suspicion of using forbidden magic near the Sacred Peak, a holy site of the Holy Dragon Kingdom. Duke Gallian was a diplomat with direct ties to the Holy Dragon Kingdom, bypassing even the royal family for communications. The magical residue left at the scene bore traits similar to Raymond's mana signature, close enough to raise suspicion, though not enough to pinpoint him definitively. After all, only a handful of people in the kingdom could wield forbidden magic. With mana so closely resembling Raymond's, he was the obvious suspect. However, from Duke Gallian's perspective, the accusations from the Holy Dragon Kingdom were still unverified claims. Detaining Raymond was a diplomatic gesture, a way to show the kingdom had no intent to provoke war, at least for now. This was why Raymond couldn't act directly. Instead, at Roofus's request, he'd sent Manifes to assist. Roofus shot a sharp glance at the floating orb. "Detaining the Duke's heir, though, bit quick, don't you think? It's barely been a day. My father's a diplomat, and our territory borders the Holy Dragon Kingdom. Swift communication is par for the course. I was only detained briefly, now it's more like house arrest. A formality, really. I'm free to move around my room, and well, we're talking remotely, aren't we?" "How much did you tell your father?" "He grilled me, but I kept my mouth shut. I figured we should get our stories straight first. Fair warning, though, the mana residue's been analyzed, so the Lightless family might get a visit too. It'll go through the royal family first, so it'll take a few days, maybe a week. 2 at most." "Got it. We'll align our stories before then, sorry for the mess." "You owe me one. Using forbidden magic in a sacred place like the Sacred Peak was a terrible call. The Holy Dragon Kingdom's on edge because of it. I hate to say it after sending you there, but do not get caught. If they confirm an intrusion, it could spark a war." "I'll do my best," Roofus said dryly. He glanced up at the swarm of wyverns filling the sky. A few broke off from the group, veering in a different direction, west, opposite the kingdom. Whether they were investigating or patrolling, these creatures had a home base to return to. A sly grin crept onto Roofus's face. Convenient. That one'll do." Roofus locked onto a single wyvern, reshaping his own shadow to stretch toward the creature's silhouette on the ground, cast by its flight. With a spell, an application of dark carpet, he filled the ground with darkness, linking his shadow to the wyverns. "Got one, we can track it." "Track it?" Lillica blinked. "Oh, right, that wyvern's armored, so it's gotta belong to the Holy Dragon Kingdom." Roofus nodded. The Holy Dragon Kingdom's vast, but most of its mountains and forests. Not many towns or cities like in the kingdom. To manage a fleet of wyverns that size, they'd need a major city as a base. The airship's probably there too. So follow the wyvern, find the airship. Got it, Lillica said, catching on. Then she hesitated. But wyverns are fast. I can run through the air and might keep up if I push it, but I can't maintain invisibility at that speed. Run through the air, Roofus sighed, exasperated. In a sky where dragons hold air superiority, that's a terrible idea. Why do you think I linked our shadows? He grabbed Lillica's hand. Wait, what are we doing? She squeaked, tilting her head in confusion. Ignoring her, Roofus turned to Manifes. You're coming too. No, Manifes stays here. I'm already at the limit of my teleportation range. Any farther and it's trouble. Besides, I'm not keen on crashing your little date. HMPH, says the guy eavesdropping, Roofus snorted. Without another word, he pulled Lillica into his shadow. Caught off guard, she let out a muffled yelp, unable to resist as they sank into the darkness. The wyvern's shadow, cast on the ground, glided westward in pursuit of its owner. Within it, two figures lurked, holding their breath. Section. The stone-hewn cityscape of the Holy Dragon Kingdom's capital glowed under the sunset's amber light. A lone, armored wyvern descended, one of many sent to investigate the mysterious magical disaster near the sacred peak just yesterday. As it soared above, its shadow slipped into the city's perimeter. Instantly, several of the kingdom's elite soldiers, stationed permanently in the capital, sensed something amiss. Roofus and Lillica, hidden within the wyvern's shadow, held their breath, their magical signatures completely suppressed for good measure. No magical detection could find them. Yet the soldiers' alertness stemmed from something else, an almost primal instinct, a beast-like intuition. Before the wyvern could even land, alarms blared across the city. Soldiers scrambled, the capital buzzing with activity. Roofus and Lillica quickly detached from the wyvern's shadow, slipping into the shadow of a nearby civilian home. Within the darkness, they whispered. Impressive, Roofus muttered. The Holy Dragon Kingdoms got some uncanny detection skills. Our magic suppression was perfect, Lillica said, puzzled. How'd they notice us? No use dwelling on it. These people are practically beasts themselves. Beasts, Lillica frowned. But this is bad, we don't even know where the airship is. Lucky for us, this isn't their capital, Roofus said. If it was, we'd be dealing with more elites, and her entourage. He recalled a figure from the story's lore. Lillica's face soured as she remembered the same person. You mean Tatiana. Tatiana, the princess priestess of the Holy Dragon Kingdom, a descendant of the ancient Dragon King and a key ally in the story's final chapter. Her personal strength was formidable, and her retainers were each worth 1,000 soldiers. In a nation that revered strength above all, their leader was no weakling. Had this been the capital, infiltrating would have required far more caution. Still, getting detected this early is unexpected, Roofus said. I figured we'd get deeper before they noticed. Even in a non-capital city, they've got sharp elites. Can't we use magic detection to find the airship? Lillica suggested. We could, but the airship's mana signature would give us away the moment we tried. Oh, right, Lillica bit her lip. What about dropping invisibility and searching on foot? Against Holy Dragon Kingdom senses. Hiding our presence alone isn't enough. They already sniffed us out with some mysterious ability. Even the best stealth could be pierced here. But as illegal intruders, time was not on their side. Capturing a random soldier to interrogate was an option, but risky. Failure could be catastrophic, and there was no guarantee a low-ranking soldier would know the airship's location. They needed a swift, reliable way to locate the airship without alerting the abnormally perceptive Holy Dragon Kingdom. Roofus racked his brain for a convenient solution. Magic detection might be our best shot after all. The airship's artificial magic stone had a distinct mana signature, one Roofus knew well. A detection spell would pinpoint its location instantly. You sure? Lillica asked. Won't that tip them off? It's not ideal, Roofus admitted. So we make a distraction. A distraction? Lillica's eyes widened. They already know we're here. Might as well turn their alertness into full-blown panic. A mischievous grin spread across Roofus's face. Lillica watched him warily, unease creeping into her expression. Section. Near the entrance to the Holy Dragon Kingdom city, as alarms wailed, a colossal dragon of pure darkness materialized. Its body was shrouded in shadow, serpentine, and wingless, resembling a sea serpent. The creature's appearance evoked a marine dragon, yet its essence was unmistakably dark. Emerging from nowhere, the dark dragon let out a bone-rattling roar, unleashing a massive wave of mana that swept through the city, the air trembling with its power. "What is that thing?" a soldier shouted, eyes wide with shock. "Is that the intruder?" The Holy Dragon Kingdom was home to countless dragon species, but this was unlike anything they'd seen. It resembled a sea serpent, yet its element was darkness, not water, and somehow it was on land. The dark dragon ignored the gathering soldiers, rearing back and unleashing a blast of dark energy into the sky. The sheer force of its mana made the soldiers' faces pale. "Call for reinforcements," one yelled. Now, as the monstrous creature rampaged, clothes hanging to dry on nearby homes were caught in the shockwave, fluttering skyward. Carried by the wind, they drifted lazily until they settled gently at a specific point in the city. The towering outer walls of the Colosso loomed at the entrance to the arena. The 2 guards stationed there stared solemnly in the direction from which the clothing had drifted. "The alarm hasn't stopped," one muttered. "Never heard it go on this long." "That massive surge of dark mana just now," the other said, his voice tense. "The intruder's no ordinary foe. Could it be connected to the forbidden magic spotted near the sacred peak yesterday? Should we join the fray?" "No way," the first snapped. "Our job's guarding the Colosso's gate. You know what's here, that crimson ship they found near the sacred peak. It's stashed inside." "Yeah, too big to store anywhere else, so they dumped it here for now," the second grumbled. "Ruined today's tournament, damn it. And I heard she was supposed to show up to watch." A gentle breeze slipped between the 2 guards. Unbeknownst to them, in that very moment, they'd let intruders slip right into the Colosso. Oblivious, they maintained their vigilant watch. Section. In the heart of the Colosso, where no human presence stirred, Roofus and Lillica dropped their invisibility and materialized before the wreckage of their airship. Lillica let out a relieved sigh. "Went off without a hitch," she said. "We passed right by those guards and they didn't suspect a thing." "Lucky for us they were small fry," Roofus replied, his tone dry. "If they'd been elites, we'd have been spotted. Not that it would have stopped us." For Roofus or Lillica, neutralizing a couple of elite guards without killing them would be child's play. Still, the fewer disturbances, the better. "Man, you really don't hold back, do you?" Lillica said, half impressed, half exasperated. "Using a familiar to cause a ruckus like that." Roofus had summoned a massive sea serpent, a shadow familiar, to serve as a decoy. By masking their mana detection spell within the serpent's overwhelming mana wave, they'd pinpointed the airship's location. The serpent was directed to wreak havoc, drawing the Holy Dragon Kingdom's soldiers' attention while minimizing casualties. In the chaos, stray clothing was caught in the shockwave, and Roofus and Lillica hid within its shadow. Roofus guided them to the airship's location, while Lillica manipulated the wind to adjust their landing point. With her invisibility magic and mana suppression, they slipped past the guards' notice and infiltrated the Colosso. And so, they stood before their airship. Roofus shrugged at Lillica's mix of admiration and disbelief. "Don't act like this is my usual style. I don't pull stunts this reckless often." "Oh, it's totally your style," Lillica shot back. "You're always doing crazy stuff. Criticizing me. If you've got a problem with my methods, come up with a better plan." "It's not that I've got a problem with it." Lillica's voice softened as she gently touched the battered airship, her eyes downcast with a rare melancholy. "This time, and all the other times, I'm the reason you have to do these reckless things." Her uncharacteristically subdued demeanor made Roofus tilt his head. "What's with the moping?" "Doesn't suit you." "Doesn't suit me," Lillica started, indignant. "I've got feelings too, you know." Her words cut off as her expression shifted. With her high affinity for wind magic, Lillica could sense shifts in the air's flow, not as keenly as Despia might, but enough. That's how she caught it. Roofus, who usually kept a constant mana detection field active, had turned it off to maintain stealth. As a result, he didn't notice the silent attack hurtling toward them from behind. A spiked iron ball, covered in jagged thorns, rocketed toward them at ferocious speed. Lillica shoved Roofus aside, stepping forward and activating a defensive spell. Air Embrace. A thick wall of air unfurled, cushioning the iron ball's force, but it wasn't enough to stop it entirely. The barrier shattered, and the spikes grazed Lillica's flesh. In the next instant, an arm wrapped around her, pulling her back. Roofus had yanked her close, his magical barrier stopping the iron ball just inches from her face. "Getting saved left and right lately," Roofus muttered. "Need to work on detection methods beyond mana and countermeasures for ambushes besides barriers. That's my homework." Unscathed behind his barrier, Roofus glared at their assailant. The attacker reeled in the chain attached to the iron ball, grabbing it barehanded. Clad in light, revealing armor that showcased a chiseled physique, the figure's face was hidden by a full-face helm. In their hand was a brutal weapon, a morning star. This was unmistakably a gladiator, a star of the Colosso. "Stay where you are, intruders," came a voice from within the helm, deep and commanding, barely recognizable as female. A gladiator in the Colosso during peacetime wasn't unusual, but Roofus recognized this one. "You," he said, his voice low. He sifted through his memories of the story and recalled her identity. This gladiator was one of Princess Priestess Tatiana's retainers, and not just any retainer, but the strongest among them. Why was one of Tatiana's elite here? She should be in the capital with the princess. Unless, at this point in the story, she hadn't yet become a retainer. Either way, this was a warrior capable of holding her own against the darkness god in the story's final battle. Having been spotted by her, combat was likely unavoidable, a massive headache for Roofus, who wanted to avoid prolonged fights. Lillica, still held close, let out a small voice. Rukun. "What still sulking?" Roofus teased. "Upset you tried to save me but got saved instead. Tough luck, but we've got an enemy. Snap out of it." "No, it's not that, could you, let go of me." "Let go?" "Your hand, it's, on my chest." "Huh?" Roofus glanced down. Sure enough, his hand was positioned squarely over Lillica's chest. Her face was beet red, her body trembling with embarrassment. He muttered, deadpan, "You don't even have a chest." "What?" Something in Lillica snapped. She wrenched his hand off, spun around, and grabbed him by the collar. "I've got a proper breast, okay? You were groping me and that's your take? You're the worst." Sorry," Roofus stammered. "It's the prosthetic hand. Must have dulled my sense of touch." "You said that prosthetic feels just fine," Lillica shot back. "You don't even see me as a woman, do you? I'm just a kid to you, right? With my stupid, flat chest." "That's not true. You're a woman through and through. I was just distracted, thinking about something else. Look at her." He nodded toward the gladiator. "You recognize her too, don't you?" "Thinking about something else," Lillica exploded, "while grabbing my chest. Fine, touch it again. Feel it properly this time. Go on." She thrust out her modest chest, defiant. Roofus flinched. "Stop it, Lillica. My bad, okay, I was wrong. Calm down. A lady shouldn't act so unrefined." "Unrefined? I'd rather be unrefined than thought of as a flat-chested nobody." All right, you've got something there. Maybe not much, but it's not about size. You've got your own charm. Don't give me that half-assed consolation," Lillica snapped. "Be a man and check properly, or what, you shy now? After all the touchy-feely crap you've pulled before, a little chest is too much." Another spiked iron ball hurtled toward them, only to be deflected with a dull thunk by Roofus's barrier. The gladiator, radiating killing intent through her helm, glared at them. "What are you two flirting about in a situation like this? Are you insane?" It was a perfectly reasonable reaction. Under her icy stare, Lillica finally registered the absurdity. "Why's she here?" Lillica whispered. "No idea," Roofus replied, "but it explains things. Someone of her caliber would notice intruders." The gladiator's eyes narrowed within her helm, catching their words. "You know me, you know I serve the Princess Priestess. That makes you assassins." "How do you even jump to that?" Roofus groaned, rubbing his temple. "For the record, we're not assassins," he clarified. "As if I'd believe you," the gladiator spat. "You summon a monster to distract the city, then sneak in at the exact moment the princess is visiting. What else could you be?" "What, Tatiana's here?" Roofus's eyes widened. That was unexpected, and it meant they couldn't linger. "Our goal is to retrieve this airship," he said firmly. "We have no intention of harming the princess. Words of an illegal intruder mean nothing. Save your excuses for the dungeon." "Yeah, figured it'd come to this," Roofus sighed. Reluctantly, he conjured a dark scythe, and took a stance. The gladiator was a formidable opponent, even by his standards. He'd hoped to avoid a fight, but there was no helping it now. The gladiator, it seemed, was indeed one of Tatiana's retainers, as the story suggested. And if Tatiana herself was in this city, along with her elite entourage, things could get messy. Facing them all at once would be a challenge, even for Roofus, especially with his mana reserves still not fully recovered. He'd rather not tangle with such a troublesome crew. The gladiator, meanwhile, sensed their strength. The lightly armored girl was no slouch, but the man in black was on another level, dangerous, like facing a high-ranking dragon. She couldn't afford to hold back. Infusing her body with battle aura, she exuded a pressure that rivaled a dragon's, pressing down on Roofus and Lillica. Lillica met her gaze coolly. "Looks like a fight's unavoidable, by the way. How were you planning to get the airship back to the kingdom?" "Using a variation of dark carpet to swallow it into my shadow and carry it," Roofus replied, frowning. "You're asking now." Lillica grinned, drawing her short sword. "Then the airship's all yours. Leave the cleanup to me." "You sure?" Roofus asked. "She's one of the Holy Dragon Kingdom's top fighters." "Awa, you worried about me." "That's sweet." Their casual banter was cut short as the spiked iron ball swung down again, not thrown, but delivered directly by the gladiator, who'd closed the distance in an instant. The Morning Star's raw power dwarfed her earlier throws, but as it collided with Roofus's barrier, the gladiator was blown backward. A ferocious gust of wind, Lillica's doing, struck with the force of a solid mass, like a punch from the air itself. The gladiator's sturdy frame took no damage, but the sheer pressure was undeniable. The spell's activation was nearly undetectable, its casting so swift it skipped both incantation and declaration, silent magic. This wind spell came from the lightly armored girl, not the dark magic-wielding man. If she was this powerful, a mage ranged combat would be overwhelmingly disadvantageous. The gladiator, regaining her footing midair, landed and readied her weapon for close-quarters combat, where mages typically struggled. But in that moment, an invisible strike slammed into her chiseled abs. Gah! It was unseen but unmistakable, a kick. The gladiator staggered but grabbed the invisible foot. The veil of invisibility fell, revealing Lillica, who blinked in surprise. "Meant to blow you away," Lillica said, grinning. "Tough as ever, huh?" "Don't underestimate me, little girl," the gladiator roared. Still gripping Lillica's foot, she swung her upward and slammed her toward the ground. Lillica's light frame offered no resistance against the gladiator's brute strength. Wah, spiral move. Just before hitting the ground, Lillica invoked a wind-based teleportation spell without incantation. She vanished in a whirlwind, taking the gladiator with her. They reappeared high above the Colosso, caught in the wind. The gladiator, thrown into the air, still refused to let go of Lillica's foot. "Ugh, you came along?" Lillica groaned. "Let go already." "Wind magic and teleportation. You're from the kingdom, aren't you?" The teleportation was meant for Lillica alone, but the gladiator's grip caused an unintended tag-along. She knew kingdom mages often used teleportation in combat, a hallmark of their magical prowess. Lillica shrugged. "Plenty of people outside the kingdom use teleportation magic. It's versatile, gives you an edge. You guys should try it." "Don't dodge the question," the gladiator snapped. "Cowardly tactics like these are for the weak." "Well, I'm kinder on the weaker side, so that's fine by me." "Weak," the gladiator scoffed, "with power like yours. I don't have time to waste on you, not with that dark mage still lurking." Without hesitation, the gladiator's helm parted at the mouth, revealing a maw of jagged, draconic teeth. Compressed mana surged, unleashing a scorching beam of heat, a dragon's breath. "Whoa, close one," Lillica yelped, twisting her body to dodge at the last second. "Slippery little." "One more time." The gladiator began charging another breath, gathering mana in her mouth. But Lillica, calm as ever, readied her short sword. "My buddy's still recovering from mana exhaustion because of me," she said. "He's not at his best, so I don't want to make him push himself any harder." As she spoke, Lillica bent her captured leg, pulling the gladiator closer. With precision, she thrust her short sword's tip through a gap in the gladiator's full-face helm. The gladiator, caught off guard in midair with no footing to brace herself, tried to dodge Lillica's merciless strike at her vital point. She released Lillica's leg, twisting her body to evade the short sword. But she couldn't avoid it entirely. Her helm was knocked off, and a streak of blood arced through the air from a cut on her cheek. In the midst of their exchange, their time suspended in the air ended. Lillica and the Gladiator plummeted back to the center of the Colosso. Lillica cushioned her fall with a burst of wind, landing lightly, while the Gladiator crashed into the ground, carving a small crater. Amid the swirling dust, the Gladiator rose. Her helm was gone, revealing a strikingly refined face despite the lack of makeup, marred only by a single cut on her cheek. Her features twisted with fury, her beast-like gaze locking onto Lillica. "Oops, sorry about the scar," Lillica said, wincing. "Thought you'd dodge, so I went all out." Her apology for wounding another woman's face was genuine, but to the Gladiator, it reeked of the smug confidence of the strong, almost taunting. Indeed, Lillica was far stronger than the Gladiator had anticipated. Her youthful appearance had led to underestimation, but she was clearly battle-hardened. If the black-clad mage was her equal or stronger and joined the fight, the Gladiator's defeat was certain. Taking on both intruders alone was impossible. Her role, then, was to hold out until reinforcements arrived, and if that proved too difficult, with grim resolve, the Gladiator surged with an overwhelming battle aura. Her mana took on a draconic quality, scales emerging across her body, her bright brown eyes shifting to a fiery red. Lillica and Roofus's expressions darkened at the transformation. They knew what this was, the trump card of Holy Dragon Kingdom warriors, a power that transcended human limits. Having just managed to sink the airship into his shadow, Roofus readied his dark scythe, sensing trouble. Lillica, her face taut with caution, rapidly wove a spell to counter. But then, an arrow streaked from the sky, embedding itself in the ground. It carried no mana, a mere distraction shot by a third party. Roofus, Lillica, and the Gladiator froze. "Stop, that's enough fighting." A voice echoed through the Colosso, originating from the spectator stands. Roofus glanced up to find the once empty seats now filled with figures in white robes. One of them, holding a crossbow, removed her robe to reveal her face, a woman of indeterminate age, her brown hair covering half her face. "First time meeting you, Roofus Ray Lightless Sama, yes." She lifted the hem of her robe in a delicate curtsy, a gesture distinctly in the kingdom's style. Her smile was soft, devoid of hostility. Roofus frowned, neither confirming nor denying, and remained silent. As she'd said, Roofus had never met her. He wasn't wearing his Lightless family crest, so his identity hadn't been deduced from that. "Lightless," the Gladiator growled. "The kingdom's dark noble, more importantly, why are you here, merchant? This is no place for your kind." The Gladiator's irritation flared at the interruption, her aura so intense that several white-robed figures in the stands staggered and collapsed. The merchant woman maintained her calm smile. "A misunderstanding, dear retainer," she said smoothly. "These individuals are not intruders, they are my guests." "Guests?" the Gladiator snapped. "Guests who unleashed a monster on the city. You mean the dark dragon at the city gates? It has nothing to do with them." "A coincidence, isn't it, Roofus Dono?" Roofus eyed the merchant for a moment before playing along. "Indeed. I came at your invitation, only to be attacked out of nowhere. Quite perplexing." You dare spew such nonsense?" the Gladiator roared. The merchant shrugged with a knowing smirk. "No lies here. They never tried to kill you, despite your assault. You, of all people, should know they were holding back." The Gladiator's face twisted bitterly, but a flicker of doubt crossed her eyes. She reeled in her chain, grabbing the spiked iron ball and pointing it at the merchant. "You call them guests. What's the deal?" The merchant glanced around, noting the airship's absence, and spoke. "The ancient artifact, the Crimson Ship. It seems they've already retrieved it." "That's critical evidence," the Gladiator barked. "Your guild claimed responsibility for investigating it, so why hand it over to foreigners?" "The ship's handling was entrusted to me by the Princess Priestess herself," the merchant replied. "It's too much for us to manage. So, I requested the expertise of Lightless Dono, a renowned mage from the magic superpower that is the kingdom." "There's no deceit in your words, is there?" the Gladiator said, her tone heavy. "I swear by the Princess Priestess," the merchant replied, raising her right hand in the Holy Dragon Kingdom's oath gesture. Typically, one swore by their god, but she deliberately invoked Tatiana's name. Bound by her lord's name, the gladiator had no choice but to relent. Her explanation was flimsy but logically sound. The black-clad mage had claimed their goal was to retrieve the airship, with no intent to harm the princess. The gladiator, though attacked ruthlessly, couldn't deny they'd held back. She lowered her weapon, straightened, and bowed to Roofus. "I was unaware you were guests. Normally, illegal entry would not be overlooked, regardless of circumstances. But if this is under the princess's orders, I won't press charges. Finish your business and leave immediately. My guild will ensure they're escorted to the border once the deal is done." The merchant interjected before Roofus could respond. The gladiator shot her a glare. "I'll report this to the princess." "As a retainer should," the merchant replied smoothly. "Please inform her I'll visit personally later." With a huff, the gladiator turned away, snatching her helm from the ground and donning it roughly. Her gaze shifted to Lillica. "Your name?" "Me," Lillica blinked, startled. Lillica." Caught off guard, she answered honestly, thinking to herself, "Guess today's the day everyone wants my name." "Isabella," the gladiator said curtly. "Remember it." With that, Isabella, the gladiator, strode out of the Colosso. "That retainer's name is Isabella," Lillica mused, tilting her head. It was new information. She hadn't interacted much with her in the previous story. "Why'd she tell me her name now?" "Probably took a liking to you," Roofus said with a smirk. "Nice going." "What really? Isn't remember it more like, next time you're dead or something?" "The Holy Dragon Kingdom folks might actually take to someone like you," Roofus said. "If I recall, last time, even Tatiana." "Stop. Don't bring that up." Lillica cut him off, flailing her arms as if to ward off the memory. In the story, she and Tatiana had crossed paths often, though Lillica clearly wasn't fond of revisiting it. As they bickered, the merchant woman descended from the stands, approaching with a warm smile. "In the Holy Dragon Kingdom, warriors don't exchange names before a fight," she said. "Names are shared afterward, when both survive and acknowledge each other as equals. Taking a liking isn't far off," Lillica-sama, member of the air pirates Scarlet Wind. Lillica tensed. "How do you know about me?" She'd only given her name, not her affiliation. Wary, she stepped back, and Roofus moved to shield her, glaring at the merchant. "Who the hell are you, so-called merchant of the Holy Dragon Kingdom?" The merchant's smile didn't waver as she performed another refined kingdom-style curtsy. "Allow me to introduce myself properly. I am Ada, president of the Hermes Guild, based in the Holy Dragon Kingdom's capital. They call me Great Merchant, though it's a bit grandiose. A pleasure to make your acquaintance, Roofus-sama." Ada, the Great Merchant. The size of her guild was unclear, but her ability to intervene with Tatiana's retainer suggested significant influence. Roofus sensed no mana from her, which made her all the more enigmatic. In a nation that revered strength, a non-mage commanding a retainer who answered only to the princess was no ordinary feat. "How do you know about us?" Roofus demanded. "A black-clad young mage allied with air pirates? That's quite the tale in the kingdom's northern reaches," Ada replied smoothly. "Your source is Styria," Roofus said, his voice low. Leaking kingdom secrets was illegal, but merchants often flouted the law for profit. Slave trading, cross-border information exchanges, you name it. The airship, a rare ancient artifact, was one of a kind. The crimson ship Ifrit, owned by the Scarlet Wind. Roofus's connection to them was known. With enough information, deducing their identities wasn't hard. Roofus accepted her explanation, but her motives remained unclear. "What's your goal?" "A personal debt," Ada said. "My father spoke of being indebted to you." "A debt, your father? Who is he and what's this about?" "No need to sully your ears with the details," Ada replied, her smile vague, deflecting further questions. Roofus opened his mouth to press her, but a blinding light erupted from the direction of the city gates, followed by a deafening roar. He realized instantly, his sea serpent familiar, used as a decoy, had been obliterated, its core destroyed in a single blow. It wouldn't regenerate anytime soon. "Lightning," Roofus muttered. "No, there's no storm, that was." The story's memories flooded back. This overwhelming lightning could only be the work of Princess Priestess Tatiana. "Oh my," Ada said, chuckling. "The princess is as ferocious as ever. To think she'd take the field herself." She blew a whistle, and a wyvern with a red scarf around its neck swooped down, landing before Roofus. The princess has moved, so time is short. Please board quickly. We'll escort you to the border. You're saying I saved your father and this is repayment? Roofus said skeptically. We're strangers, meeting for the first time in a foreign land. Sounds too convenient. The logical assumption is a trap. I understand your caution, Ada said calmly. But once Isabella reports, the princess will come here. Even I can't shield you then. Lillica tugged at Roofus's sleeve, whispering, Let's go, with an uneasy look. From the story's memories, Lillica and Tatiana's chemistry was complicated. Tatiana had been friendly, but it was one-sided. Roofus sighed, exasperated, but Ada seized on his hesitation. Even if it's a trap, someone of your strength could handle it, no? They say you caused quite a stir in Styria, rescuing a friend from prison, taking on corrupt merchants and their lackeys, tearing through them like paper. Your poetic flair sounds like a bard's, Roofus said coldly. I don't know what you heard in some merchant gossip circle, but I'm not flattered by being painted as a hero. Ada's voice had lilted as if reciting an epic, but Roofus's tone was icy. Still, suspicious as it was, her offer was convenient given the circumstances. If it was a trap, he'd crush it. Facing Tatiana would be far more troublesome. Doesn't sit right, but I'll play along for now, he said. With that, he pulled Lillica onto the wyvern's back. His eyes caught the red scarf, embroidered with a single lily, the Hermes Guild's emblem. Ada noticed his gaze and smiled. That lily ensures safe passage in the Holy Dragon Kingdom, even from wild dragons. You do business with dragons too? Roofus asked, raising an eyebrow. Of course, Ada replied. Humans, dragons, all are customers to my guild. A foreign concept in the kingdom, perhaps. With a smile, she signaled the wyvern, which flapped its wings and began to ascend. As it rose, Ada's gentle smile shifted to a sharp, fox-like grin, gleaming with ambition. With this, my debt is repaid, she said. Our time as benefactor and debtor ends here. Next we meet, it'll be as merchant and client. I look forward to a fruitful deal. Her earlier demeanor had been that of a grateful daughter. This was her true face as a merchant, steeped in greed. Talk about forcing a favor, Roofus muttered, shrugging as the ground fell away. Repaying a debt I don't even recall. Who was Ada's father? Without more details, Roofus couldn't guess. But a faint memory stirred, a greedy merchant in a cream-colored suit, with eyes glinting like Ada's, who served the Lightless family. The man was a master of wearing two faces. One for the public, one for profit. Could her father be? No, if so, what's this debt about? Roofus mused. What, you still don't get it? Lillica said, tilting her head from behind him on the wyvern. Section. Ada watched the wyvern carrying the two disappear into the sky. Footsteps approached from behind. Instantly, her white-robed private guards, the Hermes Guild's soldiers, dropped to the ground in unison. Ada turned, her soft smile returning, and bowed deeply. Well, you arrived sooner than expected. Standing there was Princess Priestess Tatiana Avalokand, a heroine of the story. A direct descendant of the ancient dragon king who founded the Holy Dragon Kingdom, she bore a pair of majestic horns atop her head, a mark of atavism, her draconic blood manifesting strongly. Though human, she wielded the power of a dragon. Tatiana approached slowly, her cold gaze fixed on Ada's bowed form. HMPH, your head's still too high. As she spoke, a bolt of lightning struck the ground at Ada's feet. Ada stumbled, dropping to her knees in a posture of submission, cold sweat beading on her cheek. Behind Tatiana stood her elite retainers, among them Isabella, her cheek still bearing the unhealed cut. From Tatiana's reaction, it was clear Ada had deliberately let the intruders escape, a traitor. Her earlier oath was nothing but a convenient lie. Isabella burned to execute her on the spot, but she remained still and silent. The princess was radiating unmistakable fury. Explain yourself, Ada, Tatiana said coldly. Why did you let the intruders escape? Why betray me? Her head pressed to the ground, Ada spoke softly. To repay a debt. That was all she offered, no excuses, no defense. Tatiana snorted, glancing at the sky where the wyvern had vanished. A debt? More like you stole my prey. You swore to make the man who sold your mother and master suffer the same fate. To stand on his level, you said. That's why I lent you my aid. My father, great merchant Gillan, is dead. Dragged down from his perch as a mere territory's trade lord, he suffered cruelly, as if paying for all his past sins. So that's what's got you drowning your sorrows. My father reaped the consequences of his countless misdeeds. If that's the case, then surely the heroic Lord of the North, who brought down that corrupt merchant, deserves a reward for his good deeds, no? As for me, I've got no grand vendetta left to pursue. I won't run or hide. Whatever punishment you deem fit, I'll accept. Ada had lost everything. Her mother, sold alongside her into slavery, succumbed to illness. After that, she'd fallen into the depths, eventually washing up in the Holy Dragon Kingdom. It was there that a young Tatiana had taken her in. She'd confessed her resentment toward her father to her new mistress, and, by a twist of fate, leveraged the very mercantile talents she'd inherited from him to rise through the ranks. With Tatiana's aid, Ada shed her slave status, and in time, grew to wield such influence that she practically propped up the Holy Dragon Kingdom's economy. It was a bitter irony that she'd ended up drawing a bow against the very Tatiana to whom she owed so much. But such was fate. Even if this path led to her ruin, Ada steeled herself with no regrets. Gazing down at the diminished great merchant, she let out a heavy sigh. You belong to me, Ada. From the moment I saw you in that cell, eyes blazing with defiance despite your chains, I knew you were mine. If you've no vendetta left to chase, then dedicate the rest of your life to me. Pour everything into the prosperity of my Holy Dragon Kingdom. That's my judgment, and it's final. Princess Priestess Sama, that's. The Princess Priestess's verdict was, in essence, a full pardon. For such a blatant act of betrayal, it was far too lenient. Ada, who'd braced herself for the worst, perhaps even execution, couldn't help but look up, stunned. And no, that won't do. At the very least, I should face the whip or solitary confinement. And who are you to argue with my property? Tatiana's commanding presence bore down on her, an unspoken authority that crushed any protest. Ada clamped her mouth shut and prostrated herself. Still, Tatiana continued, we'll keep investigating those who turned the area around Sacred Peak into a battleground, throwing around forbidden magic like it was nothing. From the traces of mana left behind, the prime suspect is Galleon's heir. And this incident has cast suspicion on Roofus Lightless as well. That much hasn't changed. As you will. I've already repaid every debt I owed, so I've no stake in that matter. Ada's clear, almost smug smile and sharp declaration said it all. I've done my part, so I'm out. Her ability to pivot so swiftly left Tatiana dumbfounded. Loyal to a fault, yet cold as ice, you're a merchant through and through, aren't you? With a wry shake of her head, Tatiana turned to her retainers. This matter stays between us. Understood, Isabella. Yes, Princess Priestess Sama, as you command. Isabella led the group of retainers kneeling before her. Tatiana spun on her heel, her gaze drifting to the darkening sky. Her eyes fixed eastward, toward the border where Roofus had vanished astride a wyvern. The immortal dark dragon, presumed to be Roofus's doing, had been a nightmare even for the Holy Dragon Kingdom's elite. Tatiana herself had been forced to step in and destroy it with brute force. Yet, in the aftermath, the damage was strangely minimal. No deaths, a handful of lightly injured soldiers. Zero structural damage. For a rampage by a creature of that caliber, the outcome was absurdly tame. It wasn't as if the struggling soldiers had suddenly turned the tide with skill. Roofus Lightless, I don't know what your deal is, but I'll give you this much. There was no malice in what you did. If we ever cross paths again, I'll get the truth out of you, Tatiana thought, a fierce grin tugging at her lips. Chapter 5, Sky Pirate Lillica. The sun dipped low, painting the sky in hues of fading gold as a wyvern, its neck adorned with a red scarf bearing a single lily emblem, soared through the air. No pursuers trailed them, and as Ada had promised, no wild dragonkin gave chase. It was a fleeting moment of tranquility, a journey through the skies at the close of a hectic day. Originally, they had been heading toward the border, but now their course was set for Sacred Peak. The wyvern, as if understanding human speech, obeyed Roofus's commands without resistance. Perhaps out of consideration for Roofus and Lillica riding its back, its flight was gentle, unhurried. Clinging to Roofus from behind, Lillica gazed absently at the clouds drifting by. Then, almost as an afterthought, she spoke. Hey, Rukun, is Raymond eavesdropping on us right now? Who knows? No clue how he'd even manage it. Got something you want to talk about? Well, I guess it's fine if he overhears this one. Tightening her grip around him just a fraction, Lillica pressed on. Roofus gun, I mean. What do you think of me? Deliberately switching from her casual nickname to his full name, Lillica's tone grew earnest, her expression serious. Roofus furrowed his brow, tilting his head slightly. Is this an extension of that lover's act we've been playing? What kind of answer are you fishing for? Don't mess around, I'm being serious here. Why ask something like that out of the blue? 'Cause you're always saving me. Lillica's voice dipped, her gaze lowering as she continued. Sure, I've helped you out a couple times, Roofus gun, but it feels like I've gotten way more from you than I've given. That mess in the Sky City? My screw-up, yet you risked your life to come save me. Elmani and the others pitched in too, and you kept your promise to cure Izuni's illness. And if that wasn't enough, you went and recovered my airship, said you'd even get it repaired. I mean, how am I supposed to pay you back for all that in one lifetime? My goal's to avert a doomed future. Doing you favors was just laying the groundwork for that, or so I thought. But yeah, looking back, maybe I went a bit overboard. Trying so hard to keep you alive, only to nearly get myself killed in the process, talk about missing the mark. Roofus gave a wry chuckle, almost mocking himself. Humans don't always act on logic alone. When Fran told him Lillica was in danger, he couldn't sit still, bolting out of the manor on pure impulse. All he could think about was saving Lillica, even if it meant throwing everything else away. Why he'd acted so irrationally, Roofus himself couldn't quite pin down. Could it be that somewhere along the way, Lillica had stolen his heart? No, that didn't add up. Lillica was the opposite of his type, practically the polar opposite. So then, it must be. Bonds, I got caught up in the bonds we share. Bonds, that's enough to make you go this far. It's not that strange, is it? I don't have memories of my past life, but back then, I apparently turned an entire kingdom into my enemy for Raymond's sake. Oh yeah, you're right. Seeming oddly satisfied with that, Lillica leaned into Roofus's back, letting herself relax against him. I kept wondering why a guy like you would do something so awful back then, but it was for a friend, wasn't it? This time, you turned your blade on our enemies for me. Last time, it was aimed at the kingdom, and at us. For those he holds dear, Roofus Ray Lightless would take on a nation itself. That was the core of who he was, and Lillica was only now beginning to truly understand it. Her gaze drifted to her open palm, staring at it vacantly. It's not like I forgot or anything, but lately, I can't stop thinking about it, about the last time when these hands killed you. What, feeling guilty about it now? Maybe. Pretty selfish, huh? Lillica gave a bitter smile. I don't regret it, you know. All of you wouldn't have stopped otherwise. One wrong move, and we would have been the ones dead. We were both dead serious back then. I'm not trying to justify killing you, but you want me to forgive you. No, if anything, I don't want you to. Lillica's smile wavered, her eyes glistening as though she might cry. I want you to blame me more. Tell me how dare I kill you back then, throw your resentment at me, condemn me, stab me through like I did to you. I don't deserve your kindness, Roofus. Her voice trembled, growing faint, almost fading entirely by the end. After a heavy silence, Roofus spoke quietly. You're not entirely flat, are you? Being this close, I can tell even without touching. Hi. Lillica blinked, caught off guard by his words. Then, noticing his gaze lingering on her chest, her cheeks flushed crimson, and she yanked herself back from him. What? That's what you've got to say right now. Covering her chest, her face twisted in embarrassment. Roofus snorted. What's with the blushing? You were the one egging me on to get all touchy-feely earlier. No, that's 'cause it was like tit for tat or. Fidgeting shyly, Lillica squirmed under his gaze. Roofus cracked a faint smile. You didn't kill me. What do you mean? I never mentioned this before, but aside from that dream about Abel's story, I've had another one. A nightmare where I'm brutally slaughtered by you all. A nightmare about being slaughtered. Yeah, Roofus nodded, his voice low. An unforgettable, unending nightmare. Staring at the passing clouds, he murmured. Over and over. Again and 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 again. Countless times I was killed. That's the kind of nightmare it was. Rukun. Lillica's face paled, her breath catching. Roofus pressed on, undeterred. 20,800,201. What's that number? The number of times I was killed. Not a single moment of it has faded from my memory. 20 million, how that's not some kind of joke, is it? The sheer scale of the number left Lillica speechless. Roofus wasn't the type to jest about something like this. But to be killed 20,800,201 times, if that nightmare were real, no one could stay sane. What gripped Lillica's heart most was an overwhelming sense of pity. The Roofus who endured those millions of deaths hadn't rebelled or done anything to deserve it. That's too cruel. That kind of injustice shouldn't exist. With trembling hands, Lillica gently touched Roofus's cheek from behind. He clasped her delicate hand in his own. I'm not wallowing in self-pity. I was killed millions of times by you all, and I remember every single one vividly. But Lillica, you weren't there. Weren't there. There was a Lillica Skyfield, sure. But it wasn't you, the one I'm touching right now. It was someone else wearing your face. But it was me, wasn't it? Lillica, why do you think it was someone else? I just know. We've been through enough together for me to tell. Tears welled in Lillica's eyes. To hide them, she turned her face away. Even so, I killed you, Rukun, Shadow Wolf Roofus, with these hands. Maybe you just don't remember it. Maybe you forgot what it was like when I killed you. That could be. But to me, the memories I have now are all that matter. The ones I should hate are those who slaughtered me millions of times and whoever's behind those nightmares, not you. The shadow wolf you killed was probably just someone wearing my face, too. And if you're just forgetting, what if one day, out of nowhere, you remember what it was like when I killed you? You're a persistent one, aren't you? Roofus let out a sigh, shifting in the saddle to face Lillica. Fine, if it turns out you did kill me then. He reached out, pinching her cheek softly. I'll forgive you like it's just some family squabble. I'm a generous guy after all. Come on. Lillica grabbed his hand, still pinching her cheek, and gave a shy, relieved smile, as if a weight had been lifted. I told you not to forgive me. Resting her head against Roofus's chest, Lillica let herself relax completely. Roofus wrapped his arms around her, gently stroking her hair. Their shadows overlapped on the wyvern's back. As if reading the mood, the wyvern banked in a wide, leisurely arc, carrying them slowly toward their destination. Their skyward journey to Sacred Peak, where Raymond awaited, stretched on just a little longer. Section. Some days later, Roofus and Raymond held a clandestine meeting to discuss how to spin the incident at Sacred Peak. The plan settled on framing the event around the emergence of the Demon King, a calamity for humanity, tying it to the Saintess's divine oracle to justify the use of forbidden magic. The story went like this. The Saintess, foreseeing the Demon King's revival through her divine oracle, sought help from Roofus, with whom she had a long-standing bond. Raymond, happening to be present, offered his aid. For reasons unknown, the Demon King revived at the Holy Dragon Kingdom's Sacred Peak, where Roofus and Raymond joined forces to defeat it, using forbidden magic as the final blow. They'd need to get the Saintess Fran to play along, but Roofus assured Raymond he'd handle it. It was a scandal that could shake the kingdom, but Raymond breathed a sigh of relief, believing this would avert war with the Holy Dragon Kingdom. Or so he thought, until he received word that Roofus, while retrieving the airship, had been spotted by the Princess Miko's aide and ended up in a skirmish. The belated report left Raymond clutching his head in frustration. Section. A few days later, early in the morning, at the Lightless Territories Commercial Guild branch. Without prior notice, Roofus arrived alone, presenting the wreckage of an airship before Mild, who had come to greet him. This crimson ship, this shape, no mistake, it's the one from the rumors. The airship, owned by the infamous treasure hunter and sky pirate Scarlet Wind, was a legendary artifact, the only confirmed flying vessel in the world. It's busted. Fix it. Roofus's words were curt, just those two. No explanation, just an outrageous demand. Even Mild, ever the professional, couldn't help but grimace. Well, when you say fix it, you can do it. With your guild's expertise in restoring ancient artifacts and crafting near-perfect replicas, it's within your wheelhouse. You're referring to the submersible Poseidon, aren't you? We just finished it the other day, and we're about to contact you, actually. Who could have predicted that the very person they were about to reach out to would show up with a wrecked airship in tow? I'm no engineer, so I can't get into the nitty-gritty, but with damage this severe, it's not just repairs. It's more like rebuilding it from scratch. I'm not here for word games. What's it gonna take to get it fixed? Roofus let out an exasperated sigh, and Mild straightened, regaining his composure. My apologies. Given its lost technology, I can't promise a perfect restoration, but we can likely recreate it as close to the original as possible. We'll need your cooperation, Lord Roofus, especially with the magical formulas embedded in it. Of course, I'll lend a hand. Thank you. Mild bowed deeply, almost touching the floor. Hesitantly, he raised his head and broached a delicate topic. About the funding. Yeah, about that. Roofus grabbed Mild's shoulder, pulling him close and lowering his voice. This is top secret. Can't use Lightless territory's public funds. I see, so in other words. No funding from me, you figure it out. Lord Roofus, that's, well, a bit unreasonable, don't you think? Mild. Roofus released him, sighing deeply as if dumbfounded by Mild's lack of vision. A man of your caliber, and you don't see the opportunity here. Opportunity. Mild's eyes gleamed, and he leaned forward, closing the distance again. Roofus, cool as ever, pointed at the airship's wreckage. Listen up. Busted or not, this is the famous airship. In treasure hunting circles, its name's practically a legend. Fixing it means you get access to the inner workings of an unknown ancient artifact. I'm entrusting you with handling that intel. Mild's eyes widened as if struck by lightning. An airship alone was a goldmine of intrigue. Access to its internal data, specifically its magical formulas, was invaluable. The Treasure Guild, with whom they'd partnered to build the Poseidon replica, would kill for such information. The internal structure and formulas of the legendary airship, the potential value was astronomical, and selling it outright would be a waste. If they monopolized the data and developed products from it, they'd have a unique, untouchable revenue stream. With the right moves, they could dominate the market indefinitely. As Mild's mind raced through profit calculations, Roofus ticked off points on his fingers, driving the point home. By the way, this airship's got a ton of functions, from what I know. Flight's obvious, but it's also got coordinate-based teleportation between the interior and exterior. Wind-repelling barriers, magic blocking, and invisibility cloaking combined into a stealth ward. Lord Roofus. Mild grabbed Roofus's hand mid-gesture, his eyes glinting with greed as he flashed a salesman's grin. No charge, we'll take care of the airship repairs, no question. Glad you're on board. Oh, and about that inn I bought out in the capital the other day, mind handling the payment for me? Consider it done. Roofus smirked, shaking Mild's hand firmly as the latter agreed without hesitation. Deal sealed then. Splendid, a most fruitful negotiation, Lord Roofus. With a firm handshake, the greedy merchant and the dark noble exchanged wicked grins. As the deal wrapped up, Roofus suddenly spoke, as if recalling something. Oh, by the way, I was in the Holy Dragon Kingdom the other day and ran into your daughter. Huh, my daughter, in the Holy Dragon Kingdom. Mild blinked, thrown off by the sudden comment. No need to play dumb. I get it. A merchant like you doesn't want to show weakness. No, it's not that. I don't have any children. Really, so Ada's not your daughter. Ada, you mean great merchant Ada from the Holy Dragon Kingdom. Few merchants carried such a lofty title. Even Mild, who managed the Lightless territory's commerce, lacked one. Great merchant Ada was a titan in the trade world, known to every merchant worth their salt. So you do know her. Of course. She's taken over the Holy Dragon Kingdom's trade scene in just a few years. A real prodigy. She's that big a deal. Absolutely, but why would you think she's my daughter? She's around my age, give or take. Around your age. How old are you? 43 this year. What? Mild's age matched his appearance, nothing surprising there. But in Roofus's memory, Ada looked like she was in her 30s, maybe even her 20s. The idea that she was around Mild's age sent a chill down his spine. Women, they're a mystery. You're still young, Lord Roofus, so let me offer a word of caution. Never judge a woman by her appearance. Never. They're monsters. Monsters, huh? I'll keep that in mind. Mild's tone carried an odd weight, as if he'd had his own run-ins with women. Come to think of it, Roofus recalled meeting another woman recently whose age didn't match her looks, a petite girl in a tricorn hat. But if she's not your daughter, then who's this father she said took care of me? The mystery only deepened for Roofus. Section. A few days later, in front of the Lightless family's secondary residence, Roofus's manor. Dressed in formal attire, Roofus stood with Carlos, his steward, who carried their luggage. Lined up along the public road before the manor was a procession of black carriages. As Raymond had mentioned, Roofus had been summoned by His Majesty the King, regarding his use of forbidden magic near Sacred Peak in the Holy Dragon Kingdom. Lillica, the maid seeing him off, said nothing, but looked visibly anxious. Roofus offered her a reassuring smile. "No need to worry, everything's fine. But Raymond and I have our stories straight, and I've sent word directly to Fran. Even His Majesty can't ignore the Saintess's word." With a confident flourish of his cloak, Roofus turned. "I'm leaving the place in your hands, Lillica. Yes, we'll await your return." As Lillica bowed, Roofus opened the carriage door to step inside, only to find his father, Rudens, already seated. "What's the holdup, Roofus?" "Get in." Wordlessly, Roofus shut the door and stepped back. Turning his back on the carriage, he strode off quickly. "Carlos, arrange another carriage." But sir." "No buts. It's not as far as Gallian territory, but the capital's still a long ride." With a flustered Carlos in tow, Roofus distanced himself from the carriage. Suddenly, the door swung open with force. "What's with the tantrum?" "Get in, Roofus." "Absolutely not." Rudens's cold stare met Roofus's flat refusal. "Don't act like a child right before we leave. I am a minor, so technically still a child. You're the one always griping about not being treated like a kid. Just get in the damn carriage, Roofus." "I respectfully decline." The black-clad father and son bickered fiercely just as they were set to depart. After a prolonged standoff, Rudens relented, and Roofus arranged his own carriage. Rudens boarded his alone, shoulders slumped. Casting a pitying glance his way, Carlos climbed into Roofus's carriage, and so began the long journey to the capital. Section: Lightless Territory's capital. The inn where the sky pirate Scarlet Wind was staying, in the cheapest room reserved for explorers. Lillica lay sprawled on the bed, her face flushing as she recalled events from a few days ago. "I was hugging Rukun, hugging, right. That's the word, isn't it? He held me tight, even patted my head so gently. That wasn't a delusion or a dream, was it? It wasn't an act or anything. We were talking straight from the heart, and wait. What is my relationship with Rukun right now?" Snapping back to reality, Lillica stared at the ceiling. Naturally, no answer came about what to call her bond with Roofus. He'd fulfilled his promise to cure Izu's illness, and their lover's act was probably over. So what were they now, friends? Allies? Lovers? No, that last one was too big a leap, and Lillica shook her head to clear the thought. They were physically close, sure, plenty of casual touching, and some might even mistake them for a couple. Roofus didn't seem to dislike her, and Lillica herself, well, she probably. No, calm down me. I said I'd support Falchan, didn't I? That'd be betrayal. No way, absolutely not. Even without memories of her past life, Farathiana was a comrade in arms, a best friend who'd fought by her side. That wasn't a bond she could betray just because of missing memories. I said I'd cheer her on. No regrets there. Wishing for a friend's happiness was only natural. Roofus and Farathiana had overcome past conflicts and made promises for the future. If only it were that easy to let go. It wasn't like her, but knowing no answer would come, Lillica couldn't help but stew. Every morning since parting with Roofus, she'd been stuck in bed, lost in thought until Izu or Elma came to drag her out. It had become her routine. As sunlight streamed through the window, signaling someone would soon come to rouse her, a faint tapping sounded at the glass. Lillica's eyes flicked to the window. Something black clung to it, writhing. Startled but sensing a familiar magic, she approached cautiously. It was a dark swordfish, a familiar of Roofus's. Rukun's, right? Why's it here? Opening the window, the familiar swam in without hesitation, claimed her bed, and opened its maw to spit out a letter. Sealed with the Lightless family crest, a moon devouring the sun. Lillica picked it up, glancing nervously at the familiar. The familiar said nothing, but the letter was undoubtedly from Roofus. What could it say? Was it about their relationship going forward? Trembling, Lillica hesitated to open it. After staring it down for a while, the swordfish, apparently impatient, deftly sliced the wax seal with its bladed head, leaving the letter itself untouched, a masterful display. Lillica shot it a resentful look, unprepared, but the familiar slapped the mattress with its fins, urging her to read. Fine, I get it. Resigned, Lillica opened the letter. Regarding the damaged airship. Repairs are underway, and I've arranged for contact to be made at your inn. You're free to go out, but make sure someone stays behind to handle communications. Business stuff. No pleasantries, just cold, efficient instructions. We were hugging right before we parted, weren't we? Am I the only one overthinking this? Lillica frowned, reading on. As for that forbidden magic we unleashed at Sacred Peak, I've been summoned to the capital. Raymond and I have our stories aligned, so it'll work out. I'll be away from Lightless territory for a while, so don't bother coming to the manor. I won't be there. That was it. Lillica stared at the letter, her expression unreadable. So matter-of-fact and not a word about us. Maybe she was overthinking it. Her shoulders slumped, but then she noticed a PS on the back. Sitting up straight, she read eagerly. P.S. Don't cause a ruckus in Lightless territory while I'm gone. If something unexpected happens, shout for help to the familiar there. That's all. Does Rukun think I'm some kind of troublemaking kid? At her indignant tone, the swordfish dove into her shadow as if to say, figure it out. Its dark magic blending so seamlessly even Lillica could barely sense it. We're the same age physically, and mentally, I'm supposed to be the older one. Flopping back onto the bed, Lillica grumbled, staring at the letter. A faint coffee scent wafted from it. Had Roofus written this over a cup? She wondered. So, I won't see him for a while, huh? Her murmur carried a trace of loneliness. Section, Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Chapter 6, The One Crowned with the Name of Wrath. Beneath a moonlit night in some forgotten corner of the kingdom. A lone girl stood atop a rock, her white hair shimmering under the moonlight, swaying gently in the night breeze. Gazing up at the countless stars twinkling in the sky, she let out a wistful sigh. This body's a total bust as a vessel. Sure, it's got some mana, but the capacity's pathetic. And it's not even regenerating. Sure, you wouldn't find many with mana reserves on par with someone like Roofus, but she'd hoped for at least the level of a decent, high-ranking noble. Guess I'm just wishing for the moon, the white-haired girl, Lars thought with a huff. The total mana capacity depended on the vessel she inhabited. Most of her own mana had already been shared with her kin or the wraith of Sky King, and after being utterly crushed in battle, it wasn't coming back. For now, the priority's finding a way to restore my mana. Well, there's no shortage of options. Lars conjured a black flame in her hand. It burned with an inky darkness that seemed to stain the moonlit night. She unraveled its spell, letting the overflowing mana shift into her signature hue emerald green. The black flame transformed into a cascade of jade, filling the air around her. Lars bathed in it like a shower, nodding with mild satisfaction. That's a bit better at least. Mana drain, and with a mana freak like Roofus as the target, I got a decent haul. Still, it's nowhere near enough. Grumbling, Lars pictured the black-clad young mage who'd brushed off her invitation, Roofus. The mana signature she'd shared with Sky King Balder had vanished. It seemed Roofus had taken him down. Seriously. Lars thought, stunned. The Sky King got taken out? Roofus was undeniably strong, probably among the strongest humans alive. But his opponent was a top-tier figure even in the divine era. Lars had assumed he'd either flee in disgrace, or, at worst, be dragged back to her side through her master's intervention. If Roofus had actually defeated Sky King, his power far exceeded her expectations. It's like the second coming of the Black One, no laughing matter. But if he's that strong, it'd be a damn shame to leave him as an enemy. Gotta find a way to pull him to our side. Tilting her head thoughtfully, Lars glanced back, peering down at the ground below the rock. Well, that aside, look at that. I left them be after they got crushed without a fight, but they might actually be useful. There a massive leopard stood, its body scorched and scarred. A beast designated as a calamity, wreaking havoc on the kingdom's frontiers, gluttony. It had grown several times larger than before, and around it were others, more giant leopards of the same kind, forming a pack. Each one bore the same emerald-hued mana inherited from their mother. Didn't know you were a lady, huh? Never cared enough to check. If you'd been breeding like this back then, you could have put up a better fight against Abel and his crew. Your raw potential as an individual. It's top tier among the 4 demon beasts. stronger than the oversized kraken, more gifted than the blood-blessed griffin, and far beyond the long-lived nitro slime with nothing but endurance to its name. In terms of raw power, this giant leopard was overwhelmingly dominant. Gluttony, once known as the leopard king amber of the four demon beasts, looked up at Lars and let out a low growl. Lars furrowed her brow at the sound. A young mage chasing you? Triangular hat, black and white hair, yeah, I know her. She's got some skill, no doubt. Still scared from when she wiped the floor with you? Relax, I guarantee it, next time you'll win. You've grown stronger, and with your cubs by your side. With the full moon at her back, Demon King Lars smiled with merciless glee. Swayed by her honeyed words, Gluttony let out a earth-shaking roar and charged forward. A pack of countless giant leopards followed in its wake. Chapter 7, Outer. Hello, hello, ladies and gentlemen, my fine friends, it's me, your pal, the voice in your heart, Outer. Oh, did I just catch a whisper of shady or suspicious? Must be your imagination, purely your imagination. There's not a single shady bone in my body. I won't deny I might come off a tad sketchy, though. It's just how I'm wired. Cut me some slack, yeah? Now, do you folks remember? Last time I teased something like, Lillica's gonna bite the dust. Well, as usual, she managed to scrape by. A ghost, driven mad over a millennium, sees their descendant and poof, snaps back to sanity. Honestly, kinda a dull ending, if you ask me. A third-rate comedy at best. Don't you agree? It's not that regaining sanity is a bad thing. It's just a bit too soon. Why couldn't they wait until after they'd lopped off their precious descendant's head? Picture it, they come to their senses after the deed, staring at their blood-soaked hands, realizing what they've done and sinking into the abyss of despair. That's tragedy. Fleeting, heart-wrenching, with no one spared. A delectable bad end. Such a pity. I was so looking forward to that climax, and now I'm feeling awfully blue. Oh, don't get me wrong, I'm a peace-loving soul at heart, always rooting for a happy end. I pray every day for a world free of conflict. Scout's honor. But here's the thing, hope and happiness don't shine just sitting there. They dazzle brightest amidst despair and misery. You've got to be caked in mud, plunged to rock bottom to seize a future worth having. That's how it works. That's how it should be. The world has to be that way. A sparkly world where no one dies, filled only with hope. It's worth less than garbage. A single copper coin gleaming in the muck is worth far more than a gold coin rolling down a mountain of treasure. Whoops, got a bit carried away there, didn't I? Let's cut the old man's rambling short. My bad. I got a little heated over this unwanted turn of events. The tired comedy's curtain has fallen, so let's hope the tragedy's curtain rises next time. I'm getting real sick of waiting in the wings. High time I stepped onto the stage of this story as a proper character. But that development? Well, it's still a little ways off. Chapter 8, Original Record, The Battle of Seal Park, the Sky City. Chapter 1 of the original game, the revival of Demon King Lars and the chaos wrought by their kin, the four demon beasts. After defeating the sea monster Stroff in the ocean, the next foe awaited in the skies. Despia, the Slaughterwing, a colossal griffin and one of the four demon beasts. Leading a vast flock of magical birds, Despia ravaged human settlements, causing widespread destruction. Its ability to disrupt mana and turn invisible made it elusive, impossible to pin down. Even attempts at subjugation were thwarted by its unmatched flight speed. Among the formidable four demon beasts, Despia, the Slaughterwing, was the one responsible for the most devastation. The one who put a stop to its rampage was, naturally, the protagonist of the original story, Abel and his companions. More precisely, it was the Oracle of Fran, the Saintess and one of Abel's allies. Everything was revealed through the Oracle. The hidden stronghold of the elusive Despia, the existence and location of the Sky City, Seal Park, and the means to reach it. Contact with the air pirates known as Scarlet Wind. The meeting with a new ally, Lillica Skyfield, all of it was guided by the Oracle. Section. The Crimson airship barreled through a sea of thunderclouds, visibility near zero. Countless bolts of lightning rained down, barely repelled by the ship's magical barrier. Inside the cockpit, the screens blazed red with warning signals. Lillica, clearly panicking, shouted, "Whoa, whoa, whoa, this is bad, like really bad. Is there actually a Sky City, or whatever up ahead?" The magical barrier's damage rate had already surpassed 80%. If it took any more hits, the the barrier would collapse, leaving the airship at the mercy of the relentless lightning. The situation was seconds away from a crash. Sigil, gripping the controls, kept his mouth shut, but his face betrayed his anxiety. Abel, the fiery red-haired boy and protagonist of the original story, clenched his fist and stared forward. "It's fine, Lillica, probably." "Probably? Did you just say probably?" Lillica's eyes widened, catching Abel's faint mumble. She was not having it. Trying to calm her, Asteria, the first princess and main heroine of the original story, offered a wry smile. "Come on, Abel, don't make her worry." "Lillica, it's really fine. This airship won't go down, I'm sure of it." "You just said sure of it." Hey, I knew I shouldn't have agreed to help." Lillica clutched her head, convinced she'd boarded a doomed ship. A sudden contact, plus a direct request from the princess herself. Given her status as a wanted fugitive, Lillica couldn't exactly say no. Still, she'd assumed the princess's leadership meant they had a solid plan. Fran, clad in her white cleric's robes, gently patted Lillica's shoulder. "No need to worry, Lady Lillica. The Oracle says we'll break through the thunderclouds just before the barrier hits 99% damage. It'll work out, most likely. Why can't anyone just say it's gonna be okay? I'm so done with you guys." Lillica's voice cracked, half sobbing. The lightning strikes grew fiercer, the airship groaning under the strain. Then Sigil shouted, "We're breaking through." The moment he spoke, the dark clouds parted, revealing a clear blue sky. Blinding sunlight poured in, illuminating a massive city floating amidst the clouds, the Sky City, Seal Park. Its mystical aura, steeped in eons of history, silenced even Lillica's complaints. She stared, awestruck. Abel, Asteria, Sigil, and even the members of Scarlet Wind in another compartment, all of them froze, captivated by the city's beauty. In that moment, only Fran, guided by the Oracle, sprang into action. Pushing Sigil aside, she grabbed the cockpit's microphone. "Lady Farathiana, Lady Marin, above you." Her warning was directed at Marin and Farathiana, stationed on the deck as per her instructions. Simultaneously, Farathiana sensed something above and leaped from the deck, swinging her cutlass. In an instant, the veil of invisibility shattered, revealing the massive griffin Despia. Its razor-sharp claws clashed with her blade. The giant claws and her sword locked in a near stalemate. Farathiana, summoning all her strength, infused her cutlass with water mana and swung with full force. "Take this." With a cry that belied her delicate frame, she unleashed a blade of water. Despia dodged at the last second, flapping its massive wings to unleash a barrage of wind blades. Its target wasn't Farathiana, but the airship itself. The onslaught of wind blades was blocked by a water barrier conjured instantly by Lunemer, the water spirit. Within that barrier, Marin finished her chant, retaliating with a volley of ice spears aimed at Despia. But Despia, despite its size, was agile, dodging Marin's magical barrage with ease. "Just so nimble." Marin intensified her spell, increasing the number of projectiles, but still couldn't land a hit. While Farathiana and Lunemer shielded the airship from Despia's attempts to bring it down, Marin kept up her magical assault. Amid this ferocious battle, the cockpit was filled with concern for Marin and Farathiana and Lunemer fighting on the deck. "Fran, shouldn't we go out and fight too?" "No." Fran shot down Abel's suggestion without hesitation. Only Farathiana and Fran were to fight on the deck, everyone else was to stay inside. That was Fran's explicit instruction. But leaving a 4-demon beast-level threat to just 2 people and a spirit seemed like an impossible burden. Abel, clearly unconvinced, prompted Fran to sigh and explain. "The airship's moving at high speed. The only ones who can fight effectively in these conditions are Lady Farathiana, who's used to unstable footing as a sailor and has exceptional reflexes, and Lady Marin, a seasoned mage who can adapt to any situation." She hesitated before continuing. "And this applies to me too, but neither you nor Lady Asteria can keep up with this speed. You'd almost certainly get thrown off." "No way it's that bad, sure. It's fast, but I can handle." "For now, yes," Asteria interjected, gazing out the window. Fran shrugged and approached Sigil. "Lord Sigil, as you can see, we're evenly matched with Despia's speed. This stalemate won't do. Speed up, or rather, step aside and let me take over." "What? No way, Saintess. That's impossible. Ifrit's already at full throttle. And besides, I'm the only one who can pilot this thing." "Full throttle, not quite." Fran, unfazed, pointed to a skull-marked red button on the control panel. Press that, the overlimit function. What? How do you even know about that? No, no way, I tried it once before and it went into a total frenzy. It's too dangerous. It's not a frenzy, strictly speaking. It's just too fast for you to control. A simple lack of skill. That's the same thing. Hey, you guys, back me up here. Your friend's being reckless. Sigil pleaded desperately, but neither Abel nor Asteria moved to stop Fran. Abel fixed her with a serious look. Fran, if we do as you say, can we beat Despia? Yes. Her reply was immediate, short, and brimming with confidence. All right, give the orders. Then I'll take the controls. Please remove Lord Sigil. Got it. Abel grabbed the protesting Sigil, are you insane? And yanked him from the pilot's seat. Hey, what are you doing? Sigil's the only one who can fly this thing. It's fine, Lillica, really. Just trust us for now. Asteria gently calmed Lillica, who jumped in to protest the sudden chaos. Abel and Asteria knew. Fran's instructions were guided by the Oracle, and the Oracle was absolute. Fran's orders were the path to victory. The first of the 4 demon beasts, the island-sized sea monster Stroph, had been defeated thanks to her precise guidance. The Oracle had never been wrong. Fran settled into the pilot's seat with a dainty hop, deftly working the controls. She adjusted the microphone to broadcast both inside and outside the ship. Everyone, the ship's about to make some big moves. If you don't want to bite your tongue or fall off, assume crash positions. Holy magic can't resurrect you, so try not to die. Her gentle tone belied the grim warning. With a bright smile, Fran gripped the controls and pressed the skull-marked red button. Anti-collision barrier, maximum deployment. Mana engine full throttle, overlimit activated, here we go. With a carefree shout, the airship's wings roared, spewing crimson flames. The ship rocketed past the speed of sound. A bone-rattling jolt shook the vessel, turning the cockpit into a screaming pandemonium. Wails from the Scarlet Wind crew echoed throughout the ship. But amidst the chaos, the airship's sudden acceleration allowed it to slam directly into Despia. The airship, previously on the defensive, had made an impossible charge. Caught off guard, Despia couldn't dodge. The crimson hull crashed into its flank, eliciting a pained squawk. Now, Lady Ferathiana. Fran's voice boomed through the deck speakers. Ferathiana leaped from the deck, seizing the split-second opening as Despia reeled from the impact. Her blade sliced into one of the griffin's massive wings. The sharpened water blade bit deep, tearing through in a single stroke. Feathers flew and blood sprayed. In the original story, Despia had no regenerative abilities at this point. With one wing severed, Despia lost balance, shrieking as it plummeted. It crashed into a corner of its stronghold, the Sky City. Confirming this on the cockpit's main screen, Fran let out a relieved sigh, wiping sweat from her brow. We did it. We've stripped away its most troublesome asset, flight. Now we just need to finish it off. But the real fight starts now. A wounded beast is the most dangerous kind. Clenching her fist, Fran prepared to join the battle. Behind her, Lillica helped a toppled Sigil to his feet, while Asteria rubbed the back of a pale, nauseated Abel. The battlefield shifted from the skies to the Sky City. To deliver the final blow to the wingless beast, Abel and his party set foot in the ghost-haunted ruins of the floating city. Their fight was far from over. Afterward, thanks to you, dear readers, we've made it this far. Truly, thank you. After the internal politics focus of the last arc, this one went full throttle into battle mode. The whole time I was writing, I couldn't stop thinking, man, the Elf King is just too strong, lol. Lillica, who takes center stage in this arc, is a very special character for me. Not because she's packed with my personal tastes or anything like that, but because she's one of those rare characters who just wouldn't behave as planned. Here's the thing, in the earliest drafts, back when I was just starting out, this wasn't meant to be a harem story. The plan was for Roofus to end up with Fall, and that was it. Lillica was supposed to be a foil, a rival to spur Fall, who struggles with her feelings, into action and push her closer to Roofus. You know, make Fall jealous by getting cozy with him, that kind of thing. But then, before I knew it, Lillica's got memories from a past loop. She's an apostle of the 6 gods, and she's got this thing going with Roofus. I had a good laugh at how wildly off-plan things went. Because of that, Lillica became a character who massively expanded the setting and world. I'm incredibly fond of her. Her entry into the heroine race also dragged Eureka into the Roofus sweepstakes. That boy's got game, huh? Must be his thing for older women. On a side note, that black noble attire Roofus wears? It's insanely expensive, woven from magical beast fur. It's got incredible resistance to both physical and magical attacks. It might look light, but it's as tough as plate armor. That's why, when he and Lillica were alone on their flying journey back from the Holy Dragon Kingdom, and he commented on her chest, it was just to lighten the mood. The clothes block most sensation, so he could tell he was touching something but couldn't feel much. I ended up gushing about Lillica. I promised last time to talk about chantless casting, but looks like I pulled a Baytan switch, haha. I'll get to chantless casting another time. There's a lot of background lore on magic, and since Roofus is such an absurdly talented mage, I haven't had much chance to show what normal magic looks like in this world. I'd love to explore that someday. I'll wrap it up here. Thank you for reading. Here's hoping we meet again soon. Kurakawa Yatsugu. Short story, The Meeting of the Great Merchant and the Shrine Maiden. She was abandoned by her own father. Along with her mother, she was toyed with mercilessly and sold into slavery. In the kingdom, slavery was illegal. Thus, she was kept in secret isolation by slave traders, confined in a filthy cell hardly fit for human habitation. Her mother, shattered by the betrayal of the man she loved, withdrew into herself. She refused the meager food provided, wasting away until illness claimed her life. Even in her final moments, she called out for her beloved husband. They say that after death, one's sins determine whether they ascend to heaven or descend to hell. The daughter thought to herself, "This is hell." Her father had been a man full of familial love. She adored him. Every day, she brewed coffee for him, busy as he was with his merchant work. But after a business failure, her father changed. He sold off the mansion's furniture, cherished mementos, eventually, even his daughter and wife. "This is the only way for now. I'll come for you, I swear." Her mother clung to those words, excuses though they were, waiting faithfully. But her father never came. The moment her mother died, the daughter understood. She had been betrayed by the father she loved. Until then, even on the brink of despair, some part of her heart had clung to the hope that he would come to save her. Reality wasn't so kind. The world was relentlessly cruel, utterly merciless. There were no fairy tale endings that pleased everyone. Branded on the right side of her face as a cruel jest, she bore an ugly burn scar. It diminished her value as a slave, and despite her youth, buyers were scarce. She was passed from one slave trader to another until she ended up outside the kingdom, in the Holy Dragon Kingdom. Unlike the kingdom, slavery was legal there. No longer hidden, she was openly collared, locked in a small cage, and displayed in the market. But no one would buy her. Passers-by didn't even pause. If their eyes met hers, they quickly looked away. The right half of her face was scarred and scorched, exposed for all to see. More than that, her eyes, filled with venomous resentment toward the world, kept people at bay. No one was eccentric enough to buy such a girl. The slave trader, calculating the cost of keeping such a low-value commodity, planned to dispose of her if she didn't sell that day. To a merchant driven by profit and loss, it was only logical. The daughter, born to a merchant herself, sensed the shift in the air, but she refused to change her demeanor. Her hatred for her father, her loathing for the world. If she had to cast those aside and grovel to survive, she'd rather die. If she ever let go of this grudge, it would only be after dragging her father into the same living hell she endured. If that couldn't happen, she'd die hating the world. As she radiated that curse-like malice from her cage, a young girl passed by. She wore noble attire, a pair of dragon horns reminiscent of lightning adorning her head. Trailing behind her were several attendants. Such a figure had no business wandering the seedy streets where slaves were sold. The girl, barely 10 years old, stopped in front of the cage and peered inside with curiosity. "So, you're the rumored slave." Her voice was commanding, almost too mature for her age. Her golden eyes, gleaming like gemstones, seemed to draw in anyone who met them. Being looked at directly, being spoken to, it sent shivers down the daughter's spine, as if her heart had been seized. Her instincts screamed not to defy this girl. It was surely the fear one felt before an absolute powerhouse. The daughter had never faced one, but she imagined this was what it felt like to stand before the Dragon King. Suppressing the urge to bow and submit with the fire of her resentment, she glared back defiantly. She'd already seen the world's hell. She feared nothing. Kill me if you want. At her rebellious stance, one of the girl's attendants drew a sword. Everyone thought the same thing: another foolish slave is about to die. As the sword rose, a bolt of lightning struck from the heavens. A deafening roar followed, and the attendant dropped the sword, collapsing to their knees, charred. "I'm speaking," the girl said quietly, her voice laced with anger. "Who gave you permission to act?" The weight of her words forced the attendants to their knees, prostrating themselves. The girl turned her golden eyes back to the slave. Trembling but resolute, the daughter met her gaze. "Fine eyes you've got. What's your name?" "Ada." "Ada, huh? You're shaking. Scared of me." "You, scared of you." "Not compared to this world's hell." "Oh." The girl tilted her head, intrigued. "And what kind of hell is that?" "Sold by my own father, my body and soul trampled. My mother died right in front of me. That hatred, you, raised in a greenhouse, wouldn't understand." "Maybe not." The girl didn't offer comfort. Instead, she reached for the cage's lock. Without apparent effort, she twisted the sturdy steel apart with her delicate hands. Stunned by the impossible sight, Ada was pulled from the cage by the girl. "I just so happen to need a lady's maid. From now on, you serve me." "What?" "I'll overlook your earlier insolence. You don't even have to change that attitude if you don't want to." The girl glanced down at the prostrating slave trader. "I'll have the gold sent later. Understood?" "And no need, my lady." "If you want that slave, please, take her as a gift." "No, I'll pay what's owed. For the cage I broke too. If I of all people flout the rules, chaos will follow." With that, the girl turned and walked away, her attendants trailing behind. Ada suddenly noticed her collar wasn't chained and called out, "Wait, my collar, it's not chained." "I didn't buy livestock. Walk on your own." "What kind of nonsense? What if I run away?" "If you want to run, run. I won't chase you. It'd just mean my judgment was off." Why would you buy me? Who even are you?" The girl paused, turning back to Ada, who stood frozen, unsure of what to feel. "I haven't introduced myself, have I? I'm Tatiana Avalakind. My mother passed recently, and though I'm young, I've taken up the role of shrine maiden." She added, almost as an afterthought, "As for why I bought you, just a hunch. If I had to say, I liked those fierce eyes of yours." With that, Tatiana walked on, never looking back, always moving forward. Ada followed. This was the meeting of the future great merchant and the young shrine maiden. Section. Some 10 years later. Holding a letter, great merchant Ada gazed up at the moonlit night. Her face, illuminated by the moonlight, was expressionless, her emotions unreadable. Tatiana, the shrine maiden, appeared beside her. "Something wrong." "You look down." "I'm not. I'm pretty confident in my poker face. I've known you long enough to see through that." Tatiana sighed as Ada shrugged, trying to brush it off. "So, what happened?" "My father's dead, it seems. A report came from a subordinate. I had infiltrating Styria." Ada answered, her face deliberately blank. Tatiana frowned. "Jillen, wasn't it, murdered?" "Yes, it seems so. His corruption was exposed, and he was dealt with quietly." "I see." Ada's goal had been to build her merchant empire and crush Jillen on the same stage. It was what drove her to survive. But that goal had crumbled without ever being realized. Some minor noble uncovered his crimes, apparently, stormed his mansion, took down his guards, and beat him senseless. HMPH sounds like a fairy tale hero. But that hero didn't save you. No, I'd be lying if I said I didn't wish they'd come sooner, but I know better. Reality doesn't work that conveniently. Still, I'm sure some lives were saved. And you're okay with that, really. You and your mother deserve to be saved. That's why you swore revenge. After his corruption was exposed, my father suffered a living hell just like me. I won't say that makes it okay. My mother and I weren't saved. But he faced the consequences of his actions." Ada continued, "So I think I'll forgive. This world, unfair to everyone in equal measure." Her face remained expressionless as she gazed at the moon, but tears streamed from her eyes, with nowhere left to go. "You might be fine with that, Ada, but I still think you deserve to be saved," Tatiana said softly, gently stroking Ada's head. End of Volume 5.